You are unmuted.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cononi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, in and the County of Norfolk. Do I may give your attendance and shall be heard. Do I say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Great. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So, a few things. First of all, let me ask you those 3 questions, please. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone suspected of it? Everyone said yes and nodded. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no. So by now you know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case. You may know why, but it's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that. And there's one instruction I need to give you. You'll remember that when digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right, with that, can we bring the witness in, please?
Walker Step, and next stand, please clerk, please sworn in.
Someone from the other side of the court during the case now where all true, nothing but true.
Good morning, Trooper.
Yes, sir.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to admit the packet of text messages with date stamps inclusive of 02680, 02685 that was referred to on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right, if you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Your Honor, may I stand at counsel table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
And let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamp numbers. Next packet will be 2680 through 2685. Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark's easy. The second one is 2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625. The next packet would be 2662 and 2679. The next is just 2 pages, 2623 and 2624. The next packet will be 2518 and 2526. Following that, 2618 and 2620. then packet 2628, 2634, and finally, a packet inclusive of 2583 to 2617.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please. Thank you.
Can you take a look at the participants 9? Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's the private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there that are identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I did not.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who was fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficient. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah, maybe.
But the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Good morning. We are starting off strong here in day
23 of trial. We are still in the cross-examination of State Trooper Proctor, and we are still going through his text messages. When we ended last stream, we were covering text messages from Trooper Proctor that were going over basically his activities and his viewpoints on Karen Reed and her attorneys, and especially Mr. I. And right now we are covering the text messages, which I was really hoping we did cover, and we're not going to get skipped over, where he responds to his friends asking about the homeowner, and Trooper responds, nope, he's a Boston cop too. And what the underlying meaning of that is, clearly, in my opinion, we all sort of, well, I'm not gonna say all, I felt that it was very much, well, no, he's a cop. So like, he's not gonna get caught up in anything. He's a cop. And he's trying to play it off like, well, they're both cops. I was just informing people that they're both cops. Both cops. Both of them are cops. Mind you, this is, 16, 17 hours after he was handed the case. So I'm going to hop off because there are texts up that if you can make it out, that's awesome. If not, they are reading it. But I am here, and let's get going.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's gonna get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well, Mr. O'Keefe.
And that's why he's not going to get any shit, correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get that. Finish
Some-
your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Call for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 recipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it, correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him, correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that, correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Yay,
Correct.
Ben.
You used the phrase
We love
waffled
Ben's.
about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, no. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the One shoe discovered at the scene, the one shoe at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Trooper Proctor, I didn't ask for information. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes,
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
yes,
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
for
or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital with Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. It was still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware, initially, that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose, is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck,
Not that I observed, sir.
not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises?
Raylan's like, yes, me.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
for a person out of the shoot, right?
60 plus miles per hour.
Damn.
So I can't recall right now, off the top of my head, as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
So Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever in your experience seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh Jesus, and Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
Hey,
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Ms. Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you're responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved, correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
not yet.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
I do so, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton, correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip that page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were
Hello,
thinking?
hello.
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now,
You haven't missed anything too juicy yet. You haven't missed anything too juicy yet. We are just jumping back in to the cross-examination of Trooper Proctor, right where we left off. We all remember it got a little heated. Got a little heated last court day. I believe that was Monday court. And so today is Wednesday court because they were off Tuesday. Oh my gosh. So this is going to be very interesting.
if we could turn
covering
to
2 days
page
today.
2537. (5051) writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since
course.
it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
He's just going through the
And
text
Bird writes,
messages and
something stinks, correct?
Correct.
making sure
And
the
then Trooper
jury
Proctor,
knows.
you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
True,
That's right.
like
So
undertones.
in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it.
I'll pause. Mr. Jackson started with the text So the homeowner's going to get some shit, referring to Brian Albert as a homeowner. And Trooper Proctor's response was, nope, he's a Boston cop too. And Mr. Jackson wanted to make it very clear to the jury that it wasn't just Trooper Proctor saying, well, they're both Boston cops. What a coinky dink. That nope, because he's a Boston cop, he's not going to be catching any shit. So that was really like the biggest so far.
Make it cut and dry, correct?
No,
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. What did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th. And everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involved cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
She's so
Incorrect.
proud
I
of
don't-
her attorney right now.
Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep
Mr.
moving,
I
shall
was
we?
just shaking his head, just like out of exhaustion. You know, just like, oh my
50-51.
God, liar.
A little further down says, gotta be. I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 50-51, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
I can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 50-51 changes gears and he writes, she hot at least? Correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's
Sorry,
what you wrote,
YouTube.
correct?
Sorry, YouTube.
16
Don't
hours
hate me.
into this investigation,
Trial.
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have
Yeah.
all accounts, did you?
When it comes down to this conversation, we for sure know what he was actually thinking.
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from recipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
Sorry, YouTube. I'm sorry. That's like the one word YouTube hates the most.
What else did you say in response to
Court, trial,
she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
Trump hands.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other
Wow.
words, well, she didn't have an ass. Nothing to see here, correct?
Hate this man. Hate this man. I'm just gonna pause for very quick second. We have 2 days to get through. I'm going to be moving through like the breaks and stuff super duper fast. We might be putting stuff on 1.5 speed if it's like really like not important stuff, maybe like intros to people or something, silly backgrounds or stuff. But I just want to say this man sucks. This man sucks so hard right now. I hate him, and I know that a million people hate him. I went home and I did like a debrief to my boyfriend. And I was like, we hate this. Like, this is terrible. He's like, I'm pissed off, and I'm not, and you're just telling me like the highlights of it. He's like, this is so frustrating. Like real world level of frustration right here. You know, the hatred that this man has goes so much more deeper than just a racism. Like, this is like generation after generation just built of just pure hatred and just all the levels of bigotry and all of the isms that this man is full of it. And these are your state troopers. You know, this is not unusual behavior. This is normal activity. And the thing is, he has surrounded himself and he has found his own community that accepts this behavior, and this behavior where this community where this behavior is accepted and like encouraged and like, you know, like ha ha ha, we're joking and we're yanking chains, but like y'all are making very important decisions when it comes to the freedom of peoples, is at such a high level of policing. It truly, I was literally just going to say, it truly is disgusting. And I am frustrated on so many different levels from the standpoint of a woman, from the standpoint of a biracial woman, as from the standpoint of I live with a man, you know, like there's so many different standpoints that I am extremely frustrated about. And the activities of this man alone, just on his personal cellular device, is so extremely frustrating when it comes. This is 16 hours into him having the case, and he is calling Karen a cunt, a whack job, no ass. He is spilling all of the details. And I want you to remember, last stream he said I would never share important details of a case with anyone, but you did, and we're reading it again in a court of law. And I can very much tell the way the judge is facing right now. You can see her hand, so she's turned to him. Actually, you can't, because I am in front of it. You can see her hand. She is turned to the witness. She is not happy with this man's actions either. This judge is a woman who has worked for years upon years upon years to be a lawyer, to work through the field, to work, you know, to burst through all of the glass ceilings that I'm sure she's had to come up against in her own career. And she is now a sitting judge of this court, and she has to listen to this man berate a female who, at the point of the beration, I don't know if that's a word, but it is now, should be considered innocent until proven guilty. So I can feel the tension and the frustration within our judge's voice right now. And I can feel it, and I understand.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
I'm going to
Correct.
eat my muffin.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dry, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. The content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks, debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, who went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure, because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in, good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture,
Your whole life is
just to
unprofessional.
add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write, E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Speak up.
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You can get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
So unnecessary.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered when she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy. 1 second, sir. I'm sorry.
There was a
You did. I'm sorry.
there
You
was just
decided
a
that you were
tech
going to take
issue.
another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's got to do
At
it
this
right.
point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same day, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you. Tybar, take that down, please.
All right, we're just gonna boot, scoot, and boogie through. We have a lot of court to do today, so let me put my face on.
You are-
Hold on. Oh, here
Without
we go.
reference to.
Take that down.
Without reference to the specifics of what was.
I'm going to see Counselor Tyball.
Sure.
They didn't quite figure everything out.
You did.
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday,
He's got to reel it back in. He's
you
got to
indicated that
tighten it up.
your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
Regrettable. I love that. Regrettable.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text. Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Come on, Jackson. We had a good flow. And then you got just a little
As a
too
lead
comfy, a little too
investigator,
loosey.
in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. It's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabe's.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024 that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? He needs to see what he said to remember
Yes.
if he knew members of the Albert family or McCabe family before this case.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you'd review that and look up when you finish.
Court reporter's like, hello. She's amazing. I love her so much.
There you go.
Okay.
I'm gonna be boot scooting and boogieing through like dead air. So we gotta
Does that
get
refresh your
crazy.
recollection, but question and answer that you had, or series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir. Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
You were asked the question quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beelan that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's
So,
correct.
so your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no,
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do know the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you
Here we
told
go.
First Assistant
Acquaintances,
Beelan that you
friends,
didn't
best
know,
friends, good friends.
didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have been a
relationships.
good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes,
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
correct,
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You did know, you do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question? Did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families. How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabe's. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence. And where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabe's because you don't know the McCabe's. That's what you did?
No.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not
Yeah,
sure I can.
He has
I'll
to.
ask it a different way.
Don't.
How about if I just ask it this way?
He's getting
That was a lot.
tense.
What?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes,
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
they don't have relationships with them.
My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say,
It's not-
I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Jurors, feel free to stand.
Okay. Okay. Tensions are getting tensions. Tensions are tensioning. Tensions are tensioning, rightfully so. This is the most important. This is the most important witness for the defense to get all of their questions answered. And he is very much playing, Proctor is playing the Kate McLaughlin, I believe, was her name. We're acquaintances. We're not friends. We're acquaintances. We're not friends. We're acquaintances. We're not close friends. I'm not asking if you're an acquaintance or if you're a close friend. Are you a friend? So I wish he should have known that type of response is going to come. I know that he's like not a psychic, but these humans, especially police officers, have training. not going to say that they are trained, but they have training, they have experience in nitpicking and cherry picking the questions that they're asked, the questions that they ask, and the words that they use to respond. So I wish he laid some foundation to what qualifies a friend, what qualifies a relationship. That way he wouldn't have been able to argue, or he would have been able to catch him and be like, well, you just said this amount makes it a relationship. So did you have a relationship? So it's that
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
for everyone else, but not for you and the Alberts. So this whole trial, friends, acquaintances, close friends, best friends, all of it is just, it's just so mind numbing. And Mr. Jackson is just kind of finding his bearings again, which is good. Which is good.
Friends, maybe your best friend. You stated that your
Here,
sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
I'm going to finish
Yes.
my muffin.
Courtney Proctor, that's her name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone, and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
So 10-4. All right. If you would turn to tab 4,
And what was this marked for ID?
this was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B,
Okay.
as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
Sometime.
So I guess he's just kind of going at it in the opposite way that I expected him to, which is pretty good.
Can we move to Super Proctor to tab 5, please? That's triple C as in Charlie.
Getting a text message from an Albert less than a month into the case, requesting like personal videos,
Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
not regarding the case, but still
And this would be page 2664.
pretty good. I think that's really
Can you
great for
turn
the
to that
jury.
Page, please.
Really good for the jury.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Alberts might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes,
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them.
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way. If I may have. Yes. You wrote
For
on October 12th, 2022, correct?
which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report. Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
Typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough. You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion to the Proctor. Focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your reflection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
After your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the contents of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. And if you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, "It was fine. Just a quick convo," correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
He's approaching. He needs this answered. He really needs this answered from Trooper Proctor because he needs he needs to know that he needs the jury to know that on every level of this investigation, Trooper Proctor was spilling the beans. He was inappropriate and not just talking about Karen's body to his friends, but he was talking about the case to his family. He was talking about interviews with other people that didn't need to know about the interviews. He was sharing pertinent information of this case to people that did not need it.
May I? Yes. Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie, and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
Me too. Me too.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with
Such a great
updates
statement.
on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, that it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668?
Correct. I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a homicide, and you wrote don't say a word to anyone. Correct? And she wrote of course not. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
She then
not.
writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
My
Objection.
God. This is so.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister,
Holy-
Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case.
I'm going to pause you, Mr. Jackson. I am so sorry. His sister said, this is your livelihood. I wouldn't mess with that. Do we need to continue? Do we need to
Case.
continue?
in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely
Thank
not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted
You
this is your
sure?
livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
Just
You're
that
gonna
part.
interview, why you're going to interview him.
Just that.
Yes,
She wrote, "You got to be kidding me," correct?
correct.
Did you take that as, "You got to be kidding me"? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
Then you
Some
wrote,
of
"It's
it,
not a
I
big
can
deal."
get behind, some of it I
Correct.
can't, Jackson.
Correct.
And then she wrote, "I bet I know the person." Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she did write, "I bet I know the person," didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, "No, I meant," or you wrote not. I think you meant no. "I meant that they were at the bar with them," correct?
Yes,
She writes, "Yeah, I got that part." And then she continues on, "But I know a lot of their friends," correct?
yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, "Jesus Christ." The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes,
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
that's her. The way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found in the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be, Jesus Christ, we know these people?
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Well,
too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the
Nothing
news
too
at this point
specific.
in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, "Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them"?
Objection.
Allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct,
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
yes,
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
correct,
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No,
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer
There
that?
we go. Yeah, answer that. Answer it.
the information that I share with my sister is contained within these texts. Yes,
You never discussed this case
That wasn't the question.
over the phone or in person with Courtney.
on the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your
So,
sister
yes.
informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes,
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
Page 2672.
He's trying very hard to not
You see the
sound
text from
like
you?
a really
What's up?
bad cop,
yes.
but these texts,
And
You
what's
can't
Courtney
hide from
Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lowell, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one,
Get Elizabeth one what?
referring to a gift
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
for my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case, variously?
The phone records of,
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
individual people, whatever.
We didn't pull full
Yes, it
phone
does.
records of witnesses.
Victim.
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek the phone records?
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney,
5 to 6 times
your
a day.
sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of
Witnesses
fact, you
will do that
testified
to
at the
you.
grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Good, tell them to subscribe.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no
Only
reason to lie, then
subscribe.
yes, I'll take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7. Oh,
What is it for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show
Right.
Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was
Take a look at that. First, let me just ask you if that refreshes your
I was
recollection.
listening, but I was
Yes, sir.
Are those
Have a
your
good
notes,
one.
your handwritten notes from this, at least partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on the conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022? Mayor, Yona?
Yes.
Okay. Woo-hoo, he was really
This
reading.
is going to be an accurate representation or accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel.
Yes.
With the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes.
Any objection sustained?
Is it true that in your handwritten notes,
Okay.
you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview?
Oh,
Brian,
Marked.
Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
I'm really big on body language. I
You then
am
drafted a
watching his
report.
body language.
Memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes. A summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was there one name left out?
So,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time.
Any
that
notes
you
on their
wrote the
bodies?
Report, the formal
Sorry.
report, this one,
I'm still salty about it.
you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along with
Albert
Trooper
told
Zach
you the
Clark.
truth.
One at a time. Mike.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that alone?
I did not.
Let me take a look at tab 8. Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take morning recess, and I'll see Councilman Zaga. 15, 20 minutes. from this, okay?
There we go.
The Albert residence at 30.
With nobody, maybe see.
All right. I'm skedaddling through the breaks. So feel free to take breaks yourselves. Take all the breaks you need.
All right, Mr.
Attention.
Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Here is a
Trooper
lot
Proctor,
different.
did you include in your investigative file any Celebrite report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that, so I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that, because it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it.
Mhm.
Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles,
How about from the McCabe residence? Again, don't give me any addresses.
maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34th Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance video?
Filling station.
I'm sorry, video surveillance footage.
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you. In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
Or assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list, is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
It facilitates certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Ali McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, She was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
I
Correct.
think he needs a
Uh,
lawyer.
Richard
Yeah, I
D'Antano,
think he needs.
September
to
2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
Review
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
basic
Yes.
training.
And then Brian Lawfren, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Lawfren. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Lawfren? You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
Sorry, let me just go back
You're
real
aware that
fast. I want to
Or
get
that.
that down.
Trooper Proctor,
That was
29th, correct?
correct.
Why did you say that, Kate Lawfren? You testified under oath
Sorry.
on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then
Okay, sorry.
it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotta testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did in fact interview Michael Trotta, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotta told you that in fact Brian Lawfren was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Michael Trotta testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's his case.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Lawfren, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn?
Honor.
So the objection sustained, I'm going to strike.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Lawfren and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought it to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
As a lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel,
Here we
correct?
go. Here we
Yes.
go.
Or it could be someone who's interested.
This has been one of my questions the entire time. What does Karen gain from killing John? What's her motive? What does she get from John not being alive anymore? Karen has money. She essentially has like her freedom. She's in her 40s. She has money. She has a car. She has a house somewhere else where she's staying with John. She is comfortable. Like, what would she have gained from killing John? So I'm interested to hear what Trooper Proctor has to say.
And someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you, what
I
was your
didn't hear
answer?
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Mhm.
Is that right?
It's something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were going to make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called it, the girl was going to have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent? No. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the
Second
girl,
time of the day.
Ms. Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent. You just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
I mean,
Motive, means, and opportunity. We talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. So physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
no.
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson case, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Let's talk about Brian
You
Higgins
did not,
for a second.
Sir.
You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that
Fair. The attorney is fair.
he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
They brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were
Yeah, of
actually
course.
asked that question in a different proceeding,
It's fine, but wouldn't
Under
you like
different questioning.
raw metadata?
and you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Correct. Most
And your answer was-
civil. I'm
Your
sorry,
answer was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
You were aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Okay, that's okay. All right. We're moving through Brian Higgins' text messages that he had with Karen that I wanted to see what she was doing with her hand. That Brian Higgins printed off screenshots and brought to his interview with Trooper Proctor.
You're aware.
That, here you go. Here's all the information about
Thank you.
my
You're aware that
text chats
at 2:20 a.m.,
with Karen.
Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They were
about
friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he do it? Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out.
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude,
Sorry.
right?
It was so
He's a big guy.
exasperating.
Bigger than
He's
me,
huge.
right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
He's a tall
Yep.
guy. He's a big guy.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and he's a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Now.
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fight stances.
He wants.
But you waited until February
really
10th
wants people to be
to
like,
interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you
He was
decided
fighting.
not to
He was
image his
starring.
phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
No, sir.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what that. I don't know what the call was about.
Sorry, finish that.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phone, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
Correct.
He hated answering that, but you got to answer the question. You didn't know the
The
call.
medical examiner
You didn't take the phone.
notified you
Answer.
on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be
Defense
determined.
lawyers.
Is that right?
Yes.
Defense lawyers.
She would not rule,
you
at
know?
least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG, triple G as in golf.
I just got a big pen mark in my finger.
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
I just got.
What was your
just got a
response?
chill.
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right?
Who are you referring to?
Those are your two responses, right?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scorty Bello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
What? I am so confused by the
Have a
way
moment,
you
Your Honor.
speak,
Sure.
sir. I am so confused. Who are you calling a whack job? Is it, do you just hate women? Like, is it because it was a woman who did the autopsy? What's happening here? What's
The reason you
happening?
referred to
Gross.
Dr. Scorty
Either
Bello
way.
as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scortibello?
I don't recall.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate
It's
the same
a
exact
yes
way if
or
it's
no
ruled determined,
question.
undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
It's a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests
Why?
displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
Tell me why.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Thank you. A few. I don't need an
Wouldn't
exact
feel
number.
comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact
Cancel.
question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mhm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
I'm trying to run.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, and of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
It's like
After
like,
she reached that
okay, it's not
conclusion,
like,
you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you did?
Wow.
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
In your opinion, what about her?
Which
Might
is for
find out.
identification is due.
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel.
Triple H.
Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
So I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base?
Sure, it's
standard?
2632.
Take a little sip. Throat getting
Why
dry.
don't you come to sidebar for
I'm
a minute,
sorry.
please?
The face page is 2628. Maybe that helps.
Okay.
Got it? Within that,
Let's go ahead.
thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is. Yes.
Turn to page 2632 if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Oh.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
Mhm.
No, not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was busting your chops about.
A lot of these messages
We
to
wouldn't.
themselves, to the jury.
Never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Ultimately, did the doctor change her opinion?
Just one minute. A lot of these text messages are going to speak for themselves to the jury. And I know I just said that, but I have to continue saying my words or I'm going to explode. A lot of these are going to speak for themselves to the jury. The jury is not dumb. The jury is human beings with plenty of lived experience between them. They are going to be able to communicate with each other once they get into deliberation and come up with their own opinions, and decide like, okay, so we heard him, we hear him, his explanation, was he lying? Is he telling the truth? They're going to be able to decide the real undertones of these text messages. And there are so many text messages from Proctor right now that make him look just not even as a bad cop, just a bad dude. Just mean, nasty, opinionated, sarcastic. You are working a very serious job. And I'm not saying you can't have a sense of humor if you're in a very serious position, if you're a surgeon, if you're a doctor, if you're, all of those really like controlled, important jobs. I want you to have a sense of humor, but I want you to also to be professional. He can't keep his mouth shut. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. The amount of text messages that are inappropriate and regrettable are way too high. I would have accepted a handful. Sometimes you just make a dumb decision and you say something to someone and you shouldn't have, and you continue on like with the correction of it, and you don't keep running your mouth off. But he kept running his mouth off to everyone, talking about Karen's appearance and calling her a CUNT on day one is crazy. Crazy. Bad boys, cue the cops theme song. Oh my God. Oh my God. And this is a really great moment. This is the light being shined on not just Trooper Proctor and not just his team and not just like his direct colleagues and not just like his direct like supervisors. This is shining a light on bad cops everywhere. A lot of people are watching this trial, not here, but a lot of people are watching this trial. And a lot of people are seeing this activity and how it's being supported by everyone he messages. He's messaging people who are agreeing and laughing and encouraging to be more mean, to be more crude, to be like just awful people. And the community in which it exists, it just continues to grow. And this is the last type of person I want to have the role of protect and serve in my community. This is the last type of person.
No.
But
How
the
does
determination
that-
of the medical examiner, that didn't matter
How
to
does
you,
that
right? Because you had
transfer
already
over
decided you were going to charge
how
Ms. Reed with murder
handle
anyway.
the case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Did he do?
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the manner, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, sounds familiar for sure. For sure.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision,
Well, like,
notwithstanding what the medical examiner's
call it
decision was,
JP
correct? Your decision to charge.
Bing.
Is that right?
yes.
But just a notch.
On February
Just a
1st,
slight
2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
Correct.
Right?
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah.
In
No
other words,
comment.
Trooper Proctor,
Could've.
to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. You aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Said she had
Did you look
approval.
at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
No, I'm not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area,
Not that area, meaning,
no.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebrite report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
Oh my God.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Would that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jimmy Cave's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No,
Did you seize Brian Albert's phone?
no,
Colin Albert's?
No.
Chris Albert's?
no,
Julie Albert's?
no.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrite report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone. I do the cell phone extraction on it.
I want to ask you about another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we've talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, NOCAT, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes,
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
yes,
And you knew that one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes,
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes,
If you could turn to tab 13, please. Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be III.
All right, thank you.
It's in India.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him, and we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes,
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraf, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation. Right?
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mullaney and Seraph.
Turn to page 25, please. Let's move on. Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mullaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No.
Never crossed your mind?
Never.
Never crossed your mind.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording room?
Typically, don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago.
And
You said the reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to recordings.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it?
No.
What was your answer, right?
No.
What did you say?
That we didn't use it. You.
When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
No, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it to broadcast. It's been 10 minutes, been 4 minutes.
No.
You don't remember that?
Not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way. If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews. With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months,
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
once in a while.
Right. So what beyond professional, right?
Yeah, acquaintances.
Drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Yeah. Right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's,
Well, let's look at that. 5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes,
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you? Chipper Proctor, I'm not asking you to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall,
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. Are we still in tab 13?
All right, so what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of the, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So isn't it true that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes,
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't know.
I'm not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606. Starting with "It's bad." Tell me when you see that.
Okay, say it.
Now, may I publish?
Yes.
2606. Kevin Albert responded, "It's bad!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "I was hungover for sure today!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "Couple tonight to make me feel good." End quote. Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection? The two of you had been out drinking the night before. He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and couldn't even find his gun.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
And you're in your cruiser. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
I'm going to change gears. Trooper Proctor, you personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to. At the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you now?
Yes.
If you could take a look at that.
Mhm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That photograph of you, I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
If I can have this marked and removed.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 568.
568? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
You ready? May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
Do you see this? Do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes. First, the clothes on the ground.
I do, yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well.
Yes,
Okay, and those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants.
Yes,
And you see to the leftmost portion of the screen, a chair.
I do.
See what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio.
It is.
That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations.
Yes,
You keep your notes and things of that nature.
yes,
Pens, paper.
correct.
All right. Let me take that down. You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct.
You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Mechanic's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Mechanic's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes,
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the your facility
yes,
at the DA's office?
correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Mechanic and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes,
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence office. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that's generated.
Right, so as a case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As the case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control of?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material, from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created, and it generates the time and date that a label's created, and then it shows that it's at our office in a secure facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes,
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
the car received and seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. You
Yes.
call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Okay. Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD, to the Sallyport garage, before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fair, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't,
Who decides?
it was my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes,
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but two barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
yes,
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
yes,
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
yes,
I'm just told me wrong.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you were the lead case officer on this case. That means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes,
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300,
correct.
a ton of them, right?
Yes,
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
yes,
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill,
yes,
8 videos from the Temple Beth
yes,
facility, 5 videos from CF McCarthy's,
yes,
I heard
4
that.
dash cam
Yeah.
videos,
correct,
2 videos from Canton Town Library,
correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right? 2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle, is that right?
Yes,
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay, yes,
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
yes,
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Tell me more.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Okay.
There's surveillance video from
She
Canton
wants us
Police
to move along.
Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
Yes,
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's 2 different ones. There's the main driveway camera and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes, some,
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, which sort of
Mhm.
mainly
Okay.
black and grainy,
yes,
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
yes,
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No,
I can repeat it if you wish.
yeah, please.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle. Period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage? Right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering the question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sally Port. That was the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was your testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to are the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sally Port? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had that video surveillance, you had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sally Port camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sally Port, right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. That was the exterior Sally Port video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sally Port. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sally Port, right?
Careful.
The next question you were
can-
asked, why did you review
can
the video
swear.
of the Sally Port? Answer, we review every video we pull,
If it's
and we
an
pull a lot of
evidence.
video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you'd obtained and reviewed the Sally Port garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however,
Correct.
that if you had video at the Sally Port, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
On April 4th, 2024, it's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sally Port garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained. I'll see your sidebar if you want.
Okay.
Yeah. He wants to get this in. He wants to make it known to the jury that Proctor knew that the video that he turned over didn't even have the entrance of the vehicle into the Sally Port garage.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. You reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sally Port as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question because it's a little confusing.
Yes.
The
Slow
second
down, back
video from the interior of the Sally Port is inverted,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir. That
Did
was,
you make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that the video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
By whom?
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, like, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
2 weeks ago? Month ago?
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disk.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage
I
gate there.
felt that.
The back
Towards like the rear.
Felt that.
Yeah.
where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared when you walked down Southport, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
that- I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all, so.
Okay. And you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
Yes.
So anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
So the timestamp on the bottom was inversed? Was it reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was it was backwards.
No, it wasn't.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left. Okay. I
Was it blue?
believe it was yellow.
What did you watch, sir?
Just mobile one.
Yes.
He's like, what? Seven. Because
So
it was
the video
blue.
you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes. So I reviewed video yesterday.
Hold on. Pause. The evidence that the Commonwealth introduced, the timestamp was in blue and it read correct. The video itself, like the footage was inverted. So we all remember when we thought that there were two people getting out of the car because we were looking at the passenger side. And then the defense reviewed that footage and was like, see, it's mirrored. And then they inverted it to show what our brains could kind of comprehend as that's clearly now the driver's side and it's only one person getting out and it's the tow truck driver, et cetera, et cetera. But when they showed that, the timestamp was then inverted. So it was backwards. So we have to narrow down, did he see a mirrored version with did he see the mirrored version of the footage with the normal timestamp, or did he see the unmirrored version with the backwards timestamp? This is, if you're confused, so am I.
Today,
So
just
the
to
court reporter.
rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle. It wasn't reversed. The car was brought in. Tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Well,
Did he?
were you watching video?
I don't think he
that was
did.
produced
I
in this
think-
trial?
Yes.
So you're aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
I don't know.
Objection.
All right.
We need to get down to
Were you
the.
aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Just the other
Mr. Jackson,
day.
we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay, thank you.
All right, jurors.
The jury is probably
Why don't we
like, I
do
am
45 minutes?
All right.
starving.
You are muted.
I see a lot of pride in Karen's face right now with her defense team. She was showing a lot of pride and I don't want to say enjoyment, but like satisfaction with how Mr. Jackson is handling this cross-examination.
Mr. Jackson, how are we doing on time? I'm not rushing you. I just want an idea.
We're actually doing very well. I don't think I have more than perhaps 30, 20 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Mr. Lally, how about you?
20 minutes, half an hour.
All right. So we'll finish with this witness today?
100%.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay, we are going to finish with Trooper Proctor today. Very good. I am going to skedaddle through this break because we have to get to the next day also. So they just had lunch. So when I take a break from something, have lunch, I wanted to immediately take a nap, and then the energy kind of comes back after my body's like, okay, I digested and now I have a little bit of energy. So I don't know if they ate. Honestly, I'm gonna say they're probably just like shoved something in their mouth for like 5 minutes and just did a little chit chat and more sort of strategy and planning. So I don't. This is so interesting, and I think this is one of Mr. Jackson's, in my opinion, best cross examinations. He understands how important this is for his client.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Proctor, before we were discussing Sally Port video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of
In other words, the font color.
my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those Sally Port videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sally Port videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sally Port videos?
I believe it was the chief of police.
Okay, Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct, that's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the Ring video footage. You've already testified that there were several hundred Ring videos from One Meadows, from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes,
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's ring account in that cell phone, is that right?
correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his ring app on his cell phone, is that right?
Yes,
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone, is that right?
I don't think we had the password. We had his email account associated with the ring.
Which means
App.
something
So you-
or another, you could get access to the ring videos
Correct.
and watch those ring videos on his app on the phone.
Yes,
Which means you have full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper DeChico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes,
And he did that at your request.
correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes,
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
from memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
That's my recollection. I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At your
Yes.
direction, correct?
Yes,
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
Do you recall exactly, as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes,
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
At
okay, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Approach.
Yes.
Sure. Trooper Proctor, do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes,
You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
yes,
And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the ring video, he indicated taillights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
correct.
0041 is what? What's that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes,
Did
You were
Chico
before-
made no, did Chico make notes
On
that he
November-
said
I'm
the
sorry,
lights
I
were
believe
on
so,
the ring
November, it's
camera
actually
at
June
that
1,
time?
2022, memorializing the times that were of note to you in that ring footage, correct?
yes,
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
the majority of them, every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
Don't you want me out?
I don't know why he doesn't have it with him. He only made a couple reports. It's not like
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3.
I got a hair in my eye. Tragedy has struck. Tragedy. I hate this.
May I approach? Yes. Thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there's no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper Chico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from Ring Video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through Ring for months, as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
So at some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed. didn't it?
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Jackson, don't waive that again, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Don't waive what again?
The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 12:41 on January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
What was he waving around? I want to know.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I said before, we followed the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
Did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton,
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
I think it's clear she was
At
treated
some
differently.
point-
You called her. See you next Tuesday.
Your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop some sort of hatred for Ms. Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Again, we followed the facts and the evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have. It was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Ms. Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over today. Is that right? On February 4th, 2022?
I got emotional.
Might as well turn to tab 10.
Tab 10?
I got
It's
emotional.
either the
based
bait
off-
stamp or the,
This is triple F in Foxtrot. And
I
basically
got emotional
25,
based off
26.
evidence. I got emotional based off evidence. So you call her a no booty having see you next Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
You see an entry
Lock job?
from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, I didn't give my.
Yes.
Okay,
Request
you're my
permission to publish, Your Honor?
sister.
yes.
25, 26, Mr. Bates.
Uh-oh, that was a big huff.
On that date, February 4th, 2022, your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael, meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take that down.
All right. So his sister has a lot to play in this.
Yes.
I believe, in his emotion.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor. I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me.
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Whoa.
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Whoa.
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted her, the figure of
What?
speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
Look at her face.
No,
right?
no, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes,
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
there's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris Albert, loosely.
Yes,
Julie Albert, loosely.
yes,
Colin Albert, loosely.
yes,
Kevin Albert, loosely.
yes,
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You
Wow.
agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Your friends wrote this whole thing in their words, stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpreted that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your
My
figures of
emotions
speech
got the best of
included
me.
the following.
So I hoped that she unalived
She's a bitch.
herself.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes,
A whack job, correct?
yes,
A retard, right?
yes,
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
yes,
No ass, correct?
yes,
She's
Sum it up.
fucked, according to you, right?
yes,
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
correct,
A girl who shits herself, right?
correct,
And then fuck her, correct?
correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with
Yeah.
that?
I would say based off that language,
Yes. Yes, you did. That's all you did.
yes,
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner was going to catch any shit because Mr. Elba had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Oh,
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than
I
that.
understand. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
let me just pause. Let me just write. I just have to write some things down. I don't. Ooh. I know that he really wanted. His emotions got the best of him just there, and he landed that shame on you with such pride. Like he was like, "Shame on you, sir." Right? That was a very dramatized moment. He should not have done it. He should not have done it. Did you hear the exhaustion in the judge's voice? Did you hear? It's like, okay, you know what? Shame on you for doing that. I know that he wanted it, and I know that it felt good immediately doing it, but like the half a second after, you probably realized like I might have just flubbed by that. Why did he have to end that great questioning like that? Yeah. His emotions got the best of him for sure right there. I think it would have been so much more powerful if he didn't and just said, I have no more questions, or like making a statement where it's like, there's nothing left to be asked of you type of energy. Like something on that level, I think would have been really good. But I think, he made the choice. He did it. He stood and he apologized. But I think also the judge should have knew that something like that was going to happen. He had to. This was his moment. Big major moment. He had to do it. He did it. We're not thrilled with it, but he did it. What are you going to do? It's not the end of the world. Here we go. Redirect. Got a lot of work to do, Lolly.
Yeah,
You said it was going to be
Good
about 30,
afternoon, sir.
40 minutes. Nice suit, though. Nice suit.
When you had started with cross-examination the other day, you were asking questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
No, hated. Not just like
Well,
hated.
basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me. And he had no basis or no facts of these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office, as well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, it informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there. And instead of saying, okay, and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She called me to see if she was being served.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
Whoa. What the fuck is going on? I am so sorry for just hardballing them, but what the absolute hell is going on right now? I am sorry if anyone's wondering. I'm sorry, but what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Part one. I don't have any complaints against me. Why would you? If all of your coworkers and supervisors support your actions, any complaints are just going to get thrown to the trash, right? Part two, Mr. I, allegedly, according to Mr. Proctor, was at his daughter's school, which Courtney also works at, I guess, to serve him, maybe? What? They're approaching. Look at Karen's face. She's like, you're... Talk about inappropriate. Oh, and the jury is leaving. And Karen's face. I am dead. She kills me with that. She kills me. All right, we're just skedaddling, but we're going to keep an eye on everything, but we're skedaddling. Oh my gosh. Oh, a note from Karen's father to the defense team. Oh no, it was like a Tic Tac or something. Oh my God. We love sharing snacks. This is crazy. I knew it was going to get heated. Look, everyone, all of the reporters are like, oh my God. Like, he's probably watching the feed like, why are you looking at me? Get the camera off of me. Like everyone's furiously typing and texting. Everyone's watching like comments and stuff, I'm sure. Furiously texting. This is intense. All right. Okay. All right, they had a talk. I'm sorry, I'm like too stunned to speak. They had a talk. They are resetting. They are reviving. They are re-preparing. They are waiting for the jury, I'm sure, to re-enter. The girlies are chatting. The girlies are chatting. I love it. I love this right here. Oh my gosh, I'm not even I love this. Right here. All these three. This guy, he's pretty chill too. But all this three, iconic. Iconic trio. Iconic trio.
Unmuted.
All right, the jury is coming back in. And they're bringing their witness as well. I'm sure. We'll follow right after the jury.
Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregarded. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record. And Trooper, I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Trooper Roger, let me try that again. As far as you were asked about text messages that occurred in August of 2022 in which you indicated that you did not like Mr. Gannett, correct?
Correct.
And so at the time of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was that?
In August of 2022. Why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of being conflicted and corrupt spouted in an open court, which there's zero evidence of. Like I said, I stand by the integrity of this investigation, as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Were there also motions filed by Mr. Gannett or by counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Have you at any point in time ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
Objection. Form? PD.
In that form, it's stricken. Not allowed to ask that later, Mr. Lally.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers involved?
From the start of this investigation with an open mind. Like I said earlier, we didn't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th, 2022,
Yes.
was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Ms. Reed had anything to do with Ms. O'Keefe's death?
All the information gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in a prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You got it.
So, sir, I'm giving you 01562, 63, and 64. That's the read those and look up.
That hit me. I got hit.
Yeah, Mr. Lally?
1562, 63, and 64.
Skedaddle, he's just going over stuff.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
What a wild day.
Now,
It has
Super,
been
after
so
reviewing,
interesting so
those
far.
3 pages, there now more context to what you were just asked about on one specific page of that testimony?
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had told, what you had informed other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both McCabe's in the office, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions by Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There's just no evidence that Mr. L was involved anyway. Like I said before, from witness interviews, the statements Ms. Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found underneath the snow that were dug out by the SIR team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed. Her statements to us, Sergeant Mechanic and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight and the fact that leaving Brockton, instead of going to Dighton, she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dighton, which I found odd.
Now, if at any point in time over the course of your investigation you had evidence which led you to believe that Mr. Albert was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection. Ask it differently.
With regard to, again, you testified beyond January 29th. At any point in your investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
And if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to that, what would you have done?
Objection. I will allow it.
Not only myself, but members of my office would have pursued that,
Wally
Regardless
is
of his
talking
position,
fast
correct?
today.
regardless of what he does for a profession.
You know what I mean, approach?
Yes.
Why, I don't know. He's energized to get his witness back in the good graces of the good graces of the jury, I'm sure, but I don't think there's enough time in the world to make even just the women on that jury comfortable with this man.
You,
Sorry.
document I showed you the other day. Do you recognize that?
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
And sir, if I could direct your attention within there to page 2535.
But that's just my opinion. I don't know.
Yes, sir.
You were asking questions about text on that page, but also there's a text on that page that begins with, they arrived at house together, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29, 2022 at 11 p.m.
And what is the content, or what did you send to that group? That text message.
The message reads, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument, she was driving and left.
So that's also information that you had late in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Inform that system.
With respect to that information you conveyed in that text message, when did you learn it?
During the course of the day on the 29th.
Mayor Botron?
Yes.
Mr. Retreat? Now, you were asking questions about people that you spoke to on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And that included Ryan Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Kerry Roberts, is that correct?
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Dunn interviewed Ms. Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes.
But you specifically, yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text communications that were contained within that chat with your friends, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something about charging decisions. Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially fact finders.
So as far as what Ms. Reed was charged with or when she was charged with it, that's not something that's within your purview, correct?
No, not at all.
So facts are the goal.
Now, specifically, you were asking questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper Chico in regard to the medical exam, correct?
Correct.
And those occurred in April of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant, Ms. Reed, charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No,
That wasn't until June of 2022, correct?
it's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And
This is just time for Mr. Lally from the Commonwealth to allow Proctor to explain away his answers and any like bad light that the defense put him in. This is all it is. It's all just okay. Do you want to explain that basically?
you're aware that there was a grand jury in this case, correct?
Objection. Call the trial.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that?
And are you aware of certain witnesses that testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Sporty Bello testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
And so, false reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Sporty Bello had testified before that grand jury, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, the Albert family that you were familiar with some members of, that's not an entity, correct?
No.
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch your phones tonight.
Yeah.
How many members of the Albert family did you know when you started this investigation in January, or when you received this call on January 29th, 2022?
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
Now, you were asking questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home.
Can I just say that wasn't his answer when the defense asked him? Or the first time it was asked. I don't know if it was asked by the defense the first time. His answer, personally, I think the damage is done. Same. The first time he was asked what members of the Albert family do you know, he said the three, not Kevin, I believe. I might be wrong, but that's what I believe. I remember.
Home on February 10th, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that date, have you ever been to that home prior to February 10th?
I'd not been to that, this kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert, when was the last time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
I believe I'd reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister when I was going on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was February 2022. correct?
yeah,
So what my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert, if you know?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Now, with regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes.
Was there any response from you?
No.
Did you have any further communication with Julie Albert after that interview on January 29th, 2022, related to this investigation?
I recall the serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
And was that something that was solely done with Julie Albert or other witnesses or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury, it's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they obviously have questions about the process.
Now, as far as babysitting for your children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
No.
And as far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, is that something that you would ask for or something that your sister had suggested?
Yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Now, you were asked some questions about text messages with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term, well, let me ask you this first. With regard to from January 29th throughout at least January, February of 2022, this was this case became something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what
We
you
had
spoke to your sister
questions.
about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean by that?
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media, stuff that was being discussed on those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that you had with regard to your sister, how would you describe or how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her at that?
Just general information, nothing specific about the case.
You were also asked about a specific text from your sister on January 30th. It started out with, I believe,
I
it was
even
Jesus Christ.
have
Is
the
that correct?
conversations in the
Yes.
first place.
And that was in reference to the body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on Brian.
If this case, the case you are working is becoming more and more high profile as the days go on, more people have questions, more people are talking about it, more people are doing their own digging, more people are looking into this. Why not keep a tighter mouth? Why not keep your lips even tighter shut about it to make sure your case is solid? Do everything by the book. Do it by the book twice.
Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And so she's asking you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes.
So fair to reason that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
Correct.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustained is to inform. Watch how you ask these
And
questions, Mr. Riley, is your witness.
Stop.
Yes, sir. With regard
leading-
to that information, as far as who the homeowner was, what, if anything, had you shared with Sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text from her, indicating her knowledge?
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything with in regards to the homeowner.
Now, in regard to any issues of a gift or request for a gift, how would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that a jest? How would you characterize that?
I didn't take.
I'll allow it.
He doesn't know how.
I didn't take that offer seriously.
He's a talker.
And as I had mentioned I believe on Monday that I didn't ask for a gift. I never received one. I kind of said, get my wife a gift. She had been home about 10 straight nights with the boys. We had another homicide a week before. So that was my response. Get Elizabeth one. And she never received one.
Yeah, it wasn't your sister's
Now, you were
response.
asking questions
Is dinner
about,
going to be on the
Colin,
table
correct?
when you get
Correct.
home?
And as far as what, if any, information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34 Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
My understanding, Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin, his birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride had arrived out front and left at sometime around 12:10 a.m.
And who was
Was that
his
information
ride?
that you had prior to your interview with Colin Albert?
Miss Allie McCabe.
We knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
And at any point in time in your investigation, what, if any, evidence did you ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app, Colin Albert is leaving around like 12:10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 12:20 a.m. So they did not cross paths.
Now, Mr. Jackson was
At the
asking about some
house.
people as far as interviews or later in
Allegedly.
October or so of 2022 or beyond. You were given 5 names as far as Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano.
I know I keep pausing and I know we want to get through this, but I'm just saying the Waze app is reliable, but the Apple Health data isn't, and it is inadmissible in court. I'm just saying the Apple Health stuff was not allowed in court, but we can allow the Waze app because that was what.
Ms. Alba, and Ms. Levinson, and Colin
I
Albert, correct?
just
Yes.
want to know
And then you
what
were asked
actually happened.
about 3 people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only 1 person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
That math match up as far as 5 people, 3 given, and only 1 person not interviewed?
No.
Now, with reference to Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba, your knowledge, have they been interviewed at any point in time?
No.
Or why not?
They weren't present for when the adults had arrived back from the waterfall.
So they had left 34 Fairview like Colin Albert prior to the waterfall people coming in. Objection.
Sustained is that hold.
What, if any, information did you have with regards to
Leading.
the whereabouts of Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Colin Albert in relation to 34 Fairview and the arrival of people from the waterfall?
They had left the residence.
So with respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed and not Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba?
Colin was falsely accused of,
Objection.
Ooh.
Can you answer that same question Mr. Riley asked you differently?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Answer.
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
Objection.
I'm going to allow
That had no evidence to back that up, that he was involved whatsoever. My office and myself felt the need to interview Colin, sit him down and get his story, his facts of that evening. So that's why we interviewed him at that date and time later on.
And when you say we, do you recall who was present with you when you interviewed Colin Albert?
Trooper Zachary Clark.
Are you aware of Sergeant Mechanic getting screenshots from both Colin Albert and from Miss Sally McCabe in relation to text communications they had about picking up Colin Albert from 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Which were also just screenshots.
You were asking questions about Miss McCabe's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any material on that phone, are you an expert when it comes to cell phone extractions and what different material may mean within cell-right extraction?
No, that's left to Trooper Garino in our office.
Are you aware of reports regarding those searches from Trooper Nicholas Garino and Ms. Jessica Hyde and Mr. Ian Whip?
I am aware of those, yes.
And those are people who are experts, those are people who have special knowledge or specialized knowledge as it relates to cell-right technology that you do know, correct?
Objection.
One of the questions sustained.
What, if any, knowledge are you aware of?
Because of the
Trooper Nicholas
leading.
Garino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to cell-right or cell phone technology that you do not have?
Objection.
Allowing it in the building.
So, maybe question.
Sure.
You are
Okay, so Mr. Lally is leading a lot, and there have not been a lot of objections for Lally leading, which is asking, like, is that right? Like, so and so did this, correct? Style questions. There haven't been a lot, because I think they were purposefully kind of saving up their energy for objections. There of course have been objections from the defense, but I think they were saving up a lot of their kind of energy and time for objections for Mr. Lally for right now, for the most important of the witnesses in what I assume to be their opinion. So let's skedaddle through.
Procedure.
Yes.
Let me rephrase that just a little. As far as
Yeah.
you're aware that Trooper Nicholas Garino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Ms. Ian Whiffen have all looked at Ms. McCabe's cell-right and extraction information, correct?
Yes.
And their knowledge, their specialized knowledge in regard to those areas exceeds your own, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your conversations with Kevin Allen, how would you characterize those in relation to this investigation?
They had nothing to do with this investigation. Like I said, we were working a cold case together. We also work on other cases together that, unattended deaths that I'll respond to, a potential suicide or an overdose in the town of Canton that I'll respond to. But the topic of our conversations were in regards to the cold case or unresolved case that we're working together.
May I approach?
Yes.
For the day. You recognize that?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Text communication with Kevin Albert.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to debate stamp pages of 2600 and 2601.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regards to activities on that particular date, you had indicated that you had conversations with Kevin Albert about working a cold case from the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically on that date, where did the two of you go?
I recall going down to the Cape to at least interview at least one person of interest.
And that was down in the town of Sandwich, to be specific, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Kevin Albert leaving his badge in your car, recall that?
I do.
If I could direct your attention to page 2602.
Embarrassing.
And what, if any, text communication is contained on that page as far as you asking Kevin Albert any questions about his dress?
After I informed Kevin Albert, I had located his badge. Follow up, what's your address? I will drop it off after the gym.
So you're asking his address because you don't know his address, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Why are you asking for his address?
I've never been to his house and I don't know where he lives.
You're so close with him that you don't know where his house is, correct?
Sustained.
Objection. Mr.
That's just what you know.
Lally.
Yes.
Getting comfortable. Getting comfortable. Getting comfortable.
So you were asking questions about ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes.
To be clear, did you delete any ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's account, either on his Apple phone or from the materials that you received pursuant to the search?
Absolutely not.
Now, when you saw that there were ring videos missing from times that you expected videos to be, specifically what I'm asking about is Ms. Reed or the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, and the defendant's departure from One Meadows to Fairview Road later on that morning. What did you do?
I reached out to Ring several different times. They informed me if the video is deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's essentially kind of gone forever.
And with respect
I don't
to
believe
that timeframe, what, if any, other additional steps did you take to try to retrieve that video? Was there a second search warrant, sir?
Yes.
You were
feel
looking
like
for
there-
additional information
there would
from
be
that
some
same
sort of
video, correct?
Digital
What, if
footprint.
anything, were you looking for in that second search?
Additional video.
You were asking questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
As far as that 0041 note, do you know what that means?
That just tells me it's a time.
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
That's something Trooper Chico could answer for.
Let me have this moment. Your Honor.
Yes.
So you were asking questions about Sallyport video at Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
You arrived at the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6, video number, I believe, 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage where you testified on Monday, you observed some damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of some other ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house showing the defendant, Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, arriving at his house, in which you can see damage to the right passenger taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of a cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Station, Police Department, specifically Lieutenant Ray, going to One Meadows Ave at 8:22 in the morning on the 29th, in which you can also observe damage to the taillight?
Objection.
Sustained is to inform.
As far as 8:22 in the morning, what, if any, video from One Meadows Avenue are you aware of depicting the defendant's taillight?
Canton Police Department went to conduct a well-being check, and on the dash cruiser camera, you can see the back of Miss Reed's vehicle and the right taillight to be broken and missing pieces.
And as far as your time at the home indicting the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was towed from that location on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, video are you aware of from that driveway, which depicts the right rear passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle?
Yeah, as the vehicle's being put on the tow truck, you can make out that there's some pieces missing.
We didn't
Now-
see,
So if I
we,
can turn you back to
I don't think we saw clear enough video of that.
those text messages with your friends, January 29th, 2022. With that time in mind, at that point in time, well, let me ask before, as far as all those other videos that we talked to, all of those videos precede your time in the Sallyport garage at 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to,
Okay.
you mentioned in your testimony the other day, earlier, that at some point in time later in the day or early in that evening, you had met for a debriefing with yourself and the other troopers involved in the investigation on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say the information that had been collected by yourself and the other troopers on January 29th, you had that in mind, or you were aware of that when you were involved in these text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
And so were you, at that time that you're texting with your friends, you had seen the defendant's vehicle,
Correct. Yes.
and you had seen the damage to the taillight, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had conducted a search around 34 Fairview and recovered Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker and a taillight?
Objection.
Sustained is to inform.
What, if anything, were you aware of in regards to Lieutenant Tully doing with the CERT team at 34 Fairview earlier that day?
Detective Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team conducted a search, discovered several pieces of broken taillight pieces, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's missing shoe.
And the shoe that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had retrieved, what, if anything, did you observe in relation to that and the shoe that you and Sergeant Mechanic had retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yeah, they were matched. They were both black Nike sneakers with the white logo.
Now, you had talked to first responders, correct?
Yes,
That included firefighter Flamati,
correct.
and that included Sergeant Good.
Yes,
You had done interviews with regard to Brian Albert, correct?
yes,
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
correct.
Matthew McCabe, correct?
Yes,
The defendant
yes,
and other troopers from your unit had also interviewed Kerry Roberts, correct?
yes,
Are you aware of statements that were attributed by Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe to the defendant as far as what she told them earlier that morning?
yes,
And you're aware of statements that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts had made to the troopers in regards to what they had observed that?
yes,
Now, were you aware that both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicated in interviews on January 29th that when they had got to 34 Fairview Road, they could not see Mr. O'Keefe's body? However, the defendant sort of bolted out of the backseat of the vehicle directly over to Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Objection.
You can ask that differently, Mr. Valley.
With respect to the statements from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts in regard to their arrival at 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. in the morning, what, if anything, stood out to you or were you aware of in relation to those statements?
yeah. From those statements, as Miss Roberts was driving down Fairview, Miss McCabe was in the passenger seat, Miss Reed was in the back. Obviously, whiteout conditions as they're coming down like that slight hill, getting just before the left side of the property. Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts indicated that. Miss Reed said, "There he is. I see him." And Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts didn't know what Miss Reed was talking about. They stopped the car. Miss Reed ran directly over to John O'Keefe's body. And even when Miss Reed had exited the vehicle, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts still didn't know what was going on and what she was running to.
Now, were you aware from your conversation with firefighter Flamati that the defendant had stated, I hit him in the presence of firefighter Flamati earlier that morning?
Yes,
And were you also aware of statements the defendant made to other first responders about her getting into an argument with Mr. O'Keefe as she was dropping him off at 34 Fairview, indicating last time she saw him?
later on in subsequent interviews.
It's not funny, Raylene, but it's so ridiculous. Like,
So at the time
yeah,
that you're sending these
Sorry,
communications within this group chat in the later part of the evening, on January 29th, 2022, what is it that you
You
did
were just
know
a baby.
in relation to your investigation with
Not like a
regards to
toddler.
Ms. Reed, the defendant, and or anyone else?
All right. So we knew the last person seen with Mr. O'Keefe alive was Miss Reed. We knew they were traveling to Fairview Road. Witnesses stated they saw a SUV out front of the house. It went from one side to the other. Miss McCabe was texting John, parked behind me, things of that nature.
funny because
John never went into the house. And then the following morning,
you survived.
Miss Reed, Miss
And then on
Roberts,
the
and Miss
other
McCabe
side.
located Mr. O'Keefe in the front lawn. I observed those injuries at the hospital. The one sneaker. Later on in the day, the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Tully, found broken taillight pieces that matched Miss Reed's taillight, as well as the missing sneaker that matched Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Some inconsistent statements that Miss Reed had provided to Sergeant Mechanic and I. Yeah.
So at the time that you made those comments, disparaging comments in regard to Ms. Reed in the context of those communications with your friends, as inexcusable, as unprofessional as those comments are, the information you had was that Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with a vehicle.
Yeah, you've got to watch the form, Mr. Allen, this is true.
At the time that you made those inexcusable and unprofessional comments, what did you believe the defendant had done to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe, based on all the physical evidence and facts, Mr. O'Keefe got out of that vehicle holding that cocktail glass he walked out of the waterfall bar with. Miss Reed pulled ahead and then backed into him, struck him with her vehicle, and then left.
They came back 5.5 hours later, correct?
Correct.
And the vehicle only made contact with his face and also back of the head?
So you think that
Recrawl.
your assessment, personal assessment, that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car, gave you license to call her a cunt,
Objection.
right?
Based on the evidence, sir, then my motions got the best of me. So It was in poor taste. Yes, it was it was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my emotions that got the best of me.
And you called her a whack job. Gave you license to call her that too.
Yes,
Gave you license to say to your friends, oh, no. She's fucked, right?
that's what I wrote.
Lawyers love
Say she's
cursing
a
in
retard.
court.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Objection.
Oh my God.
Did you have an agenda?
Right.
Objection.
Same question.
That was a good one the first time. So the fact that you believe personally, that your narrative was she hit him with a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot, right?
Objection.
You indicated on cross-examination that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Ms. Reed's right rear taillight, correct?
Yes,
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
after.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah. So he obviously knew where you lived.
Yes,
And then you said, there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
correct.
Karen's face.
Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Right?
I am one part of a greater group of detectives
Beautiful.
that gathers evidence. I'm just one part of that unit.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
Objection.
You're the case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else?
Question, not, don't make statements, ask questions.
All right, Trooper, you are all set.
thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you, jurors.
we are done with this witness.
Next witness, Mr. Riley.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow.
I'll call Lieutenant Brian Tully to the stand.
Okay, Brian Tully. Mr. Proctor's supervisor.
So I'm just gonna like step up.
He is going to have some physical evidence.
Mr. Officer, the evidence given to the court during the case now here's from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Preach. Preach.
All right, Mr. Riley, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name, sir?
Brian Tully, Tully,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the state police?
18 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Mass State Police?
The rank I hold is Detective Lieutenant, and my current role is the unit commander for the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
And now, how long have you been, let me ask you first, as far as, how long have you been lieutenant of the state?
I was a first lieutenant in 2021, and then I attained the rank of Detective Lieutenant later in 2021.
And with reference to your current unit, how long have you been a member of that?
I've been with the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit for 12 years.
And prior to and throughout the course of your work within the detective unit, the Norfolk DA's Office of the State Police, what, if any, specialized training have you received and or given in regard to investigations and how to conduct them?
For the first 10 years as the rank of trooper and sergeant, I was on the homicide section of the unit. When first entering the unit, I received instruction on how to conduct homicide and death investigations. In addition to that, I attended over 200 hours of specialized training in the use of cell phones and cell phone technology in the furtherance of criminal investigations. Further on, I have now been an instructor about cell phones and cell phone technology and criminal investigations. I've taught death investigation classes around the Commonwealth, and
This is going to be interesting. I have to run out and do a little thing, so I'll be right back. But I am listening, and I play it loud whenever I'm walking around people. Okay, I'll be
as
right back.
well as search and seizure law in Massachusetts.
Now, if I could ask you just with respect to your units, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the role and what does your unit do with respect to death investigations within Norfolk County?
So each district attorney's office has a state police detective unit assigned to it. So Mass General Law, Section 38, Section 4 says that the district attorney is in charge of all death investigations. So if someone passes away, essentially not in the presence of a doctor or the circumstances that led to their death was outside the presence of medical care, the district attorney is in charge of the investigation or their representative. And so each DA has a state police detective unit assigned to them to act as their representative. In certain jurisdictions like Boston, Worcester, and Springfield, the DAs in those counties have said that those local departments can be their representatives, but throughout the Commonwealth, the state police is the DA's representative in those death investigations.
Now, as far as assignments go, or as far as how is it that, well, as far as how an investigation is run, how is it that a call comes in? If you could take the jury through sort of from the time the call comes in, how that investigation is.
I'll talk in a typical state. Oftentimes someone passes away, again, not in the presence of a doctor, gets found by somebody, a loved one, a friend, a passerby. They call 911, which gets routed to the local police who respond and come to learn that someone has passed away in the circumstance. That police department will then call the troop headquarters on the state police. The state police is cut up in different troops by geographic location. Each troop duty lieutenant would have a list of who the on-call person is for the state police detective unit of jurisdiction. They would then call that trooper or sergeant directly to inform them that there's a death in a certain community and give them a telephone number to contact somebody who's directly on scene to get more information.
Now, as far as your role as sort of the supervisor or lieutenant in charge of the unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what your role is in regard to those investigations?
So within the detective unit, we have the homicide section, a narcotics section does narcotics investigations, and a special investigation section. So specific to the homicide section, there are certain levels of supervision. We have a sergeant assigned to the homicide section. I have an executive officer who's a lieutenant, and then me. So multiple levels of supervision specific to any of the sections, including the homicide section.
Now, turning your attention to January 29th, 2022, at some point did you become aware in the morning with regard to a death within the town of Canton?
Yes.
And what, if any, when did you become aware and how did you become aware initially of what had transpired?
Shortly after 7 a.m. that date, I received a call from Sergeant Yuri Buchanan informing me that a person by the name of John O'Keefe was found unresponsive in Canton. He was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where it was expected he was not to survive. Normally, I would not get a call like that, but we learned that Mr. O'Keefe was an active Boston police officer. Sergeant Buchanan wanted to make me aware of it at that point.
And so then what happened from there as far as your unit's involved?
So as we learned more information about what was found on scene by the Canton Police Department, Trooper Proctor, who was the on-call the on-call trooper that day on the schedule, and Sergeant Buchanan responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation. And they would keep me updated as they learned more information.
Now, as far as your unit is concerned, what, if any, role does your unit have, or what, if any, jurisdiction does your unit have with relation to any kind of death, whether it be homicide, suicide, unattended death, within the confines of Norfolk County?
We have exclusive jurisdiction by law, but the law also suggests that we need to work with the local police departments as well.
And so how is it that typically in a typical investigation that your unit would work in conjunction with the local police departments in relation to a death investigation?
Their detective unit would be involved if they have one, and some departments in Norfolk County don't. They would stand by to wait for our arrival. There'd be constant communication between the responding trooper and the detective on scene about things that need to be done prior to our arrival, but essentially wait for our guidance on what to do next.
And as far as certain investigations go, are there decisions sometimes that are made with regard to your involvement or maybe your unit not being involved in a death investigation?
Yes.
And how are those determinations made and who makes those determinations?
It falls to either the person who's on call or their supervisor. We don't respond to all of those calls. So a police officer may call and say that a woman in her 80s has passed away in bed overnight. Her primary care doctor has said that she's struggled with cancer or treatment, and that doctor is willing to sign a death certificate. In those circumstances, it's not suspicious. It's not a suicide or a fatal opiate overdose. We would not respond in that case. That would be one that we would decline. In other circumstances, we may get the call and then learn that the person's going to survive. And so we will not respond. We typically will mirror what the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. If they're involved, then we'll definitely be involved.
Now, turning to that point, as far as the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is concerned, in any sort of death investigation that your unit is involved in, what, if any, involvement or communication do troopers from your unit or yourself have with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
We have constant communication. The law that I cited also says that the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner has exclusive jurisdiction as well to determine the cause and manner of death. So we work closely hand in hand to figure out the circumstances that led to the death.
As far as working close hand in hand with the medical examiner's office, what does that sort of typically entail?
takes a turn of phone calls. We'll call in and speak to the intake person or the on-call doctor to tell them what we've learned or what we're observing. We forward reports in every case to the doctors, so they understanding at least what we learned in the first 24 hours. Doctors will often reach back out to us asking for scene photographs, more reports, ask questions. And in instances where it's a suspicious death, we will send an investigator to the autopsy to stand with the doctor to make observations and answer any questions for the doctor.
Now, as far as the determinations that are ultimately come to by the medical examiner, Lieutenant, as far as any determinations that are made with reference to either cause or manner in any instance with the medical examiner, what, if any, role do you or anyone from your unit have with regard to that decision by the medical examiner?
We have little to no role outside of providing information.
And as far as the determination specifically, whether it's manner or cause, what if any impact does that have with regard to any death investigation that you do?
Well, the cause will give us a big incident. So we want to know if the person died of a heart attack or if they died of a gunshot wound. That's big when it comes to then making charging decisions about circumstances. So it's important to learn the cause, and to get the doctor's input on the manner is also helpful.
But as far as the manner, if the manner is found to be undetermined, would that impact what you learned from the rest of the course of your investigation as far as charging goes?
No, that determination by the OCME is often in the early stages of investigation. And as we learn more information, the circumstances can change.
And the determination that is made by the medical examiner, that's strictly from a medical perspective, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regards to January 29th, 2022, when this call that is initially received, Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic then essentially respond to the Canton Police Department first, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as your role as it pertains to this or any other investigation, how much involvement do you have, or how are you sort of apprised of what's going on?
Sergeant Mechanic, in this case, and in typical cases, he's keeping me updated by telephone, so I can supervise from anywhere with my cell phone. He's giving me updates about what he's learning. We'll discuss what the next step should be. And that's what transpired over the morning of January 29th.
Now, over the course of the morning of January 29th, what, if any, conversations did you have with relation to Canton Police Department's involvement or ongoing or further involvement with regard to this investigation?
I had spoken with the acting chief at the time, the current chief, the chief at the time, Kenneth Berkowitz, about the involvement in the Canton Police Department. We talked about the homeowner at 34 Fairview and his relationship to his department. And because of the appearance of a conflict, we had made a decision that the Canton Police was going to take a step back from the investigation and that state police would do the investigation without them.
Now, as far as that appearance of a conflict or step back, as you termed it, what was your understanding at that time as far as what the role of Canton Police would be?
Really to provide support. So anytime we're in a local community, we need the support of the local police. If we're going to start knocking on doors, we want to make sure they're aware or present. They have resources in town, whether it be lights or barriers that we may need to access. So I would define it as a support role.
Now, with respect to those conversations you mentioned that you had yourself and with the then current chief, Kenneth Berkowitz, who, if anyone else, was involved in those conversations?
The district attorney.
That would be Mr. Morrissey, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that abnormal for him to be involved in conversations in regard to the police department and any sort of appearance of conflict?
No, it's not abnormal for him to be involved.
And as far as his involvement in his conversations, as far as you're aware, did they evolve or were they any greater or less than the conversations that you had with Chief Berkowitz?
No, they were the same conversations.
Let me ask you this, Lieutenant. At some point over the course of this case or at some point over the course of this investigation, did you become aware of certain text messages on Trooper Proctor's personal phone?
Yes.
And upon your being made aware of those text communications, what, if anything, did you as a supervisor, what, if anything, did you do?
I had a long discussion with him about the content and nature of them. I expressed my displeasure as unprofessionalism and the content of them. And then I reported up my chain of command.
Was he admonished in any way?
He was by me at that conversation. Yes.
Now, sir, again, just sort of in general terms, you're familiar with this investigation as you're supervising the unit that was investigating it, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it typical practice in conducting homicide or death investigations as far as civilian witnesses are concerned to seize their personal cell phone?
It's not uncut. It happens. Yes.
And is that a practice that occurs with respect to every single witness in every single case?
No.
And so what are sort of the parameters, or what would be some of the reasons that certain civilian witnesses' cell phones would be seized versus others?
Well, you use the word seize. So when I think of the word seize, I'm thinking in the legal context where I think there's the probable cause to believe, more likely than not, there's evidence of the crime I'm investigating held within the data of that phone. Sometimes if we believe there's information on the phone, we may ask for consent for that one specific thing or for that one specific reason. But outside of that, unless I have that belief there's data on a phone, I won't ask for consent or seize a phone and pursue a search warrant.
Now, are you aware of certain cell phones that were either seized or granted access via consent in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
And the defendant's phone was taken into custody on January 29th as well.
Yes.
Now, as far as civilians, there were two civilian witnesses whose phones were given via consent and then extracted, that being Jennifer McCabe and Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And so why was it that Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phone was taken versus some other witness in the case?
Well, they had information relative to the actions of Ms. Reed and the communications with specifically those two individuals on the morning of the 29th. So we wanted to memorialize them and save them.
Now, sir, with respect to your involvement on January 29th, where and when did you sort of leave and become involved in the investigation beyond sort of the supervisor?
Shortly after noontime, we had learned more information that necessitated a broader search. So I had reached out to Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara with the State Police CERT team to assist with processing of a scene. And so since we were going to be processing a scene, it was prudent for me to leave my house, dig out, and drive to Canton.
And sir, with respect to, you mentioned dig out from your house. What were the conditions like around the time that you were leaving?
There's probably 8 to 10 inches at the house. So I had to dig out my driveway and the large snowbank at the end of the driveway that's caused by the plow in order to get a vehicle out and head to Canton.
And where is it first that you were heading to?
I first went to the Canton Police Department to talk to Chief Berkowitz and wait for the arrival of the CERT team, and then to 34 Fairview.
And as far as the
I only went to
CERT team was
34.
concerned, if you can, explain to the jury sort of the process from your perspective, as far as activating the CERT team, what it is that they do and why you had this lesson.
We work with Lieutenant O'Hara frequently. I called him on a cell phone, and the CERT team is out of a different chain of command. So the State Police is a very paramilitary organization with specific chains of commands with different structures. So I reached out to him and asked for his assistance with this investigation. He had to get further approval of his chain of command, mostly for overtime and to pay the troopers to come out. That would be the way that I would make a formal request to the CERT team.
And so the initial phone call that you make to Lieutenant O'Hara, you don't have the power or the authority to sort of direct him to dispatch his team and go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as that initial phone call that you make to Lieutenant O'Hara, do you know about what time of the day that was?
It was about 2 in the afternoon.
And what was the purpose of sort of that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara?
To give him a heads up, because it needs to be a conversation up my chain of command. So above me, there's a detective captain and a major. My major needs to really talk to his major to make the formal request. But I wanted Lieutenant O'Hara to be aware of the request was coming so that he could at least start polling his people to see who was available to respond to Canton.
And with respect to the weather, if you could, just in general terms, describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the weather conditions on that day.
It was snowing.
I observed blizzard-like conditions. It was snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
John April?
Yes.
I'm showing you a series of documents as that you put those up and finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are certified records from the U.S. Department of Commerce out of Asheville, North Carolina, for weather reports from Norwood Memorial Airport, Massachusetts, for the dates of January 2022 and February 2022.
So for the entirety of the month of January 2022 as well as February 2022, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Norwood Municipal Airport and where it is in relation to the town of Canton?
Yes.
Where?
It's the next town over.
And as far as, are you familiar with Neponset Street in Norwood?
I am.
And does Neponset Street also carry into the town of Canton as well?
Yes.
And with regard to 34 Fairview Road, about how far away is 34 Fairview from Neponset Street?
From the Ponza Street, it's a mile, 2 miles.
So relatively same geographic area as far as the Norwood Municipal Airport and 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah, I would say as the crow flies from 34 Fairview to Norwood Municipal Airport, that's probably 3 miles.
And sir, with regard to the records for you, from your memory of those dates and those times in January and February 2022, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the weather was like, temperature-wise as well as precipitation?
Yes.
What are we doing here?
That question.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce in minutes.
Now you want to say anything?
What are we doing? What are we doing here with the weather? We get it, Mr. Lally. We get the weather. We get it. Why are we so stuck on the weather?
And so, Lieutenant, at some point you respond to 34th Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived there?
5:30 p.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone else from the state police, preceded your arrival?
There was at least 2 members of the CERT team present, including Lieutenant O'Hara.
And if you recall, where were they located in relation to the residence?
They were directly in front of the residence.
Now, as far as their search was concerned, how was the determination made, or who, if anyone, made a determination as far as where they were going to search?
So typically when I work with Lieutenant O'Hara, I kind of give him direction. So in this case specifically, I learned from Sergeant Buchanan that Mr. O'Keefe was found in an area between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. So we concentrated that area. And so I talked to Lieutenant O'Hara that this is going to be our parameters, and he instructed his people how to deploy or to that area.
Now, sir, as far as beyond sort of directing, as far as an area is concerned, what, if any, other involvement you typically have when it comes to the CERT team and how they conduct their search?
They're professionals with expertise in that. So essentially I just point them in the direction, and it's up to them to figure out how to deploy it and get the mission done.
And so what, if any, involvement do you have as far as when they begin and how many people are involved, or when they end, or anything like this?
I'll have some consultation with Lieutenant O'Hara, but it's really his call to make.
And as far as this particular search on January 29th, you know how many members of the CERT team eventually responded and how the search was conducted?
There were 7 members. Most, if not all, had typical snow shovels, and they used those shovels to systematically go through the snowbank that was in front of 34th Fairview within these 2 parameters.
And over the course of, now as far as where they were searching, can you describe sort of the road conditions as far as snow removal had concerned, or where the precipitation amounts were concentrated with respect to the road? So
the road was only plowed really right down the middle. Barely 2 vehicles could get by at a time. The banks on either side of the road were protruding into the road. So that was kind of the snow setup. Our cruisers were just kind of buried in snowbanks a little bit down the road as we excavated this.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, what, if any, information did you provide to Lieutenant O'Hara as far as items being searched for, or what was he directed to be looking for?
There were 2 items specifically. We were looking for potential pieces of a taillight of a vehicle and a shoe.
And as far as a shoe and potential pieces of a taillight, where did that information come from, or why were those the items that were being looked for?
Relative to the shoe, when Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor responded to Good Samaritan Hospital and collected the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, they realized that there was only 1 shoe present at the hospital. They had contacted the Canton EMS and other people who cared for him, and they learned that a shoe wasn't removed at the scene, and that when Canton Fire and EMS arrived, Mr. O'Keefe only had 1 shoe on. So it was important to locate that second shoe. Relative to the taillight, we had gotten information that witnesses stated that Ms. Reed's vehicle had a broken taillight. And so we were looking for evidence of it being broken at that location.
And with respect to the search that was conducted by Lieutenant O'Hara and members from the search team, where was that in relation to either the roadway or the front lawn of 34th Field?
Well, as we were excavating this, or as they were excavating this snowbank in front of it, we realized that the snowbank protruded about 3 feet into the roadway. So as they were moving this first part of the snowbank, we're essentially shoveling the road. And so as they continued on there, they would then hit the curb area.
And as far as beyond the curb area, as far as grass or the front lawn, was the CERT team members from your observations able to go beyond the curb into the front lawn area?
No, they're having difficulty shoveling with plastic snow shovels onto the lawn, from the lawn.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Tully, with respect to the CERT team in their search, what, if anything, did you do to document and memorialize their efforts as far as any items that were recovered?
I took photographs of items that were eventually found in place and documented them in a report, and they were collected in evidence bags.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I may have one.
Jurors will be.
What did you say?
Jurors will be stopping at 4 today.
Okay, cool.
Two, I'm direct your attention to what's been marked as 111 through 134, and just in general, I'm just going to ask you.
I do.
What do you recognize those?
The photographs that I took that afternoon.
May I approach this with you, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't want to labor the point, but if I could just publish just a couple of these exhibits.
Okay.
All right, here's some more photos that we've already
Ms. Gilman,
seen.
if I could have exhibit 11.
Just pieces of
Lieutenant, there
taillight,
should be a laser pointer on the desk before you.
snow,
If I could
dirt.
ask, first of all, do you recognize
Mess.
what's up on the screen as exhibit 111?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
The front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the flagpole I previously mentioned.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this exhibit.
So this picture was taken to memorialize this piece of red plastic here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 114. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 114?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed.
It's that same previously mentioned red plastic. The purposes of the multiple photographs, I'll take one as overalls, and as I get closer, I'll take more photographs to get better context.
These photographs of these items, were they taken, the items that you're photographing, were they moved in any way prior to you memorializing them with photographs?
Yes, this piece in particular, the CERT team member, as he was removing the snow with the shovel, had picked up this piece of plastic with it. I asked him to place it back where he found it, where it approximately was, so that I can memorialize it in place.
So it's picked up and you asked him to put it back where he found it, and he did so?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 117. And again, Lieutenant, you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 117.
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
Members of the CERT team doing their excavation of the snowbank.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 120. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 120?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this photograph?
A black Nike sneaker with a white sole that was recovered in the snowbank.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if any, comparison did you do visually with the sneaker that you observed in this photograph with respect to the sneaker that was recovered from the Good Samaritan by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan?
They
No.
matched both in make and model, size. The shoe that was recovered by the troopers
I don't think they're going to recall him. I think the defense got enough out of him.
the hospital was a right sneaker. This one found was the left, or a left.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 127. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up there at 127?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in that photograph.
A clear piece of plastic.
Now, with respect to this clear piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you observe or did you note of significance as far as the surface of that particular piece of clear plastic?
I noticed that it's curvature in shape, and there are raised dimples, for lack of a better term, that were along the outside of this piece of plastic, or on one side of it.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have, lastly, from this group, exhibit 131. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 131?
Yes.
Well, you recognize that?
That is a photograph that I took at 34 Fairview that depicts a red piece of plastic.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down and drop the tablet back on. Now, with respect to the items that were observed and photographed by you on January 29th during the search team search, what happened with those items from the scene?
They were collected, placed in an evidence bag, and brought back to our offices to be secured.
And if you could, as far as the evidence sort of system is conducted with regard to this case and other cases and investigations within your unit, can you explain to the jury that process of sort of when an item is seen or an item of evidentiary value is seized, what happens?
Well, first, to provide context, by policy, I am the evidence officer for the unit, and I have assistant evidence officers who assist me in the caretaking of the evidence. So we'll use this particular instance where evidence is collected at a scene, it's memorialized in place, placed in, if it's the right shape and the right condition, in a paper bag with some notes placed on the outside of the bag, transported to our office where it's secured either in a temporary locker or the permanent evidence area.
And as far as when it's taken into custody and put into a bag, what is sort of the protocol or policies with regard to how that bag is marked or what is done with that bag once you have the item contained there?
There's certain piece of information that will typically go in the bag, the name of the person who is picking the evidence up, put in the bag, the date, time, location, a brief description of the evidence contained in the bag. And it will then be taped and initials will be placed on the tape to memorialize who did the taping and the date in which the taping occurred.
And as far as the supervisor, as far as evidence is concerned, you mentioned that there are some evidence officers who are assistants to you as the actual evidence officer.
Yes.
And at this time, January 29, 2022, who were those evidence officers within your unit?
Relative to the homicide section, it was Trooper Jeff Kotkowski and Trooper David DeChico.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage at your office, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's managed, where it is, and how items are checked in to evidence once they're sent?
We have an evidence tracking system. So as evidence comes in, we place it into the system. A label will be created and placed on the outside with the case number and an item number specific to that bag. It will be placed into the evidence room, which is locked in two different methods and has an alarm code pad. And you need your ID pass to swipe in order to enter. And only certain members of the unit have access and know the code to the alarm. Me obviously being the one and the two assistant evidence officers. And that's subject to inspection by the state police frequently.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this time, it's essentially yourself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kotkowski, who had access to that evidence storage area.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the remainder of the troopers within your unit, would they have access to that same evidence storage area?
No.
Now, with respect to your unit at this time, late January of 2022, how many troopers were in your unit or under your supervision in the second unit at that time?
There were 13 under my supervision for the unit as a whole. Specific to the homicide section, there were 4 troopers and 1 sergeant.
And that number, as far as 4 troopers and 1 sergeant, is that sort of a typical number, a low number, high number?
Historically for Norfolk, that was a low number. We have since had more transfers come into the unit.
And how many do you supervise within the homicide unit at this point?
1 sergeant and 7 troopers.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage area, is there sort of a temporary versus a permanent storage area contained within that locked and coded storage area?
Yes.
And can you describe sort of the difference between the two and how things are managed by either you or your assistants with regard to evidence?
Hey,
within that
how are
locked
you?
So because only essentially 3 people have access to the permanent storage area, if a member collects evidence and brings it back to the office and does not have access to the main storage area, we have another temporary storage area that is allowed by policy where they can then secure the evidence. The next available time, the person who has access to the main room will come in and transport that piece of evidence from the temporary area to the permanent area.
As far as that transportation or transmission from the temporary area to the permanent area, what, if any, sort of documentation is generated in regard into that?
There's no notation from one location to the other as allowed by policy.
I
And as
feel
far as
ya.
when
I
items
feel ya.
received and when their labels are sort of printed in relation to those items, is that always done sort of simultaneously when the item comes in, or how is that typically done timing?
Same with the label printing system. So only the evidence officers have the ability to create the labels and put it into the system. So you need them to create the label. So if a member comes in, doesn't have access to that system, place it in temporary storage area at the next available opportunity for an evidence officer or assistant evidence
for
officer
sure.
to arrive, know that there's evidence there and process it, place a label on it and stick it in a permanent storage area.
Now, with respect to those items that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road, the roadway in front of it, where were those items located with respect to each other?
They were in total within a 5-foot area. So if you're looking at the house from right to left was how they were found. First was that first picture you displayed, which was the red piece of plastic. About 3 feet from that was the Nike sneaker. About 1 or 2 feet to the left of that was the clear plastic, and just next to that was another piece of red plastic along the curb of the road.
And as far as those items that were recovered and bagged and placed in evidence on January 29th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oops, sorry. Oh, paper bag warning, paper bag warning.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The bag that contains the left sneaker that was seized from 34 Fairview Road that day, outside the residence.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove that item from the bag and display it.
Yes.
Shoe.
Thank you, sir. If you could place that in the bag. The call will seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit. Yeah, two separate bags.
I'm just trying to skedaddle through it. We know what they're doing. Going through the bags. Just trying to
Do you
get
recognize
the
each
least
of
amount
those
of
separate
noise.
bags, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those two?
The bags that contain the red and clear plastic pieces that were recovered from the roadway in front of 34 Fairview Road.
And sir, if you could, just with respect to each of those bags, read what is listed as a description on the outside of the bag to the jury.
The description on this first one is pieces of clear hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And the second, please.
The description is pieces of red hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to open each of those bags and display the items to the jury.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Jackson, they're coming in.
No objection. Thank you.
570.
Lieutenant, before we get to the next item before you, if I could just ask a couple questions in regard to the search. January 29, 2022, about what time is it that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview?
About 5:30.
And had yourself or any members of your unit, to your knowledge, been at 34 Fairview at any point in time prior to your arrival there that day?
No.
Objection.
I'll allow it as to whether he knows whether they were. No.
And about how long was it that you were on scene at 34 Fairview that day?
About an hour.
Now, with respect to when these
Hour.
items were found, do you know approximately what time the first item was located by a member of the search team?
Yes.
And what time was that?
5:45.
Now, with respect to at any point in time that you were on scene at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022, was either Trooper Proctor or Sergeant Buchanan on scene at 34 Fairview while you were there?
No.
And with respect to around that time, as a supervisor, were you aware where they were or their location at that time?
Yes.
And where was that?
They were following a tow truck that was towing Miss Reed's vehicle from Dayton to Canton.
Now, with respect to the vehicle and or the pieces of red and clear plastic that were found by the search team at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, what, if any, conversations did you have with respect to Lieutenant O'Hara in regard to the vehicle and sort of the damage on it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We wanted to know what we were looking for. Specifically, Lieutenant O'Hara wanted to know what are we looking for and what's the scope of the items we're looking for. So we had discussion about how much taillight we believed was missing from Miss Reed's vehicle, so that as we go along, we would know if we had it enough or we had it all, I should say.
And so with respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to share with Lieutenant O'Hara with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle at that particular time?
I didn't have much information because it was still on a tow truck or being loaded up into the Canton Police Department at that time. So I didn't have any actual knowledge of how much taillight we're looking for.
And prior to you leaving from the scene at 34 Fairview Road, along with the search team on that date of January 29th, even at that time, did you know?
Which is a
the
bit
full extent
strange.
or
No one
how
took
much
photos and
taillight
like
you
sent
were looking for at that
them,
time?
shared them.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just to, with the court's permission, Your Honor, maybe remove the items from that second bag
Yes.
report. From the two items that you have before you in your hand, you had met reference to one of those clear pieces having some sort of stippling or raised surfaces on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just with your finger or in some way delineate to the jury where you observed that to be.
So you can see it as you look through it. You can see almost bubbling of it. As you run your finger along, you can feel indentations along there, as well as the ridges that are along the top end here that appear on both pieces.
The jury will have a chance to
Lieutenant,
look
if you
at them
could,
close
place those items back in the bag.
if they want to. I'm sure they'll want to. They're just organizing the evidence and that now they are approaching.
Do you happen to see here, read
They're
anything
done.
about the case, please let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. So tomorrow will be 9 to 4, 9 to 4:30. We'll hope to get started right away, okay? Detective Lieutenant, I'm just going to file out after.
Yes, sir.
Chair is leaving notebooks on your chairs. All rise, jury out. Jury follow.
All right, so we are just waiting for the jury to leave. I do like to watch Karen, end of day Karen. We're gonna jump right into day 24. I can't make out what they're saying, so. I'd like to watch end of day Karen.
Yes.
Yes, great question. Yes, the jury does not take their notebooks home. They leave them right on the chair, and the bailiff will collect them and probably place them in some sort of locked room or locked facility, and then rehand them out in the morning or replace them on the jurors' chairs when court proceeds the next day. Let me just get this next one shared up because that is the end of the day there, and share and volume on.
And refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday.
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
They also, another note about the notes for the jury, they also do not get to keep their notes at the end of trial. So after they're done with the deliberations, they don't get to keep their notes. So if I was a juror, I would, which is, you're allowed to like just go home and write down your own personal notes, like your journal your day, as long as you don't like let anyone see them. You know, I don't think they could be like, oh, you made a journal or like notated your day. You know, if you like live alone or something like that, or maybe did like voice recordings or something. I don't know. That's what I would probably do if I was a juror. I don't know if that's like allowed or against the rules, but I would definitely go home and like make notes of the day so that I had my own sort of memory, not to like use for the trial, but to like, especially if it wasn't streamed, like if it wasn't a streamed case, like I would at least try to make like some sort of notation, at least mentally, of my day for like after the trial, I can have some sort of like solid memory that isn't going to be jumbled up throughout the entire process and deliberations. But let's jumping right into day 24.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case?
Which is yesterday.
Everyone said no. Thank you very much. May we have Detective Lieutenant Tully, please?
And we are going to continue with Brian Tully's direct examination.
You tell us what the evidence in the court during the case examination, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Ooh, a black suit, Mr. Lawley? With a black shirt? That's kind of bold.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
He's like, I'm not.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Again, if you could just please state your name and spell your last name for the juror.
Brian Tully, Tully.
Now, Lieutenant Tully, you were testifying yesterday. You were testifying in some part about a search that you did in conjunction with the CERT team at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2020, right?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you or any other member of your unit conduct any search of the residents at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And why not?
We had no reason to believe there'd be evidence found within the home of 34 Fairview Road.
Now, Lieutenant, if you could you inform the jury a little bit about sort of search warrants as far as residences go and what is required in Massachusetts for you to conduct a search warrant?
Objection.
So we haven't heard the question. Let's hear the question.
That was the question, I'm sorry.
I thought it was you informed the jury about search warrants and then what?
If I interrupted
Did you
you,
repeat your question?
I did, Your Honor, yes.
So let's sustain that.
thank you.
As far as, Lieutenant, over the course of your career, you've conducted search warrants of people's residences, correct?
Yes.
What do you need to do?
A search warrant, consent, or exigent circumstance.
And as far as a search warrant is concerned, what is needed or what is necessary in order for you to get a search warrant?
Objection.
Jody, tell me to be quiet.
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
I'm going to allow him to build a foundation here. So the objections are ruled.
As governed by the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and Article 14 of the Massachusetts Constitution, law enforcement is required to get a search warrant if we're going to invade someone's privacy. In order to obtain a search warrant, I need to gather facts that I swear an oath and affirm that are true and accurate, that there is probable cause, which means more likely than not that a specific piece of evidence will be found in a specific location and it's related to a crime. So I need to check those boxes in order to obtain a search warrant through the trial court.
And what, if any, information did you have related to specific evidence of a crime in relation to the interior of the residence of 34 Fairview Road?
I didn't have any. When thinking about residence and search warrants and evidence, I need to put the evidence inside the house. And so I don't believe that Mr. O'Keefe entered the home. So I had no nexus to the house.
And what, if any, evidence did you have that Mr. O'Keefe had ever entered the home at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th or on any other day?
I don't. On the contrary, I have evidence that he was outside, but I don't have anything putting him inside the residence.
Now, you're aware that, or you testified yesterday that at some point while you and the search team were conducting the search at 34 Fairview, that Sergeant Mechanic and Trooper Proctor were following a tow truck with the defendant's vehicle from Dayton to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And in reference to taking the vehicle to the Canton Police Department, how was that decision arrived at? What, if any, discussion or what, if any, other options do you have?
So Sergeant Mechanic and I had conversations. It was ultimately my decision of where the vehicle was going to go. And so we need to find a location that was secure, indoors, and preferably heated. And so we start going through a checklist of what's available. So you start thinking, obviously, of state police facilities. So between Dayton and Canton, where our office is as well, you have the Foxborough Barracks, which was, I worked out of the Foxborough Barracks. The garage was probably not appropriate for that large vehicle to get in there. It's an old building. I worked at the State Police Barracks in Milton. That's even worse, with a smaller garage that's attached inside of an older building. So the Canton Police Department was the next step. It was kind of checked all those boxes. It was inside, it was secure, and it was heated.
Now,
I would not call it secure, but to each his own.
over the course of your career, specifically within the homicide units of the second unit of the district attorney's office, approximately how many investigations have you led or been part of in relation to, let me first ask you this, as far as your unit is concerned, how is it that, from a staffing perspective, how is it that an investigation is conducted as far as certain roles, or can you speak a little bit about sort of the roles that different people within your unit play with reference to investigation, just in the general sense?
Within the unit, we have different sections. We have the homicide section, narcotics section, and special investigations. So each is kind of broken up into that. Obviously, the homicide section will undertake homicide investigations, but we work as a team. So there'll be situations where you may need an all hands on deck just to get some people out there. So the narcotics folks will help with homicide investigations and vice versa. The homicide people will help with narcotics investigations when needed.
Your Honor, may I just have a moment?
Yes.
Now, specifically when it comes to a death investigation, there's someone who's assigned as what you call a case officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what the role of the case officer is and what, if any, other sort of supervision there is with reference to that case officer?
The case officer is essentially the central collection point for the investigation. So they are the person that would gather the evidence, the records, hold those records, and then somebody needs to be held accountable for a to-do list or something to do. Supervisor would go to that one person, as well as the district attorney's office would know who to contact about a certain case, and then we'll go from there. Obviously, that case officer usually is a rank of trooper, especially when talking about unattended deaths. They have a sergeant and 2 lieutenants that are supervising them in that realm.
And as far as interviews are concerned, what, if any, sort of policy is there with regard to troopers and how many would be involved in the interview, if any witness?
We would always have 2 people present, either a trooper and a local detective or 2 troopers. Just one ask questions, one take note taking. It's just good practice.
And with respect to this investigation, the locals, as far as the Canton Police Department, was not something that you utilized, correct?
Correct.
And again, I know you testified a little bit about it yesterday, but if you could just reiterate or expound upon sort of what your discussions were with the chief as far as Canton Police Department's involvement in this investigation going forward, following the early morning hours of January 29th.
Our conversation circled around in the early hours about the homeowner of 34 Fairview, which was Brian Albert, has a brother, Kevin Albert, who was a detective with the Canton Police Department. And so where we were, we had essentially zero information about the investigation. We wanted to remove any appearance of conflict by not having Kevin Albert or any of his coworkers involved in the investigation.
Was that in the investigation in its entirety or the interviewing process, or how was that sort of delineated, if at all?
Definitely no interviews. They were not involved in any discussion, essentially the entire investigation.
And as far as the case officer is concerned, is the case officer someone who, particularly in a homicide investigation, is as far as a decision regarding charging, is that something that the case officer would be tasked with?
No.
Now, turning our attention back to your testimony yesterday, there were items that you had retrieved from search on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
And as a precursor, if I could ask you sort of, over the course of your career, specifically within the homicide unit with the district attorney's office, about how many death investigations, homicide investigations have you been involved with?
I would say in excess of 600 unattended death investigations that I personally investigated. That's not counting those phone calls the calls I end up declining that I'd mentioned yesterday. In addition to that, I probably have either worked or supervised 75 homicides. And then getting back to the unattended deaths, I've supervised countless since I've attained the rank of trooper and lieutenant. Sergeant and lieutenant.
And with respect to your training and with respect to your experience, how many of those investigations have involved injuries which included abrasions?
Probably 10 to 20% of them.
And if you could, at least from your understanding, if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of what is an abrasion.
Objection. Sustained.
With regard to the items that you recovered on January 29th, there was one piece of clear plastic you testified yesterday had something that you termed as stippling on the outside, correct?
Yeah, I may have used the word dimples, but yeah.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, did you have occasion to view photos of Mr. O'Keefe from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes.
And with regard to the items that you recovered, what, if any, significance did you observe between those items and the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe?
The injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, I noticed the abrasions had a certain pattern on them. And I know that when a blunt force object is involved in causing an abrasion, the characteristics of the object that comes in contact with a person will often leave the characteristics on that person in the form of an abrasion.
And with respect to this specific case, as far as any items recovered on January 29th and your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe of any significance in relation to that?
I'd be comfortable in saying that the marks on Mr. O'Keefe are consistent with.
Objection.
Objection. You're not
Now, sir, if I could turn your
a medical
attention.
professional. You're not a reconstructionist. You are just
Two other members of your
Detective,
units
Lieutenant.
are troopers by the name of Trooper Dunn and Trooper Moore, is that correct?
Yes.
And on February 2nd, 2022, are you familiar with them retrieving some video in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
And specifically from the town of Canton, did they retrieve video from there?
Yes.
And specifically, what location did they retrieve video from?
From the Canton Public Library at 786 Washington Street.
And are you familiar with them speaking with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Jutras?
Yes.
And he's an IT person with the town of Canton.
He is.
And as far as the timestamp with regard to the video that was retrieved from the Canton Public Library, what, if any, information do you have in reference to that?
Whenever we retrieve video, we want to ensure the timestamp is accurate, because as we've learned, businesses are not always great about updating the timestamp. So that's always top of mind when we collect video. Mr. Jutras ensured us that the timestamp on the video was consistent and in real time.
Now, the following day of February 3rd, you familiar with Trooper Moore retrieving some additional surveillance video?
Yes.
And where did he retrieve that video?
From Temple Beth Abraham in Canton at 1301 Washington Street.
Now, as far as those two locations, as far as the Canton Public Library and the Temple Beth Abraham, are you familiar with where they are in relation to each other?
Yes.
Both located on Washington Street, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how far away from each other are they?
About a mile and a half.
Now, with reference to the Temple video, what, if any, information did you receive in regard to the timestamp on that video?
That was also accurate.
Now, from each of these respective locations, what timeframes was Trooper Moore, in one instance, and Trooper Moore and Trooper Dunn in the other instance, what timeframes of video did they retrieve from each of those respective locations?
From 12 a.m. midnight to 1 a.m. and from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.
And why was it that those were the timeframes, based on what you learned to that point in the investigation, why were those the timeframes that troopers were looking for?
We had reason to believe that those were the times that Miss Reed's vehicle was traveling in and around that area.
And we'll get to that a little bit more in a moment. But as far as reason to believe that Ms. Reed's vehicle was traveling in the area around those times, what, if any, information did you have to base that on?
We had statements and video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill Also on Washington Street, a little bit further down, and the car departing in that direction. We had information about a car that matched her description arriving at 34 Fairview at a certain time shortly before 12:30 a.m. And so, like we always do, we do a video canvas and look for video cameras from that first known point, which would be the Waterfall Bar and Grill, to the residence of 34 Fairview, and then from there, from 34 Fairview to One Meadows Ave, which was the home of John O'Keefe.
And the defense is going to say, but there are so many
In
other
reference
places
to
to get
the
videos
morning
too,
hours,
right?
between 5 and 6 a.m., the later morning hours between 5 and 6 a.m. What
Why
if any
not?
information did you have in relation to Ms. Reed's travel at that time?
So we had learned through interviews that she was calling people as early as 4:45 in an effort to locate Mr. O'Keefe, and a statement that she had left the house shortly after 5 a.m. We then know that she arrived at the McCabe residence on Country Lane after 5:30. So we're trying to account for the movements of the vehicle for that 30-minute block.
Now, in reference to phone calls, you've had occasion to review information related to the defendant's home.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that about 4:45 in the morning, she made phone calls trying to ascertain, or allegedly trying to ascertain the whereabouts of Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to those 4:45 a.m. phone calls, were there other phone calls that the defendant placed?
Yes.
And to whom did she place those calls and about what time?
Starting at 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m., there were 53 phone calls from Ms. Reed to a phone number associated with John O'Keefe.
And in addition to those phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if any, other calls did the defendant make prior to those 4:45 a.m.?
There were phone calls to her family members, to Jennifer McCabe, Gary Roberts, Camaranos. Those are the ones off the top of my head. I have the notes in front of me if I want me to refer to them.
You all right, the witness may?
Yes.
Would you like me to continue, ADA Lally?
Yes.
After 6:03, when Mr. O'Keefe was found, there are a number of calls to members of John O'Keefe's family.
No, the phone calls to family members of her own, that the defendant's family members, those were specifically to her mother and her father, is that correct?
Yes.
And did those phone calls precede the phone calls to either Ms. McCabe or Ms. Roberts or anybody else earlier that morning?
On the call detail records, they don't appear, but I know the phone dump has other information.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Lieutenant,
Okay.
turn your attention back to the videos
Confusing.
we were speaking about, showing you with this, just asking you to recognize that.
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It is surveillance video from Temple Beth Abraham.
May I approach, General?
Yes.
I won't see you for a few minutes next to it.
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 572.
572.
May I approach, General?
Yes.
Another document? You recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It is a map I created with icons of the town of Canton.
And how did you create that map, sir?
Using Google Earth as the mapping software, I placed icons on locations within the town of Canton that are relative to this investigation to provide better context and illustrate the area that we're going to be discussing.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I won't see just use the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 573.
And Your Honor, may I return exhibit 573 to the witness?
Yes.
Sorry.
Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish that to the jury at this time.
Yes.
All righty. Look at a map.
Lieutenant, do you have the laser pointer there before you?
I do.
So using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the icons that you inserted in reference to various points of relevant locations, as well as any sort of route to travel or roadways depicted in this video.
So each icon is a house-shaped icon that I placed at different locations. The first one is red in color. It denotes where 34 Fairview Road is. Starting at the bottom, there is a pinkish color one that is the location of the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Just north of that, you'll see a brown one, which denotes the Canton Public Library. Following up this street here, which is Washington Street, you'll come to Temple Beth Abraham, which is denoted by the blue icon there. And then off to the right is One Meadows Lane with the green icon.
Now, as far as, and if you could just use that laser pointer again to know where the temple is.
It is the blue icon in the center of the map.
Now, as far as where the temple is located in reference to specific roadways, you mentioned located on Washington Street, correct?
Yes.
And so what if any roads intersect with Washington Street around the location of the temple?
Chapman Street is the street that runs in this direction towards Washington Street. So again, the Washington Street is this street here. It continues and stays Washington Street as it turns slightly east in that direction.
And as far as available points of directionality or ways to travel roadways from the area of the temple, it intersects in the area of Dedham, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as available routes of travel from Temple to 34 Fairview, if you could note those on the map.
If one was at the temple and were to travel to 34 Fairview, you could continue up Washington Street, take a left onto Dedham Street, which is that street you just mentioned, a left onto Cedar Crest, and to enter that neighborhood down here. One could take a left and come down Chapman Street and take the right to enter the neighborhood in that direction straight onto Fairview Road.
And if you're approaching sort of from the Chapman Street side of Fairview Road, as you come down Fairview Road, which side of the road would 34 Fairview go?
Left.
And similarly, if you're approaching from the Cedar Crest side of Fairview Road, and turn off Fairview Road, which side of the street would 34 Fairview Road go?
Right.
Thanks. Now, with respect to each of these videos, as far as the Canton Public Library video and the Temple video, these are exterior cameras, is that correct?
Yes.
And sort of orientation-wise, where do they focus on, or where are they pointed at?
The ones that we focused on were the ones that captured Washington Street.
Now, are you aware of another location right around the area of Temple Beth Abraham called Cassie's?
Yes.
And that's essentially like a convenience store, is that right?
Yes.
And were you able to, you or other troopers able to retrieve video from that location as well?
I don't believe so.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of the video from the Canton Public Library, which is marked as Exhibit 110.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video, and from the time on the video, I'd ask you to go to about 12:50.
I'm sorry, 15 or 50?
51.5. Now, again, for orientation purposes, Lieutenant, if you could, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at here directionality-wise and what you observe in this video.
The main street in the video is Washington Street. The Waterfall Bar and Grill would be off to the right-hand side, and Temple Beth Abraham would be off to the left. The intersecting road we're looking at here is Sherman Ave, I believe.
And if one were to take that right, if you're coming from the right of the screen to the left of the screen on Washington Street heading towards Sherman, and you were to take that right on Sherman, where does that take you?
You would head towards the neighborhood that 1 Meadows Ave resides.
Now, were you also able, over the course of the investigation, did you have occasion to look at surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill itself?
Yes.
And from that video, were you able to determine a time at which Mr. O'Keefe was leaving from that establishment?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations as far as time, or what, if any, observations did you make as far as what Mr. O'Keefe was doing or had with him when he left the office?
When he left shortly after midnight, he was holding what appears to be a clear glass container.
And do you recall which hand he was holding it?
His right.
And specifically, that was about 12:11 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'm going to ask you to press play here and then pause again at 12:15:58. Now, looking up at the screen now where it's paused at 12:15:58, Lieutenant, what, if anything, do you observe there?
I observe a large black SUV here on Washington Street.
And the large black SUV that you observed, is that consistent with what you've observed at the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury as far as when I asked Ms. Gilman to press play, what is that vehicle going to do?
It's going to continue north on Washington Street through the intersection on Sherman and continue north on Washington Street.
And what, if anything, is sort of in that directionality as it continues off of the screen to the left?
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Gilman, you can pause it there. Now, with respect, Your Honor, with the court.
Did anyone else think she just went, I'm going to say, that person, not she, just went through that red light. What the green light is, let me move myself. The green light for her, or the black SUV, is over here. So they went straight. And this is the red light for the cross street. At first I was like, wait a minute. Do you want to watch that again? And then you can maybe tell me that clearly that's Karen's SUV.
What, if anything, is sort of in that directionality
Just saying.
as it continues off the screen to the left?
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Gentlemen, if you could. Gentlemen, you can pause it there. Now, with respect, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish portions of the Temple video,
Yes.
and just as a continuing, my intention would be to sort of go back and forth if that's all right with the court.
Okay, yes.
Do we, can it be confirmed that that's
one
the
moment, Your Honor.
only
Yes.
Lexus SUV to be known to exist in this area? I'm just saying, I'm playing devil's advocate here. More than likely, it was her, in my opinion. But like, how can we
And
guarantee
if you could
it
pause there, thank you.
was unless we
Again,
follow it?
For orientation purposes, Lieutenant, if you
The
could
direct
describe
path.
the laser pointer there as far as what we're looking at in this particular camera angle and shot.
Like if we have the camera of her getting in this car, and then we see this car getting turned on, and then then we like the full movement of the car, right?
And as far as the roadways issues.
This is an exterior camera from Temple Beth Abraham at 1301 Washington Street. Where it's paused now at 1201, I believe is the timestamp. You see a vehicle here. That vehicle is traveling on Washington Street. We are now on the other side of Washington Street looking at it than we were from the library. So the south and towards the waterfall, and the library would be off to the left. North would be off to the right.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward to 1217. If you could pause it. Now, as far as the time concerns, the video from the prior video from the library was about 12:15 a.m. when you saw the vehicle consistent with the defendants pass by that location.
Yes.
And so as far as this time that's up here now, approximately 12:17 or so, or somewhere within that minute between 12:17 and 12:18, is that consistent with the time it would take to travel from where the library is on Washington Street to where the temple is on Washington Street?
Yes.
And from this particular time period around 12:17, between the minutes of 12:17 and 12:18, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to, of significance with reference to this investigation on this portion of this video?
At approximately 12:17 and 56 seconds, you'll see a large black SUV travel from left to right on the screen, which again would be northbound.
And again, left to right on the screen, just for orientation purposes, what is in the direction from left to right on the screen as far as of any significance to this?
As you continue north on Washington Street, you would, I believe the next intersection on the left is Dedham Street, which one could take to get to 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, and I would ask you again to follow the 12:17.
All right, the car is going to drive down the street, I guess, soon. There it is.
And again, Lieutenant, directing your attention to the screen, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this portion of the video at 12:17:56 from the temple.
A large black SUV traveling northbound on Washington Street.
And the large black SUV, is that consistent with the large black SUV that you observed in the prior video, exhibit 110 from the Canton Public Library?
Yes.
Is that also consistent with what you observed as far as your personal observations of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Gentlemen, if you could please press play. Gentlemen, you can pause that. Take that down, please. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you for the Canton Public Library video again.
I still have the question
And from this, I'm going to
of
ask for from the second video.
why we're not,
Now, Lieutenant,
Well,
direct your
pictures aren't
attention to up on the
taken.
screen. This is the Canton Public Library video again, Exhibit 110.
Yes.
And as far as
no
this
one
is,
noticed.
the time frame that you were talking
Oh my
about before,
gosh,
between
loud.
5 a.m. and 6 a.m.
Shut up. No one noticed a broken tail light at the scene when in the morning when they found John. All of those cops, all those EMTs, all those humans, no one noticed a broken tail light and thought it would be a good idea to take a picture of it or like note it.
And that troopers done and more retrieved from Mr. Jukes, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to, as far as the conditions outside at this particular time between 5 and 6 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe in this video?
The ground is now covered in snow.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 5:11 a.m. and pause it there.
Oh my gosh. That poor.
Now, Lieutenant, from this portion of this video from the Canton Public Library, what, if anything, of significance did you observe in this portion of the video relevant to this investigation?
You observe a large black SUV take a left from Sherman Street onto Washington Street, heading south.
And as far as the directionality from where that vehicle came from and the directionality where that vehicle is headed toward, what, if any, of the locations of significance are located in those areas?
So again, Sherman Street or Ave goes straight to One Meadows. So if one were to travel from Meadows Ave, the residence of John O'Keefe, to this location here, you would come down Sherman and you could take a left onto Washington Street to head south.
And as far as south on Washington Street, again, off to the right of the screen, what, if any, locations of significance in this case are located in that direction?
The Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Now, as far as the black SUV that you observed in this video, is that consistent with the black SUV you observed in the Temple video from 12:17 a.m.?
Yes.
Is it also consistent with black SUV that you observed in the library video from 12:15 a.m.?
Yes.
And is it also consistent with the defendant's black SUV?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's home having ring cameras affixed to it?
Yes.
And are you familiar with a video from those ring cameras depicting the defendant backing the black SUV out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at approximately 5:07 a.m.?
Yes.
And from that, as far as distance or time it would take to travel from Mr. O'Keefe's residence to this intersection covered by the Canton Public Library from 5:07 to 5:11, now depicted on the screen, is that consistent with the time it would take to drive that, particularly given the conditions?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, please press play. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause that. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward to about 5 minutes, I'm sorry, 15 and 30 seconds. Pause there, please. Now, between these timeframes of 5:11 a.m. and 5:15 a.m., at any point in time, do you observe the black SUV traveling back in the other direction?
Yes.
And specifically around 5:15 and 51 seconds, what, if anything, did you observe on this video of significance or relevance to this investigation?
A large black SUV will appear on the screen on the right-hand side and travel to the left-hand side, which again would be traveling north on Washington Street.
Now, as far as, again, directionality, north on Washington Street to the left of the street would be towards the Temple, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the operation, as far as directionality is concerned, what you observed in this area from 5:15 a.m., is that consistent with what you observed on the Canton Public Library video earlier at 12:15 a.m.?
Yes.
And again, as far as the black SUV that you observe in this, it's consistent with all the other black SUVs you observed in the video and the defense, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. You could pause there. And Lieutenant, if you could, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where you observe the black SUV.
Here on Washington Street near the intersection.
Again, using that laser pointer, if you could just indicate to the jury as far as directionality where this vehicle is going to head on.
North would be the left-hand side of the screen towards Temple Beth Abraham.
So if you could press play again. If you could pause there, Ms. Gilman, you can take this one. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the Temple Beth Abraham video again. Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Yes.
Temple Beth Abraham video. This is from the period of 5:10 a.m. to 5:20 a.m., which is the second video listed down within those. Now, Trooper, with regards to this video, at some point around 5:18 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe of significance or relevance to this investigation from that period of video?
A large black SUV travel left to right on the screen.
And again, as far as directionality, where would that vehicle be coming from, and where would that vehicle be heading toward?
The left side of the screen would be in the direction of the Canton Public Library and the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Off to the right, again, would be the intersection with Dedham Street, which one could take to 34 Fairview.
And as far as directionality, with reference to the earlier video from 12:17 a.m. from the Temple Beth Abraham, is directionality consistent in this video with what you observed at 12:17 a.m.?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could pray from 5:18. And Lieutenant, what, if anything, do you observe in this portion of the video relevant to this message?
A large black SUV traveling north on Washington Street.
And again, is that large black SUV that you observe here consistent with the large black SUV you observed in the prior videos and also consistent with the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
How are we feeling
Ms. Gilman,
about
if you
this?
could, please, excuse me, press up right now.
What do you,
You can take that.
okay, they have
Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on.
footage of
Now-
allegedly Karen in her SUV traveling to and then also to.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I could just have a moment.
Sure.
Now, Lieutenant,
Interesting. I have to think
through the
think
course of
on
your
this.
investigation, are you familiar with
Because my brain's
what
telling
time
me I
it
have
was
questions,
that
I
the
just don't,
defendant, approximately what time it was that the defendant arrived at
I
Ms.
don't have
McCabe's home?
words for him yet.
5:35 approximately.
And Ms. McCabe's home is located on Country Lane, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, from the directionality of that vehicle in the 5:18 a.m. Video, as far as timing is concerned, 5:18 to about 5:35 or so, is that consistent with the time it would take to drive from that area of the Temple Beth Abraham to Ms. McCabe's residence on Country Lane?
No, not if you were to drive directly there.
And so to that
Agreed.
point, as far as what about that time doesn't match up? Is it too short, too long, or something?
Because unless I'm confused, we just saw the footage that they're claiming it to be Karen Reed's SUV being driven from the waterfall to 34 Fairview. And then we saw footage of Karen driving back to 34 Fairview early in the morning. Okay.
It would take you
know,
much
like,
quicker
I
to
don't
get
know.
there. It's about a mile and a half from Temple Beth
Unless I
Abraham
missed
to
something.
Country Lane. You would continue north on Washington Street and just take a left into the Country Lane neighborhood. So the time to travel, a mile and a half.
And from sort of the distance between either that Temple video and either 34 Fairview Road or Country Lane, were you able to find, locate, or retrieve any surveillance video in those areas that would capture the vehicle?
No.
Now, as far as you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, when we were talking about the earlier 12:17 a.m. Portion from the Temple Beth Abraham video, the directionality of that black SUV, both in the 12:17 and 5:18, where is Fairview Road in relation to the directionality of the SUV that you observed?
Agreed.
That SUV could take a left onto Dedham Street and then a left onto Cedar Crest and to enter down to Fairview Road.
And from your knowledge of the area as far as travel is concerned, would from 5:18 to about 5:35 or so, would that allow for sufficient time to go from where it's viewable on the Temple Beth Abraham video for the vehicle to then travel to 34 Fairview Road and then travel to 1200 Lane?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Lally, let's go.
Now, I believe you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that at some point there were call detail records that were obtained in reference to the defendant's home.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury, as far as, let me ask you this first, with regard to call detail records and with regard to phones in general, what, if any, specialized training have you received or have been given in reference to those areas of focus?
I've received over 200 hours of training relative to obtaining and using call detail records and cell phone data in furtherance of criminal investigations. Most recently, I've given talks and seminars about the topic, and I've testified in numerous courts around the Commonwealth about the topic.
Now, can you explain to the jury sort of call detail records, what they are and how you would use them as far as utility in generally speaking in reference to investigation?
Call detail records are business records held by cell phone companies, specifically to this matter, that are created in the normal course of business. Typically, you think about in a billing context. So if you think of your own cell phone bill, it would contain information like the date and time of communication occurred, the other phone number in which you communicated with, the duration of the call, that sort of bits of information. Obviously, as we're doing a criminal investigation, it's helpful to know with whom someone was communicating. Additionally, the cell phone companies memorialize other bits of information specific to what we refer to as CSLI, cell site listing information. They tell us the antennas that were used during the communication, usually just in the form of the first antenna and the last antenna. There are other engineering records that we can obtain that can be helpful when trying to determine where the handset cell phone was at any given time.
And the handset that you refer to is essentially the phone itself, correct?
Yes.
And with relation to the handset and its connection to antennas or towers, can you speak a little bit about that based on your training and experience with reference to how the handset sort of communicates with an antenna and how it gets to the specific antenna?
Cell phone companies place antennas all around to help facilitate communication. You can think of a cell phone as really a two-way radio. It's sending and receiving radio waves. So in order to facilitate that, cell phone companies place these antennas all around. Traditionally, you can think of them on a tower, but they can also be placed on the side of buildings or disguised as trees or just on top of light poles. So they're all around, but you don't quite know it. As far as how the handset communicates with the antenna, there are different variables that go into that. Now, the cell phone wants to connect to the antenna with the strongest signal. The best predictor of a strong signal is distance. So the further a radio wave travels, the more it's going to degrade and not be as strong. But there are other factors that can degrade or reduce the strength of a radio wave, specifically obstruction. If you're in a basement of a building or standing behind a large brick wall, the radio waves aren't going to penetrate that as well. But even things like precipitation or foliage on a tree can also hinder it. And you think about rolling hills here in Massachusetts in tall buildings, they can also disrupt radio waves.
As far as that sort of disruption of radio waves, are you familiar with certain areas that get sort of termed as a dead zone?
Yes.
And can you explain what your understanding of that term is as it relates to what you've been talking about as far as the handset communicating with the antenna?
I would define a dead zone as an area where there's not good cell phone coverage. So the antennas are not covering that area for whatever reason, obstruction, the density of the tower. Oftentimes, an antenna can only handle so many cell phones at a time. It's an idea that we coin or refer to as load. So there's only a certain number of devices that can handle an antenna. My best analogy of that is Gillette Stadium. I've worked at Gillette Stadium detail many times. We have roll call for Patriots game early in the morning. I take my post. I have strong functionality in my cell phone. As hundreds of thousands of devices are now entering the area around Gillette Stadium, the functionality of my cell phone reduces as more devices are using the antennas in that area.
Now, with respect to the cell phone companies themselves, they create or utilize this data for their own business purposes, correct?
Yes.
And can you just briefly explain a little bit about sort of what the cell phone companies would be using this kind of data for as far as what you're talking about, connections to antennas and towers?
It's a company who wants to make money, so it's going to memorialize things to bill their customers appropriately. They're also required by the FCC to keep for a certain period of time certain records because they are a communications provider. So there are some requirements regulatory that they need to fulfill.
Now, as far as the information that you're able to glean from these call detail records, I believe you've spoken a little bit about, but as far as what, if any, limitations are there with reference to the information you're able to glean from the records?
Well, the overarching one is I can only get what I get. So whatever the company sends me, that's what I can use in my determinations. Kind of the next step is when we're talking about antennas, I'll have difficulty saying exactly where a cell phone was when using an antenna. I can make generalizations that the phone is going to be in the area of the antenna, but I would never, with just that specific information, be able to tell you exactly where it is. I can look at other records, like the engineering records, where, especially now with 4G and 5G technology, the cell phone providers need to know how far away a handset is from the antenna in order to facilitate that communication. And they keep those ranging records for me. So if I can obtain those records, I can then place a much narrower area where a cell phone would have been during a time period.
Now, in reference to this,
Okay, so Tully is acting as an expert right now, with his over 200 hours of experience in training when it comes to phones and how they are used for investigations. This is really interesting. Yes, so if he can know the record, or sorry, he can know the antenna, the pole that was being used, but he can't place like an exact GPS pinpoint. You can get sort of like a range, a vicinity, a sort of like area that would be bouncing off of a specific antenna. So I'm interested to see how this, so they're building the foundation. I'm interested to see where this is going.
to this
for sure.
investigation, you search warrants.
Tracking
that
Karen's
Supervisor did with
phone
regard to
and what
call detail
towers
records
it
from
was
Ms. Reed's
using.
phone, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to, or did you have occasion to look at those call detail records?
Yes.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Now, may we approach this sidebar briefly?
Okay, dokie. Skip right through that sidebar.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It is the subscriber information for the phone number ending in 9554.
And through the course of your investigation, as far as that phone number ending in 9554, who, if anyone, did you find that number to be associated with?
The defendant, Karen Reed.
Now, with respect to the documents before you, that has some listing of account information, is that correct?
Yes.
And who is listed as the subscriber for that account with phone number ending in 9554?
Karen Reed of 481 Gilbert Street in Mansfield, Massachusetts.
And are you, through the course of your investigation, familiar with that address, 481 Gilbert Street?
Yes.
Is that the residence of the defendant?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'll proceed to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Is it 574?
They are going for another sidebar.
Mark that, Madam Court Reporter. Okay.
Okay, sorry. I went a little too forward.
Now, Lieutenant Tully,
We marked that, Madam Court Reporter. Thank you. So that's 574.
Four.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Lally.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, as far as the information that you receive with reference to call detail records, is there a section called the records key?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a records key is and how you use that in order to facilitate a read record?
The records key give us the definitions of terms that are used in the record. So the record comes usually in the form of a spreadsheet or PDF. You get columns and rows. The columns will be named certain things, and those titles are often specific to the company. So I want to make sure that I'm reading and understanding what the data is.
I believe you alluded to it earlier in testimony, but just for the jury's edification, if you could describe to the jury what your understanding of the term as far as cell site listing information and how that's used in an analysis of call detail.
So CSLI, as it's referred to, has that billing information, time, date, duration, other phone number, and it has the antenna used during the communication. So just as it says, it's a cell site, which is the other term for antenna, as I usually use.
Now, sir, through your training experience, are you familiar with the term in reference to this type of material called ranging data?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it's used in interpretation of call detail records?
So the ranging data goes back to the engineering reports I had mentioned earlier that can provide more information. They can tell me the antennas that were used during communication. It can tell me the range in which the handset was away from the antenna. So now, opposed to just kind of making general determinations where a handset was near an antenna, I now have a range. So I will plot the location of the antenna, measure.
Okay, so Ronnie says I'm a little confused why this is important. The videos, cell tower data. Didn't we know Karen at all were out and out later looking for? Yes. Yes. Why is this important? It's a good question. It's really there never was a question if she went there, went home, and went back. Obviously, everyone that at the house was like, I'm sure she pulled up, blah, 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 right? And she it's all right. She showed up. I agree that we are spending a lot of time on it. We're spending a lot of time on it. For me, I am interested in it because it's like actual data. But the videos, I don't think were enough for this witness. I don't know why. Well, I know why they used the videos, because he pulled these videos. So this like evidence goes with this witness. I don't think they're clear enough to exactly identify that SUV as Karen's SUV unless they have video evidence of the entire path of the SUV. But so I think what they're trying to get to is creating the path with the same time, like the time in of the day stamp with the cell phone data, to verify that that's Karen's car. It matches, sort of situation. We didn't hear about the taillight in the videos. No, we did not. There, I don't know what side were we seeing. I don't think we were seeing the passenger side in either of the videos, like from that angle, because maybe we did see the passenger side on one of them. I don't know. It might be mirrored as well. But you could not make it out that it was broken from any video.
Measure out that distance and draw an arc with that radius of the distance on a map. And
Yeah, so
I
I
can make
think-
an assumption that the handset is somewhere on that arc. The ranging data is also helpful because
Just boring the jury. I think they're going to try to match the car time data, like the car time stamps and the videos, to like phone calls that she was making to match up the car and the location of the phone to prove that it was hers. This is a lot of extra energy for all of this late in the game on day 24 of trial. Yes.
because
I
the user does not need to be actively using the phone in order for a record to be created. Right? The billing record is going to be a phone call made or received, text message made or received. A cell phone as it sits today is still communicating with the antenna. You're getting notifications, it's checking email, it's updating, and because it's utilizing the network, your cell phone provider is capturing that data and it's generating a record, even though unbeknownst to the user.
I know this man knows a lot
Or illustrator
about-
So if I'm
I know this man knows a lot about like the cell phone data and uses and everything, but the way that he uses words and the way that he speaks just makes me feel like he's still such a boomer, you know?
standing right here with the cell phone in my
Checking
pocket,
emails,
not using it, not
updating. I
turning
don't
it
know,
on,
it just
not
feels weird.
activating it in any way, that cell phone is still doing some sort of communication with the closest or some antenna within the vicinity.
Yes.
Now, you're also familiar with a term called UTC, or Universal Time Code.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to these types of records?
So UTC, or now known as Coordinated Universal Time, is the time zone along the prime meridian. So if you think of the globe, you got longitude and time zones. The prime meridian is a spot that runs through Western Europe and in Western Africa. That is the line in which all time zones around the world are predicated. And UTC will be a time there, and it's not determined by daylight savings time either. So all those time zones, like I said, around the globe are predicated on that. Because it's one standard time in a globe, a lot of records will come in UTC time, and you have to make the conversion. And they will provide records specifically to a cell phone, what time it was locally, but it will tell me what the UTC time was. So for me to figure out what the time was locally during the time of communication, I got to do the conversion.
And to that point, as far as the conversion is concerned, what type of conversion are we talking?
Here on the eastern side of the United States, it's -4 hours during the summer and -5 in the winter.
Daylight savings time, bro.
Now, as far as these records are concerned, what if any, we spoke a little bit as far as the arc and plotting, but if you could expound upon that as far as explain to the jury what it is exactly you're able to do with the information from call detail records as far as the visual representation.
You said two things there, so I want to make sure I answer the question right. You mentioned ranging data, but CSLI, so specific to the engineering report in ranging, or CSLI?
Let's first start with CSL.
So with the CSLI,
Pretty
I will
complex,
place on
Lolly.
map the location of the antenna. And I mentioned load a little bit, but that load factor determines on how dense the antennas will be from placed by the provider. So if you think of an urban environment, there's more cell phones, there's more devices that need antennas. So the location of the antennas will be more dense. I've seen them as close as 100 yards away from each other in an urban environment. You come out to the suburbs, there are less devices. The company's going to put less antennas because they don't want to put them up where they don't need to. They're going to be further away. So in Norfolk County, the antennas are placed anywhere from 1 mile to 4 or 5 miles apart.
And so there would be a difference as far as the amount of antennas, the amount of towers, like say in the town of Canton versus downtown Boston.
Yes.
And again, I think it's pretty clear, but which of those two, as far as downtown Boston and the town of Canton, would have more antennas or more towers for a cell phone to connect?
Downtown Boston would have more.
And so with relation to the number of antennas or towers that a handset or cell phone could connect to, what, if any, relation does that have to geographic location or what you're able to glean in reference to geographic location from the call detail?
So once I place the antenna on a map, I will look at where the other antennas are, and I can make a general determination that the cell phone was closer to that antenna than other antennas. Again, there's the caveat, and I'll say it up front, is that there are other mechanisms that could prevent it from connecting to the closest tower. But generally, it's going to connect to that closest tower. Now, there are redundancies built into the system. If an antenna goes down because of, it gets struck by lightning or needs service, there are other antennas nearby that can cover an area.
Now,
I don't think they should have done this with Lieutenant Tully.
We were able to do that in this case as far as plotting that on a visual representation on a map.
Yes.
Madam Mayor Approach.
Yes.
I think they should have found a separate expert to do this, to break this phone data down.
10-page document to that. Review that before we finish.
Especially since we just had I'm gonna not talk for everyone, but at least a couple of us here feels a very corrupt, inconsiderate, untrustworthy police officer who works
Yes.
under him.
What do you recognize that?
It is a series of maps that I created depicting the records obtained from that number ending in 9554.
And that's plotted onto sort of a Google image or a Google Earth image?
I use Google Earth to create the maps. I then take a screenshot and place.
I think he could have corroborated the information, or like supported the information, but I think this should have been done like the expertise of the phone data research and information and the UTC and the polls and that. I feel like that should have been done by someone else, because this man is what's his name? Proctor's supervisor, and Proctor is a total douche, right? I'm saying that with my full chest. Come at me. My opinion, from what I saw for those days that you were on the stand, Mr. Proctor, you're a douche. And this is your supervisor, and I don't trust you. So why would I trust the man who supervises you? I'm just kind of vibing out with like what the jury might be feeling right now. Ronnie says, I was thinking that too. Why didn't they get an actual cell phone expert? Scared of what they'll say? Good question. Chrislyn says they should have got the phone company people to do that one. Yeah, and I know that they will. I know that there are like specific jobs for almost every company will have like a specific person who will go take the stand for them, especially when it comes to these expertise, sort of like, I don't want to say like niche positions, but you need training, you need experience, you need the knowledge. I don't know. I'm glad I'm not the only one feeling it, but
And place it typically in
that's just a
PowerPoint
thought.
in order to make it look nice.
We're feeling that way.
Trump.
Someone on the jury is
Couple of
too.
introduce
And I
and
know
then
I say that a
collectively-
lot, but it's true.
575. Thank you.
So, Lieutenant, directing your attention to the second page of your meeting. And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish this to the jury.
Okay.
All right.
Lieutenant, do you recognize what's depicted now up on the screen?
Yes.
And Ian, what do you recognize this to be?
It is a map that I created using the information from the call detail records of CSLI from that account.
And from what time period of call detail records are we looking at in this particular representation?
From 12:33 a.m. to 12:34 a.m. Again, I had done the conversion for the purposes of making this exhibit. So if one were to look at the call detail records, you may see the UTC time. For the convenience, I've done the conversion for the purposes of the exhibit.
Now, sir, if you could, using the laser pointer, before you direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you've plotted out, of course, into this visual representation.
So first, we're looking at the area of the town of Canton. I've placed different landmarks, again, to give context to what we're talking about here. You see 34 Fairview Road as a yellow house icon, 1 Meadows Ave, Canton as a darker color, and the Waterfall Bar and Grill as another icon. Now, off to the left, just west of Route 95, which you'll see running here, you'll see a red triangle, which I use consistently as the antenna, and a series of letters and numbers next to them. So next to them is the numbering system that Verizon assigns to that antenna. So in this instance, we're looking at ENB, which is the antenna acronym, and specifically 57171.
To be clear, as far as that marking with the red triangle, the ENB ID 57171, that is the antenna that the handset or the defendant's cell phone is connecting to at that point, correct?
Yes, and I always try to be clear that that is the antenna. That's not where I'm saying the handset was.
So the handset is somewhere in that vicinity based on your training experience, is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gibbons, if we could have the next slide. And sir, what time period are we looking at in this particular reference?
12:35 to 12:37 a.m.
Again, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, significance or relevance you depicted in this reference.
So those same icons appear as about the locations relative to this investigation. You'll see another red triangle here close to Route 95, which is NEB ID 57286. And during this time period, the handset associated with this account communicates with that antenna.
And from the locations of significance or relevance as far as ENB ID 57286, which of them is it closest to in this picture?
It's just north of 34 Fairview Road.
And now if I could direct your attention to the next instrument, if I could have the next slide. And Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at in this slide?
This comes from one call that occurred at 12:38 a.m.
And as far as, if you could again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what any other locations you identified or signified in this representation.
Again, same icons further south to bottom. The antenna is located here at the intersection of routes 93 and 138, and it's ENB ID 57021.
And of those locations of interest that you signified within this slide, where is ENB ID 57021 in relation to those?
If you think back to the previous slide, so now we've moved a little bit further east. Here's Fairview Road, and here's 1 Meadows Ave.
And if I could direct your attention to the next slide, and if I could have the next slide in the screen, please. And Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at in this one?
12:39 a.m. to 5:08 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, locations of significance you note in this slide.
So there were a series of calls during this time period. They all used this antenna here, ENB ID 57199, which is south of Meadows Ave.
If I could direct your attention to the next one. If I could have that one, please. And Lieutenant Tully, what are we looking at as far as time frame in this particular slide?
There was one entry in the call detail records at 5:16.
And again, using the laser pointer, we could direct the jury's attention to what, if any, locations you've denoted within this particular slide.
I'll start with the antenna that was used, which was 57259 here in downtown Canton, just north of the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
If I could direct your attention to the next slide, sir. If I could. Lieutenant, what time frame is that in this?
5:19 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where the antenna is that the defendant's phone is connected to at this point, and what, if anything, is closest.
Slightly further south from the previous one, it's 57199, directly south of 1 Meadows Ave.
Now, if I could actually return to the next slide, someone like that one. And Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at?
5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where the antenna is and what, if any, of the locations you observe it, where it is in reference to.
I previously mentioned this one here at the intersection of Route 93 and 138. It's ID 57021. It's north of those locations I mentioned earlier, the 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
And next slide. What time frame are we looking at in this, sir?
It's one entry at 6 a.m. from the record.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the antenna and where it is in relation to locations of interest in this slide.
It is located just north of the Waterfall Bar and Grill in downtown Canton.
And the next slide, sir. What time frame are we looking at in this slide, sir?
6:03 to 6:57 a.m.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could, direct the jury's attention to which antenna the defense cell phone is connected to at this point, where it is in relation to locations of significance or relevance throughout the course of this investigation.
During this time period, the cell phone will bounce back and forth between two antennas. So I did lump them together and place them on one map with this time frame here. So you will see two antennas. One is this one here, just west of Route 95, which is 57171. The other antenna is north of 34 Fairview, which is 57286.
I was just going to say that
Now, sir, as far as the locations that you observed from looking at the
in my knowledge, your phone will not only connect to the closest tower. I fear and I feel that just because you are close to a specific tower doesn't mean or antenna, it's going to connect to that one. It might connect to a one a little farther away because maybe the one that's closest to you isn't working at the moment, or or there's two, or they're working together type of thing. So let's hear what he has to say.
the CSLI information from the defendant's phone. Any relationship did you note with them in relation to what you had observed on each of the respective videos from the Canton Public Library and the Temple Beth area?
It's consistent. As with anything in our investigation, we want to get corroborating information. So the best corroboration about the location of a handset is to obtain video, receipts, anything else with a timestamp and a location that we can corroborate the location of a handset.
And with respect to information that you received as far as the defendant's whereabouts, what, if any, consistency or corroboration was there between witness accounts of the defendant, including the defendant's own statements, as far as where she was and what you retrieved from the CSLI?
Ask it differently, Mr. Miller.
Throughout the course of the investigation, were you made aware of path of travel attributed to the defendant both between the hours of between the times of 12 a.m. and 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And the information that you obtained from the CSLI records, was that consistent with what you knew as far as the location of the defendant?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Miller. The objection is sustained.
With respect to what you knew as the path of travel from
Boomer.
of the defendant,
It feels
the
very boomer.
information that you obtained from the CSLI, what, if any, relationship was there between that and the path of travel you knew with the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's consistent.
Now, sir, as far as the ranging data, what, if anything, were you able to do with the ranging data in relation to a visual depiction of that?
Similar to the maps we just saw using Google Earth, I made a visual representation of what the records display, specifically where the antenna is. But I took that additional step to measure the distance out from the antenna that's depicted in the records and draw a semicircle line depicting where that range would lie.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
No. I want her to say no.
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
A series of maps I created using the ranging or engineering report.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also seek to introduce them as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Your Honor, may I return them to the witness?
Yes.
And with the court's permission, if I could display them to the jury, with now marked as 5 seconds.
Okay.
I know she's thinking, how long is this going to take? Really? Really?
Now,
I
turning
feel
your
it.
attention to the second page of what's now been marked as Exhibit 576. Is that what's up on the screen? What you have before you is Exhibit 576, the second page. And is that what's up on the screen, Lieutenant?
Yes.
Now, if you could, again, what time frame are we looking at here?
12:17 a.m.
And again, sir, if you could, using the laser pointer, describe to the jury what's depicted in this particular slide.
So two locations that, again, as a frame of reference, 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the Waterfall Bar and Grill are depicted with icons. You'll notice a red lollipop would be the best description icon here.
I don't see that at all.
A number and the words either first or last. This one, 3, first or in last. If you were to go back to the record or the ranging report, you would go to line 3, and that's where you would find this record. So it's just an easy way to cross-reference the map with the documents. With these ranging reports, it gives me the range that the handset was from the antenna at the beginning of the communication and at the end of the communication. So that's the first range and the last range. That's why we're using those words. You'll notice a line that goes straight out to the semicircles. That line denotes what's called the azimuth, and I've failed to kind of describe what an azimuth is. So as antennas are placed in these locations, they're pointed in a direction. Now, they're not typically a 360-degree antenna. Some are, but mostly they're not.
Yeah.
They're pointed in a direction and have a beam width. rule of thumb, and as you'll see with the records with Verizon, it says typically it's 120-degree beam width because they'll place 3 around the circle and you get 360 degrees. So with this record here, I know what the azimuth is. I then draw a semicircle in each direction. I'll go beyond that 120 degrees just to give deference to maybe it was on the outer edges of that. So I want to give the tie to it was maybe further away. So that's what's depicting on the map.
Now, with reference to this semicircle itself, if I could ask, is the semicircle that is being drawn, what does that exactly denote as to the location of the handset itself?
The report is telling me that the handset is somewhere on that semicircle. So the phone could be anywhere from here on the semicircle all the way around to there on the semicircle.
So again, it's not denoting sort of that the handset of the phone is within the confines of the semicircle, but actually on the line that you've drawn.
Correct.
And if I could ask you to flip to the next slide and let's go to the next slide, please.
I really hope these are visible in person for the jury to look at during deliberations. And I hope that it just looks like garbage to us because we're watching it through on a screen, through a camera that's on a screen.
Now, with reference to what's up on the screen now, Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at here?
5:18 a.m.
It's, again, if you could, using the laser points for you, draw the jury's attention or direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, was significant to observe in this slide.
So the 2 icons are again appear on the map: Waterfall Bar and Grill, 34 Fairview Road. Here is that red lollipop, which is the antenna that's used during the communication. The azimuth, or the direction in which the antenna is facing, is depicted on there, and 2 semicircles. The first one and the last one. As a frame of reference, I failed to put the Temple Beth Abraham, which would appear right here.
Now, from this, what's depicted in these last 2 exhibits, as far as what you're able to plot out from the CSLI and the ranging data, what, if anything, what, if any, significance does that have as far as in reference to the investigation and the handset of the defendant's phone?
It's important to figure out the movements of someone that we're investigating for a crime. So these ranging records really narrow down the scope of they're somewhere around this antenna to it's possible they were somewhere on this line. Again, these records are just depicting where the handset was, but as we all know, we all travel with our cell phone within arm reach.
And again, it's in reference to this ranging data in the last 2 slides here, what, if any, relationship did you find that to have with other information being videos and witness statements that you obtained during the course of the investigation?
So as we previously showed, Temple Beth Abraham, which would be located here, just south of this intersection here, depicts a large black SUV traveling north on Washington Street. That SUV is similar to the defendant's. And with this record here, a phone associated with the defendant was somewhere on this arc at that exact same time.
Thanks. So may I have a moment, Chairman?
Yes.
May I approach this retreat, John?
Yes.
Thanks, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank God. I had to run to the restroom. Woo, came out just in time. Oh, no
Good morning, Lieutenant Tully.
Good morning.
I'm not going to go in any particular order, so forgive me if I bounce around just a little bit.
Keep you on your toes.
You
Keep you on your
indicated that
toes.
on direct examination this morning that you didn't seek a search warrant for 34 Fairview, the interior of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, nobody under your supervision sought such a search warrant, either, correct?
Correct.
You explained that in your mind, there was no probable cause to seek a search warrant for the interior of the home. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also admitted that you didn't seek consent, for which you don't have to have probable cause if you get consent, correct?
Correct.
You could ask me right now, hey, Alan, can I look at your cell phone? I say, sure. You do your thing, right?
I could.
But for a court to order that I hand over my cell phone, you got to get a search warrant, sign an affidavit, and get a court to agree with it, correct?
Yes.
You've applied for myriad search warrants in your career, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Very experienced, correct?
Supposedly.
And I expect that there have been circumstances, Lieutenant Tully, in which you sought a search warrant and the judge says, no, I don't think there's enough here, correct?
Yes.
You don't get in trouble for that, correct?
With whom? No.
With the court.
No,
Well, it's not illegal.
it's not illegal.
You don't get sanctioned for it. You don't get your pay docked because you don't get a search warrant based on an affidavit, correct?
Correct.
So there's no real sanction in seeking it if you in good faith believe that there's a reason to seek it, correct?
Outside of the time that takes to author it and put it together and go to court, yes, there's no sanction.
Of course. But in a homicide investigation, you're not going to fail to do certain investigative tasks because it takes time. You're going to do what is necessary for the investigation, correct? Yes, of course. You indicated that you did not believe there was information sufficient that y'all had at the very initial stages of the investigation to seek a search warrant or to ask for consent, correct?
Yes,
But you did know the following. In the initial moments of the beginning of the investigation, you were aware that John O'Keefe had been invited to a party inside a home, correct?
yes,
You knew that that home was located at 34 Fairview.
yes.
You also knew that John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
We believe so, yes.
You also knew at the time that he had been, for want of a better phrase, partying with the individuals who were inside the home, correct? Expected to meet at the house.
They were at a bar previous to that, yes.
You're aware that a drinking glass was found in the yard attendant to or close to, adjacent to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Yes,
That drinking glass had been broken, correct?
yes,
You're aware that drinking glasses are commonly found inside homes, right?
as well as bars.
As well as bars, right? But at that point, you didn't know. It's just a broken glass, correct?
It's a broken glass, correct?
You also know that he was found without a coat on.
Yes,
Are coats normally worn outside or inside?
it's user's choice.
Fair enough. 18 degrees, you would expect that if someone was outside, they'd have a coat on, correct?
I'm the kind of person that wears shorts throughout the year. I'll often go without a jacket.
All right, the true Bostonian.
Yes, sir.
He didn't
That
have any
is
coat,
fair.
gloves, scarf, nothing like that.
I just want to make a note. It is fair. I know a few humans who, a very rare occasion, will actually wear long pants and will be wearing shorts for the majority of the year. And when I say very few occasions, I mean it has to be like, I don't know, 20 degrees or less and actively like precipitating for them to wear pants. They have grown up, born and raised in the North Country. And I want to say I guess this is upstate New York, but also like North Country area for those folks as well. So to be fair, that is not an odd statement of someone wearing shorts throughout the entire year, men specifically. I feel like women just in general are like, if we're going to put some pants on when it gets a little chilly, you know, like we're going to, I don't know, like I'm cold sitting here. It's probably how warm outside. The AC's on. We get cold. Circulation problems.
Nothing like that.
Correct,
He had no winter gear on whatsoever, correct?
correct.
Under ordinary circumstances, and you may be the exception, but under ordinary circumstances, if someone was out in 18-degree weather, you might expect they would have some winter garb on, correct?
Objection.
What's this name? You certainly would expect that if someone took their coat, their glove, their hat, their winter gear off, you might leave it inside the house, right? Rather than outside the house.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that, Detective Lieutenant.
It's probably predicated on where you take it off.
Right.
And your relationship to the location.
Right. Reasonable assumption might be the winter gear might be inside the house.
Objection.
Is that a reasonable assumption, Detective Lieutenant?
No, Your Honor.
It's not reasonable that he would have his jacket inside the house? You wouldn't just assume that?
Well, using the term the house. You talking about any house? 34 Fairview?
Correct.
No, it's not reasonable.
All right. You didn't think it was reasonable at the time
Still don't.
to even ask, would he have had a jacket off inside the house? And I'm talking about at the time, the initial stages of the investigation.
Who am I asking this question to?
So I'm asking if you
Yourself.
believe it was reasonable, if a man is found 30 feet outside the front door of a home and he's got no winter gear on whatsoever, that perhaps he came from inside the home not having donned his winter gear.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
It's not reasonable, given other information I had.
You also know that he didn't have a shoe on, correct?
Yes.
Where might you look for the shoe if you didn't find it out by his body initially?
Well, the question's not accurate to the facts we had at the time.
Well, the facts you had at the initial stages, I'm talking about just after 6:37, 7:30 in the morning, when the investigation was beginning. During those times, you didn't have any information about where the other shoe was, except he just didn't have a shoe on at the hospital, correct?
We didn't know there was a shoe not accounted for until afternoon time.
So when you did find out that there was a shoe unaccounted for, one place to look might be outside, correct?
Yes.
And another place to look might be inside the home, correct?
We looked at the former and we located it there.
You also are aware that a body is being dragged by the shoulders, could easily lose a shoe.
Objection.
Have you ever experienced a homicide in which a body is dragged and you're aware of a shoe being pulled off while the body's being dragged?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I don't have experience with that.
The first one came out
certainly
of
not
nowhere, but
outside
the
the realm of
second one was a
possibility.
fair
That's
question.
investigation.
Possible.
You're also aware that, at least initially, it appeared from accounts that John O'Keefe may have been involved in a physical altercation, correct?
Possible.
As a matter of fact, that was reported by one of your subordinates, Yuri Buchanan, to the medical examiner's office, right?
As a possibility, yes.
As a possibility. And you're aware that your other subordinate, Trooper Proctor, according to certain information he had gotten from first responders, also believed that a physical altercation was possible, right? As well.
It was possible, yes.
Okay. And you also knew that the house would be a normal location to have other individuals who might have been involved in that physical altercation.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
An altercation could take place anywhere.
Exactly.
And people can often travel from the location of the altercation miles away to another location.
Or they could travel 30 feet outside as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the early morning hours of, well, let's say the hours following your Massachusetts State Police initiation or engagement in this investigation, you became aware of Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
That name was bantied about as a potential witness in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Brian Higgins indicated that he saw a tall, dark-haired man enter the home after he arrived, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
And the reason you're not aware of it, Lieutenant Tully, is because nobody bothered to interview Brian Higgins February 10th, right?
Objection.
So in that form that is sustained, ask it differently, Mr.
When was
Jackson.
Brian Higgins first interviewed?
February 7th?
7th, 10th? Yeah, in February, not January 29th, certainly.
Correct.
Although he was known to be inside the house, correct?
Yes.
So had you known that, had you had the information, for instance, that Brian Higgins admitted to having seen a tall, dark-haired man walk in the house, that might change the complexion of your investigation at that time.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
In the off chance that Mr. Higgins presumably had said something like that, I would certainly need more information describing this person. I would ask a series of questions to narrow it down to make sure that this person was John O'Keefe.
Right, exactly. That would just be a normal part of the investigation. You just take evidence A and link it to evidence B to evidence C. That would be the normal way to do an investigation.
We would normally follow the evidence. Correct.
You would
But
normally
nobody did
follow
seek
the evidence.
a warrant to go inside the house, correct?
Correct.
Nobody did seek to have a forensic team go inside the house and look,
Correct.
and nobody asked for consent.
Correct.
I want to ask you about the Sallyport video.
He wanted to narrow home. Nobody asking for consent to search the house. You don't have to have a warrant if you have consent. They could have knocked on the door. Hey, can we search the house other than just have a quick little chit chat conversation with you guys about what's going on or what just happened? Can we walk around? Can we take a look? And if the homeowners say, yes, of course, sure, you're welcome to come in, then of course they come in and they look around, and then if they see something, they'll say, oh, look, we found something, this is evidence, blah blah blah. Or if they don't see something, they say, okay, thank you so much, or if they see something and they say, okay, we need to get a deeper look into this, maybe call more, I don't want to say troops, but they're not troops, more folks in. I don't know the whole police process, but I know that and this is what Mr. Jackson wanted to narrow home to the jury. They didn't ask to search. They didn't ask to look around. They didn't take a moment to just walk through the house because they already had it set. Mr. Jackson is wanting to tell the jury this, that they already had it set that no one in the home was liable for this incident.
If I could.
They weren't even going to pretend to make it look like they were doing something.
Did you obtain a copy of any video surveillance footage from Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. If you can, tell me which footage you obtained and where. And there's several videos, Lieutenant, that it can be confusing. So if you can be as detailed as possible, explain what footage you gathered and when you gathered it.
Most recently, and the date escapes me, but it's within the last couple of months, I had contacted Chief Helena Rafferty of the Canton Police Department and asked her to burn another copy or create another copy of the Sallyport video during a certain time period on January 29th to ensure that the video that we had received previously was all the records responsive to that request.
And you found out that the video that you received earlier was not, in fact, completely responsive because there was video left out, right?
I didn't do a one-to-one comparison. I just had made the request.
ultimately, you did receive a video of the interior of the Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me, did you look at that? Did you review that video?
Quickly, not the whole thing.
Okay. Was there anything of note about that interior video? By the way, let me ask you another question, Lieutenant Tully, just to clarify. There's a very grainy, dark, almost black picture of the interior, correct? You've seen that one?
Yes.
Or excerpts of it?
Yes.
And that video is missing some pretty significant timeframes throughout the video?
I didn't review the whole thing, but I'm aware of that video existing.
Fair enough. Then there's another video that's pretty clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm asking you about the clear video. Did you make any notes about anything unusual about that video?
No. But again, I didn't really review it.
You didn't review it with any detail?
Correct.
Did you make a note that that video was inverted?
I did not.
Did you make a note about the timestamp on the video either being correct and properly positioned or inverted?
No.
Did you give that video to Trooper Proctor?
I believe I gave it to Sergeant Mechanic.
Sergeant Buchanan, and then what did Sergeant Buchanan do with it?
Reviewed it.
Okay. Is that somehow uploaded onto the Massachusetts State Police computer system somehow for safekeeping?
No, we'll hold it within the DA's office on that server. You know, it's not touching the MSP.
Okay, so it is uploaded on some sort of server.
We will memorialize it somewhere, yes.
Did Chief Rafferty give it to you on a thumb drive or a disk, or how was it physically provided?
I don't know. I didn't receive it. She dropped it off at the office. I remember a thumb drive.
You remember a thumb drive, all right. And then it's uploaded onto the system, and the case officer would have access to that system.
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, that would be Trooper Proctor.
Yes.
Did you notify Trooper Proctor, when I say immediately, reasonably quickly, after you received or after you got notice that the video had been dropped off by Chief Rafferty?
I informed Sergeant Mechanic.
Okay. And do you know, as you sit here, you may not, as you sit here, do you know if Sergeant Mechanic reasonably quickly informed Trooper Proctor that that video exists?
I don't know when or where that notification was made.
As you sit here now, you are aware that Trooper Proctor is aware of that video and had access to it?
Yes.
Yesterday, there was some testimony about taillight pieces that were found at the location, correct?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I pose the court magistrate for a question? With the court's permission, I've asked for the evidence bags that were entered into evidence yesterday.
Okay. May take a minute.
Before I get to the
That is a
the evidence
tall
bag,
man.
thank you.
Magistrate
Before I
is
get
a
to the evidence bag,
tall
one
human.
more,
It's very
maybe a couple
cool.
more questions about the Sally Port video. You indicated that you received additional video from Chief Rafferty once she dropped it off. You said within a couple of months.
Yeah. Additional that package. Yes.
What was the original Sally Port video that you received? In other words, what were you following up on?
What you had previously described as a grainy black-ish video.
Okay, and so just to be clear and close that loop, when did you receive that video, if you can tell us?
Which one? The grainy one?
The grainy one.
Earlier in the investigation.
A year ago, 2 years ago?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you believe it was pretty early on in the investigation?
I don't recall.
Do you know what the mechanism was that you received that? If Chief Rafferty is the one that gave over the clear video, how did you get the grainy video?
I don't know.
Was it you that received it, or do you believe that you commissioned Trooper Proctor to go get that video?
It would have been a task for Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor or someone else from the unit.
So the reason you don't know is because you didn't personally do it.
Correct.
Yesterday, you testified that it's obviously your responsibility as not just the chief of the unit, but as the evidence officer to maintain and protect the integrity of the physical evidence that's found under your supervision, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you took photographs of the items that were recovered on that initial search, and you took those photographs in place where they were found, correct?
Yes.
With the exception of one of the photos, you indicated that it had been moved by a shovel, and then you instructed the individual to put it back down where it was found, and then that's the point at which you photographed it, correct?
Yes.
You took an establishing shot, then a closer shot, and then I think even a third close-up shot, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated pretty clearly yesterday what the evidence that you found at the scene was a red plastic taillight piece that was recovered first, then 3 feet or so to the south of that, the shoe was recovered, and then 1 to 2 feet south of that, another red plastic piece, and then a clear plastic piece next to that, correct?
Yeah, you get the last two inverted. It's clear, then red. But
Inversion is becoming a theme. Sorry about that. So clear piece,
So I'm going to strike that comment.
clear piece, and then a red piece next to the clear piece.
Yes.
3 pieces of
Conversion
plastic
is
total
becoming a
and shoot.
theme.
No,
So
there was,
sassy.
with the clear piece, there was 2 pieces
He's
with
so
it.
sassy.
So clear plastic, multiple pieces of the clear plastic.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
yesterday
strike
when we saw the photographs that you testified to, there was 1 piece of clear plastic that was photographed, right?
2.
Didn't the photograph have 1 sort of arc-shaped clear piece of plastic that you described as having the, did you say dimples or stippling?
Yes, I think I said dimples.
Okay. What was the second photo?
The next photo that was displayed was the second piece of clear plastic tailing.
So in fact, that would be 4 pieces of plastic.
Yes,
Okay. But yesterday you testified that you found 3 pieces of plastic, and in your report, you reported that you found 3 pieces of plastic, correct?
I didn't number the piece of plastic, if I recall my report correctly. I said we found clear plastic. And as I displayed out of the bag, there was 2 pieces of clear plastic that we,
But there was only a photograph of 1,
no, there wasn't.
and your report says 3 total pieces of plastic, doesn't it?
No.
Let's take a look.
Let's take a look is right.
Do you have your report with you, Detective Lieutenant?
Not that one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sorry, I was watching.
Sure.
Um,
Is it possible to take a recess so I don't waste the juror's time? I can use my. Your Honor, is it possible to take a recess so I don't waste the juror's time? I can use my time.
Sure. Sure.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning recess.
All rise for the court, please.
you know, you had court today. Where's the report? Oh, that's the thing. They don't care about reports. Let me get these people out of here.
Hey there, Karen.
No, I don't care about you. Hush up, mister, trying to sell me something. They don't care about reports. There has not been a moment in this case where they have actually cared about reports. And it is so clear that they do not care about reporting anything proper. They don't care. They're just going based off of memory. And from these police officers that are on the stand, they have terrible memory. They do not record anything that isn't like a direct, we're pretty sure she's the one who did it, so let's get like an interrogation on her type of event. They don't record any interviews. They're supposed to at least take notes on them. The reports are not done on a daily basis or even a weekly basis. They're done, I don't know, whenever they need to file a report with someone, which is a problem. And the whole process of the whole process of Canton PD recusing themselves, but the car being stored at Canton PD in the Sallyport, the Canton PD constantly being asked, for suggestions, where do we get the video, where Canton PD still being so involved with this case, even though they recused themselves, is such garbage.
Be accurate in terms of the memorialization of things that are found of note during a search, correct?
Yes.
Such garbage to me. Sorry, it popped up. We are ready to go.
Go right ahead.
Lieutenant Tully, we were talking just before the break about the
Video
search on January 29th, 2022. Obviously, it's important to be accurate in terms of the memorialization of things that are found of note during a search, correct?
Yes.
And the way that you normally would memorialize something like that would be in a police report, correct?
That's one method, yes.
You might have personal handwritten notes that would attend a search, correct?
Yes,
You might videotape part of it or all of it,
I could.
and then you could photo document it as well.
Yes,
But ultimately, the circumstances surrounding how something was found or what was found at the time is best done in a memorialization in a police report, correct?
that is one method, yes.
And that is the official record of what was done at the time and who did it, correct?
Yes,
And you did, in fact, draft a police report as it pertains to the search that was done by the search team on January 29th, 2022.
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
If you would take a look at the face page of that and tell me if that looks familiar to you.
It does.
Is that your report that you utilized? Is that the report that you wrote, rather not utilized? Is that the report that you wrote documenting the search that was conducted and you've testified to in front of this jury?
Yes.
What's the date of that report?
February 10th, 2021, which was a typo, should be February 2022.
Okay, so February 10th, 2022 was the date that you memorialized the information about the search, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, that was much, much closer in time than today, correct?
Yes.
Or yesterday, correct?
Correct.
If you turn to paragraph 3,
So like 12 days.
could you review that paragraph and tell me, after you review it, if that refreshes your recollection about exactly what you indicated was found by you and the CERT team on January 29th, 2022?
My recollection of what was located remains the same. I do see that the report states that it was a piece of clear plastic.
Okay. So, in fact, your report says that at approximately 17:45 hours, which is what time?
Inconsistencies.
5:45
He's pointing
p.m.
out
The
inconsistencies.
CERT team located, quote, a piece of red plastic, correct?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say it was consistent with brake-like material from a motor vehicle, right?
Yes.
And if you look down a couple of other sentences, you talk about the shoe that was then recovered, correct?
Yes.
Then if you look at the second to the last sentence, a few feet south from the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic consistent with clear lens of a motor vehicle was located, correct?
Yeah, the quote is a second piece of red plastic. Yes.
Well, actually, the sentence before that, sentence just above that, starting with a few feet south.
Yes.
It reads, a few feet south from the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic.
That's not what it says. Would you like me to read it?
Oh, I'm reading it. Sure, read it.
Okay. The sentence is several feet south of the clear plastic.
Look at it all.
Sorry.
Sentence above that, before that.
A few feet south of the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic consistent with clear lens of a motor vehicle was located.
Right. So in your lexicon, a piece means singular, does it not?
Yes.
If you meant pieces, you would have written pieces. You're educated, correct?
Allegedly.
Oh,
So clearly, from this report that was memorialized on February 10th, you indicated that a piece of clear plastic was located consistent with clear lens from a motor vehicle, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. Then, well, it's not just what it says.
what an
it's what
insult.
else.
You're educated,
Then
right?
the next sentence, which is the sentence you were about to read, go ahead and read that for me as well.
Several feet south of the clear plastic, a second piece of red plastic was located.
Okay. Simple math. According to your report on February 10th, a piece of red plastic was found first. Then a piece of clear plastic was found. Then a piece of red plastic was found thereafter, correct? According to that report.
Yes.
Then you go on in the following paragraph to reiterate, just to clear up any doubt about what was found. And the last sentence reads, the sneaker and 3 pieces of plastic were secured as evidence, correct?
Objection.
See, overruled, I don't know. What's the objection?
Form.
No, I'll allow it.
Is that what it says?
Yes.
Form. No.
Yesterday, you were asked. to
Mr.
open
Lally,
these 2 evidence
No.
bags, correct? The evidence bags.
Should I take a look?
Of course, of
overruled.
course. Yes, may I approach one?
Yes.
Sorry. 570, 571.
No.
Those are the bags that you opened yesterday, correct?
Yes.
You indicated yesterday in front of the jury, you didn't indicate, you pulled out 2
Yep.
pieces of clear plastic, did you not?
Yep.
I did.
That was in bag, I want to say that was in bag 570. Why don't we do this? Can you please open, with the court's permission, can you please open bag 570, I'm sorry, evidence, exhibit 570 in that bag, and just look inside.
I didn't bring gloves with me, Your Honor.
I think there might be some on the stand
Oh,
there
thank you,
inside
Your
that.
You're educated, right? He's not happy.
Attorney Jackson, could you just repeat your request again, make sure I have it correct?
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's start with 570.
Okay.
I don't remember which one it is, so if you could just open it and look inside and describe for us which items are inside that bag.
So 570, the description is pieces of red, hard plastic, tail-like cover contained inside this bag.
Look down in there and tell me, do you see red plastics?
Yes.
Okay. Yesterday, you pulled out 2 pieces and indicated that was what was contained in the bag, correct?
Correct.
Take another closer look.
As I take a closer look, there are 2 pieces and there's a very small fragment that remains in the bag.
Can you pull that fragment out?
Sorry about the sound.
You should have to do this.
It's a teeny tiny piece.
Okay, you can go ahead and replace that. So in total, Lieutenant Tully, how many pieces of red plastic are in that evidence bag?
As we sit here today, there are 3.
Thank you. I'm going to close that. Open up the second bag. I'll go ahead with the court's permission. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
The sound. Okay.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, the next bag is exhibit 571, is that right?
Yes.
Could you please open
This
that?
is
Let's
the-
go through the same process. Just look inside and tell us what you see.
Oh, jeez.
Inside 571, there are 2 pieces of clear plastic.
You know where to place those. May I approach?
He needs to give those pieces of evidence
Thank you,
back
Lieutenant.
to
Those 2
the magistrate
bags
or
are supposed to
their
represent what was
designated
found
area.
by the CERT team on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
There's 5 pieces of plastic, 3 red, 2 clear, correct?
As we sit here today, yes.
My question, Lieutenant Tully, is where did the other pieces of plastic come from?
Be more specific? Which pieces?
Where did the extra 2 pieces of plastic
Extra
come
2?
from in those evidence bags?
Well, it appears to me that small fragment I pulled out may have potentially come from the larger piece. The other,
Just to clear that up, you believe, as you sit here, that smaller piece was broken off from one of the larger pieces,
again, I'm making a big assumption here at your request.
okay?
So yeah, that's what it appears to me by looking in the bag.
And by the way, Lieutenant, this isn't a trick question. I'm not asking you to assume anything. You were there and you recovered the pieces and you described recovering 3 items of evidence, correct?
No.
Didn't you just read in your report? I'll read it again. Last sentence, the sneaker and 3 pieces of plastic were secured as evidence.
That's 4.
Sorry, I said items of evidence, items of plastic. Let's leave the sneaker out of our discussion for the time being.
Okay.
You were the one that conducted the search, correct?
The CERT team conducted the search. I was present.
You analyzed the search.
Yes.
You were there photographing the things that were covered in the search,
Yes.
and ultimately you were responsible for bagging those items up, correct?
Yes.
There are 5 items in that bag, or in those 2 bags, right? Just the plastic.
Correct.
And yet your report very clearly says there were 3 items of plastic evidence recovered at the scene, correct?
Yes.
So my question, once again, is where did the extra 2 items come from? Pieces of plastic.
Well, as memorialized on the bag, it says pieces of clear plastic. So I'll take the hit that my report does not properly memorialize it. But I would argue that the handwritten notes on the bag that are contemporaneous to the collection of the evidence would be more accurate, as is in my memory of 2 clear plastic things being collected. Now, as to the third piece, again, I'm making an assumption, but it appears that that is a small piece that was separated from the other 2 pieces.
You don't know that that small piece separated from the other 2 by being broken off, do you?
No, I don't.
Just a guess, on your part, right?
It's a guess. The bags were, out of our custody at the crime lab for a period of time. They had done an analysis. We did an evidence review with you, yourself, and the defense counsel on December 1st of last year. We pulled all the evidence out. It was memorialized by your investigator, and it was put back in the bags.
You didn't see our investigator snapping pieces off the plastic, right?
He did not.
He's not.
I want to shift gears for a second, Lieutenant, and talk a little bit about the cell records that you testified to. Specifically the Verizon call records that you testified about. During your training, the 200 plus hours of training that you had, you've learned how to read Verizon records to determine cell towers that are used in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
You were also taught how to read Verizon call records to determine the sector or the side that a cell tower is pinging, for lack of a better word, called a cell face, correct?
Yes.
All right. One of the
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Lieutenant, one of the documents that you rely on pretty heavily is ultimately it's a call record that gives you certain information provided by whoever the carrier is, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, whoever, right?
Yes.
Do you recognize the document that's in front of you or the portion of the call record that's in front of you?
It appears to be a portion from the call detail records we referenced earlier.
Okay. My questions about this are relatively simple. There's a sector number that provides information that describes the directionality, if you will, of the target phone number, which part of the cell tower that target phone number or that target device was facing, correct?
Yes.
In your maps, did you include any of the cell face data about which portion of the cell tower was pinging vis-a-vis the phone that was being tracked?
No. Can I explain why I made that decision?
Please do.
When the trouble with depicting and making exhibits when relative to cell phone records is you don't want to make the map too complicated. So as I describe it to the jury, I want to make sure that the record is clear. Now, I don't typically will use the sector as part of my maps. I would argue that it gives greater deference to the defendant because the phone could be anywhere within a 360-degree area of the antenna opposed to a narrower 120-degree area around that antenna. So for the purposes of making a clear depiction, I typically will not use sector unless it's absolutely important to show that a handset was in a specific location.
And so you did not include the sector information on the maps that you provided, both to Mr. Lally, which you showed to the jurors and provided us, correct?
Yes, whereas relative to the CSLI ones, yes.
So in point of fact, according to the map at least, wherever that little triangle is, that red triangle that you use to denote the cell tower or the antenna, the responsive phone, the device, would be anywhere on a 360-degree azimuth from that antenna, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
I want to ask you about the one map that was related to 5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m. Remember that?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. There were several maps shown. A copy of it. Can I approach?
I wrote it all down.
That's a copy of a page of an exhibit that's already been marked and entered into evidence. You recognize that?
Yes.
And that's a copy of your map that you did dealing with ENBID 57021, correct?
Yes.
And the time frame was 5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And by the way, do you know what ENBID stands for?
No, that's why the legend key is helpful. It's node is the NB, but I'm unsure on the E.
Evolved Node B Identifier, right?
Is that a question? Yeah, that's possible. Yes.
It is my question.
Okay.
Refresh your recollection. That's what it means.
I'd have to look at the key again, but that sounds right.
So an evolved, if that's what it stands for, an evolved Node B Identifier, and then a series of numbers after that is simply sort of the proper name for a particular tower.
Correct.
No two towers have the same ENBID, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to, and I'm just going to call it ID 57021, do you see what appears to be, on your map, what appears to be the cell tower that is associated with that ID number, 57021?
Yes.
Okay. And there's one address that's denoted on your map, correct? That 34 Fairview?
No, there's multiple.
Okay. What are the other addresses that you noted on your map?
One Meadows Ave and Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes.
If I could hand you another map, does that appear to be a Google map?
A Google
Yes.
map.
Does that generally track the map that you created, the darker map you created? Meaning it's the same basic scale?
It is not the same scale.
How much different is that scale?
The one you handed me is a zoomed in version of the map I created.
Okay. Do you recognize it as being relative, a true and accurate reflection of a Google map that's zoomed in a little bit on the same basic area?
As you just described, it appears to be Google Map
Okay.
creation.
And you see two addresses that are denoted on that Google map?
Yes.
What are those two addresses?
34 Fairview Road and 12 Country Lane.
And as you look at that Google map with both of those, given your experience with both of those addresses, those appear to be denoted accurately on that Google map?
It does. I would note that you can't see the roads really on this map that you handed me.
Understood. I'm not going to ask you a question about
It's kind of it's a white blur, so it.
But does it look like that's where 34 Fairview is and that's where 12 Country Lane?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you for the third item that's denoted on the map, and that is the cell tower 57021. You see that denoted on the map?
Yes.
Does that appear to be generally accurate in terms of the spatial location of where that cell tower is?
Yes.
Go through the admission of that item, that document.
Objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Taking a look at that exhibit, would you agree that the cell tower 57021 is significantly closer to what's denoted as 12 Country Lane, the McCabe residence, physically as a crow flies, than it is to 34 Fairview?
I would not characterize it as significant,
How would you characterize it?
that it is closer.
Okay. May I publish on?
Okay.
Take a look. Just a second. Take a look at the upper portion, upper right portion of the map that I just highlighted. What does that denote?
The cell tower that we previously mentioned, 57021.
Okay. And then there's a line from, it's a straight line from that cell tower down to this location. What is that location?
It's denoted on this exhibit as 34 Fairview Road.
And do you see a legend indicating scale? How far that is?
I see numbers and miles written on there.
Does that appear to be reflective of given your understanding and your experience with this location or these locations, does that appear to be a relatively accurate delineation of the distance between the cell tower and that location, in that address?
I don't know the distance between the cell tower and the address off the top of my head.
Would you agree that it's around 2 miles?
It's roughly 2 miles.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you to take a look at the same proximity, cell tower at the top of the screen, and then the address at 12 Country Lane. Do you see those two items denoted on the map?
Yes.
And do you see the approximate distance between those two items?
See it on the map.
And does it appear to you that the distance from 12 Country Lane looks like it's less than half the distance to 34 Fairview?
I wouldn't characterize it as it appears to be less than half.
How would you characterize it?
My understanding of that area, I would say it's at least a mile between those two locations as the crow flies.
Okay, meaning between the cell tower and 12 Country Lane,
Yeah,
right?
Yes.
And it indicates approximately a mile, correct?
it does indicate that.
Okay. And the other location indicates approximately 2.4 miles, right?
It does indicate that.
All right. So would you agree that a mile is less than half of 2.4 miles?
I would agree a mile is less than half than 2.4.
Thank you. We can take that out.
God. He is fighting on it.
You also noted that there were two cell towers much closer to 34. There are two cell towers much closer to 34 Fairview than the 57021, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you already noted that for the jurors that say at 6 a.m. or 6:05 a.m. and thereafter, when it's clear that Ms. Reed was at 34 Fairview, she found the body of John O'Keefe, that her phone was relaying to those two towers, ferries, bouncing back and forth, correct?
Yes.
Those two towers are 57171, correct? Sorry, I don't want to test your memory like that. I can.
Honestly.
There we go. May I approach?
Yes.
This is just his grand jury stuff, the same stuff that you should. I'm just going to give you that packet, Lieutenant. Like I said, it's not a memory test. That helps refresh your recollection of the name of the two towers closest to 34 Fairview.
Sorry, sometimes I just like to look at the timeline, see how we're doing, see how we're moving along. They have a while until they go for their lunch.
Do you have that in mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the two towers closest to 34 Fairview are 57171, correct?
Yes.
And 57286, is that right?
Yes.
And both of those towers picked up Ms. Reed's signal at 12:33 a.m. and again after 6:03 a.m., correct?
You asked me about 1233, so it's okay. I'm going to refer back in the exhibit.
Of course.
And that is correct. It hit the 57171.
And then after 6 a.m., it was also picking up, bouncing, I think you said bouncing back and forth between 57171 and 57286.
Yes.
Both of those towers were picking her up.
Yes.
Importantly, though, between 5:20 and 5:37 a.m., neither of those two towers ever picked up her phone or any signal from her phone, correct?
Correct.
So based on those facts, it's far more likely that Karen Reed was actually at Jennifer McCabe's, not on her way to Jennifer McCabe's, at and around 5 a.m. than going to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach this to retrieve? Sure. I just want to make sure that we read the mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. That goes with that, I believe. Oh, you handed me that. Here's the marked item.
Perfect. Make sure that's there.
There were two other documents you had handed me previously that are not marked.
Thank you, Rob. I just want to touch very briefly on the ranging data, the RTT records. What does RTT stand for?
Depends on who you ask from Verizon, either range to tower or round trip time.
Have you ever heard real-time tool?
I have.
Okay, so that's the RTT has several acronyms, but real-time tool is one, correct?
Yes.
The RTT data is what you earlier described as a ranging data or access distance, correct?
I didn't use the term access distance. I know that Verizon may, but I said ranging.
So it's just in common vernacular, it's the distance from the tower or from the antenna to where the signal is going, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Could you please review that and tell me if you recognize what's depicted on that document?
I recognize it to be one of the entries from the RTT report for the account we're talking about.
I'm sorry. And it's around 5:18 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you utilized this report or portions of this report, including this entry, to come up with your data, especially as it relates to ranging data, correct?
Yes.
Do you see the column on that document called cross duration sex, right? Procedure duration sex.
I do.
What does that mean?
That is the amount of time in which this communication occurred.
Okay. Am I correct in understanding that the length of time for the RTT event is calculated in seconds, correct?
It is.
All right. Do you see the row in the exhibit that indicates the time 5:18 a.m.?
Yes.
And do you see a column that's labeled procedure start time?
Yes.
And right next to it, there's a procedure end time, correct?
Yes.
Are those the start times and the end times that you earlier testified to in front of the jury about the event in question at 5:18 a.m. or thereabouts? The start of the interaction or the communication with the device and the end of the communication with the device.
Yes.
When you say communication with the device, what does that mean? What are you referring to? A phone call, a text, something?
We don't know. As I testified to, the ranging reports will create entries even unbeknownst to the user. So I have no information with this record before me about what the user was or was not doing with the phone.
But your testimony is that those two arcs that we saw, those respective arcs that we saw, your testimony is that this RTT data, in your view, establishes that she's on the device, not she, but the device was on the first arc at the start time, and it was on the second arc at the end time.
I'm going off the ranging that they give me.
And then you created those two arcs. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the definition of those two arcs are in the map.
The definition comes from the first distance and last distance, which is denoted on this exhibit you have in front of me here.
Okay, and the first distance is what?
0.82 miles.
Okay, and the second distance is, from memory, I think it's 0.97?
Correct.
That's a difference of what? We do the math.
1.5 miles.
0.15 miles, correct?
Excuse me, yes.
Okay. And do you see the procedural duration column indicated on that document?
I do.
Okay. And the procedure duration column indicates 0, doesn't it?
Yes.
However, if we look very closely at the start time and the end time, they're not actually the same times, are they?
Correct.
There's a difference in those two times. Can you tell the jurors what that difference is?
It is 4 thousandths of a second.
0.004 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you believe that the start and end distances for the RTT event in question indicate two different locations for that device. In other words, the start time, it was on the first arc, the end time, it was on the second arc. You don't know where on the arc, but somewhere on those two arcs.
Using the ranging data, I created a map, and that's what I did.
Okay, and so the device would have moved from the first arc to the second arc, correct?
Yes.
Right. You're familiar with, obviously, the formula to determine speed using distance and time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you calculate for us the speed that the device would have traveled to go from the first arc to the second arc over a distance of 0.15 miles in 4 thousandths of a second?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Let me see if I can help. So distance,
He's sassy.
sorry, speed is calculated as distance divided by time, right?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson has such a great
0.15 miles by 4 thousandths of a second. You come up with
defense
37.5
attorney
miles per second.
tone.
Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you do the calculation in your head?
No, sir.
You need a calculator?
I would.
Your Honor, if
I'd like to see Counselor Tyler, please.
Yeah, he's getting a little lost in the weeds there. Don't make witnesses do math unless they are mathematicians, because golly, there's already enough happening inside their brain.
Thought you were going to ask the other question.
If I am on the stand and I am a witness and you are just throwing questions at me and I'm answering them, and then you say, hey, by the way, do this math equation, I am going to die inside. Sure, it's probably something you more than likely would be able to do any day of the week. Sure, no problem. But it's different. It's different Don't do it.
So
It's
so
no
do you happen to
need.
have your cell phone with you?
I thought you were going to ask the other question first with your numbers.
I can. Let me ask you, so you don't have to sit there with a cell phone in front of you. Let me ask you if you would agree with this, that 0.15 divided by 0.004 is 37.5.
I'd have to write it out. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
If you had a calculator in front of you, could you do it?
I could.
You don't have your cell phone with you.
I do not.
With the court's permission, I've got mine right here. I can turn it on. Or my co-counsel has one.
How about, can you use Madam Court Reporter's cell phone and do that? She's closest.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could divide 0.15 by 0.004, let me know what you come up with.
37.5.
So that would be, given the fact that the distance, as calculated, as indicated on that record, the distance is 0.15 miles over the course of 0.004 seconds, right?
No, I would push back as to when the distance was being created. That's the first distance and last distance.
Correct. What you indicated was the cell phone or the device was on the first arc during the first time, and the start time, and on the second arc at the end time. All I'm asking is some basic math. So you would agree that if the calculation we just did, or you just did, is 0.15 miles divided by 4 thousandths of a second, that is 37.5 miles per second, to stay consistent, miles per second, correct?
But I don't agree with the premise of the question. So
You don't have to agree with the premise of the question. I'm asking you about the math.
the math is correct. Yes.
The math is correct, right? It's miles per second, correct?
Yes.
Based on that calculation. In order to get to miles per minute, you multiply it by 60, correct?
Yes,
Can you do that for me, please?
Madam Clerk. The question again, sir, I'm sorry.
Yes. Multiplying 37.5 times 60 will give us miles per minute. What is that number?
2,250.
And if we wanted to go to miles per hour, which we're more familiar with, multiply by 60 again, wouldn't you? And what's that number?
1,035,000. Excuse me, sorry. 135,000.
135,000 miles per hour, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree, if the premise is moving from the arc, first arc, moving 0.15 miles to the second arc, over the course of 0.004 seconds, the device would have to be traveling 135,000 miles per hour, correct?
In your question, you said 1.5 miles travel. It's 0.15 miles. You corrected me. I'm going to throw it back at you, sir.
Fair enough, fair enough.
All right.
Okay. 0.15 miles over the course of 0.004 seconds, the device would have to be traveling 135,000 miles per hour. It's basic math, correct?
While I agree with that, I would push back. That's probably not what the record is indicating.
You would agree that that is physically impossible, correct?
For a cell phone, yes.
Right. And you would also agree that since that's impossible, you're not suggesting to this jury that the device moved from arc 1 to arc 2 in 4 thousandths of a second. That's exactly what you're suggesting.
I'm not suggesting that.
Okay. In fact,
He's like, you can disagree with
what
the
actually
question,
makes more
but
sense
not
is
the math.
signal was moving to and from the device at light speed, 186,000 miles per second.
It does. Radio
waves move at what?
speed of light.
Speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, right?
Yes.
Okay. If, as you indicated on direct examination, if that return signal, the bounce, is in any way refracted, it takes a deviation. It's not straight because of something like, I don't know, weather, precipitation, or snow, then it would take longer to get back to the intent, correct?
That's fair.
And that could be what's reflected in that map and the distance of the two arcs. Isn't that correct?
That's not my experience with these records.
But you do agree that in fact the device, as you indicated earlier, moved from arc 1 to arc 2 from the start time to the end time. That's impossible.
No, I'm saying that the records reflect that the first time the distance was created, marked, and the second time the distance was marked. That's what's represented on the map.
Right, but you said that those are reflective of the start time and the end time, which is 4 thousandths of a second apart.
No, I don't know. That's when these distances were created. It doesn't say start of procedure distance. It says first distance, last distance.
Actually, it says,
Everyone's confused. You got to shut this down. Close it up and move the hell on because we are all confused. The jury's sitting there like 135,000 miles per hour. You know, come on.
procedure start
bro.
time, 5:18 and 19 seconds, 0.154, right?
Yes.
Procedure end time, 5:18, 19 seconds, 0.158, right?
Yes.
That's the difference. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
That's the difference. That's the 4 thousandths of a second difference, correct?
Yes.
And on direct examination, you said the start time and the end time are how you calculated the two different arcs,
No.
correct?
No.
You're changing your testimony?
No. The map says first and last. as reflected in the record, first distance and last distance. So one could hold a map and this record next to each other and figure out how I determined those locations depicted on the map. It doesn't say start and end time. It says first and last.
Right. But you said that it was the beginning of the communication and the end of the communication, which are both reflected on that document. Is that it? The
Yes.
start time and the end time. I understand what you're saying about the distance. 0.15. Nobody's arguing about that. You're saying, you said on direct examination that the distance was a difference between what time the first arc occurred and what time the second arc occurred. And there was a distance between it. And your testimony was the device moved from the first arc to the second arc. Just that, right?
I'm saying the device moved from the first arc to the second arc, yes.
And it would be impossible to do that in 4,000, correct?
A cell phone, yes.
You did, one last issue, and I'm gonna deviate from the cell tower stuff. You got information during the course of your investigation that eyewitnesses, or an eyewitness, placed a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022, correct?
I'm familiar with that.
As a supervising investigator, by the way, you're familiar with the fact that the eyewitness placed that Ford Edge sorry, see if I can start that over. The eyewitness indicated that the Ford Edge was placed there sometime between 2:30 in the morning and 3:30 in the morning, correct?
I'm familiar with that.
All right. As the supervising investigator, did you do anything to investigate the circumstances of that Ford Edge being placed in front of 34 Fairview sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning?
Yes.
What did you do?
Well, we determined the veracity of that statement, and we want to make sure that the person who gave it is consistent and accurate and had a good vantage point of it. I have concerns about.
By the way, you satisfied with that?
No.
Why not?
Well, the person has given the statement multiple times, and it appears to have changed over those times. It also appears that the person observed this vehicle from a distance, and also the identification of a Ford Edge seemed highly suggestive the way that I had read the account of it. If I had done that as a police officer, this court would throw out that identification.
So, did you find out anybody in the Albert family on the Ford Edge?
I don't recall off the top of my head if somebody.
Did you look at automobile registration records?
I did not know.
Did you task anybody else to look at automobile registration records?
I believe Trooper Proctor and Sergeant McKennick had investigated that.
And do you have any idea what that investigation revealed?
I don't.
Did the Alberts own a Ford Edge?
I don't know as I sit here.
They did own a Ford Edge, didn't they?
Objection.
So the objection is sustained.
But nothing was done further that you're aware of to investigate the circumstances of that Ford Edge being seen and placed in front of 34 Fairview, right where the body was found, between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning, right?
An investigation into the reliability of that witness was conducted.
So you just decided, and that investigation, quotes, is, I didn't believe him, right?
No.
Yes. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Riley, anything?
Just briefly.
So as far as
Redirect.
that last line of questioning, as far as the witness in the Ford Edge, you mentioned that there were several different stories, correct?
Yes.
Several different versions of the statement.
Yes.
And what were those different versions?
The first was that this person saw a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview. The next one that I can recall is that the person stated that they were not on Fairview, but on Cedar Crest, some distance away, looking at this vehicle in a blizzard. The person also self-reported that he was colorblind, and he was operating a larger motor vehicle. The third story was a concern about the time. The third story was as he arrived, the Canton police had the street blocked off at about 4 a.m. and he places this Ford Edge outside the residence at a time before that. So we know through our investigation that the Canton police didn't arrive till shortly after 6 a.m. So the witnesses' times are off as well.
As far as the what you termed as a highly suggestive ID with the Ford Edge, can you explain what you mean by that?
As I read the report, the investigator had asked the person first a question. They stated that there was a vehicle in front of 34 Fairview Road. The witness was then brought outside, and the investigator allegedly pointed to a motor vehicle that was in a parking lot and said, "Is that it?" And the witness said, "Yes, that's it." And so it's suggestive in the fact that it would be a single photo identification, which, you know, as a police officer, I would not give somebody one thing and be suggestive, "Is this it?" Because as the courts have ruled, that's highly suggestive, and the person's more likely to adopt that description of whatever they're describing, opposed to if you use other methods.
Now, when you were being asked on cross-examination about certain distances from the house at 34 Fairview to the area where you had recovered items. Repeatedly, you had been asked about a distance of 30 feet, correct?
I did.
From the items that were recovered in the area that was described to you as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located shortly after 6 a.m., is that 30 feet from the house?
No, where the items were a little further on the edge of the property, so it'd be closer to 40 or 50 feet.
And as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was located with reference to the curb, with reference to the street, how close was that?
From the curb, reports was about 10 feet from the curb.
And so the evidence was a lot closer to the roadway, a lot closer to the curb than it was to the house, correct?
Objection. Sustained as to
As far as what, if anything, did you find significant between the location of the evidence in relation to and Mr. O'Keefe in relation to the roadway versus in relation to the house?
The piece of evidence were physically on the roadway, on the pavement, or the curb.
Just one question, as it applies to the Sally Port video from the Camden Police Department, are you aware of sort of how those videos were recorded as far as when they stopped, when they started?
Not off the top of my head, no. But the ones we have in possession, no.
As far as, and then I'm sorry, let me ask the question probably a little more succinctly, but with reference to, are you familiar at all with the camera system at the Camden Police Station?
Vaguely, yes.
As far as, do you know whether or not it's motion activated?
The Camden IT director stated that it was motion.
So the objection is sustained.
So let me ask you, are you aware that the cameras are motion activated?
Objection. As to form, it's sustained.
What, if anything, are you aware as to how the cameras?
Objection. I'm going to allow it. You approach. Okay.
You are muted. You are unmuted.
Lieutenant, when it came to the Sally Port video, at some point you did review them to some extent.
Yes.
And over the course of your review, what, if anything, did you note in reference to time? Was it sort of one long consistent, or did it jump?
It jumped.
And based on that, what, if any, conclusions did you draw as to how that video recorded?
It appeared to be motion activated. As these jumps occurred, it appeared to be triggered by motion.
Now, with reference to the items that were recovered on January 29th during the 13th search that you were present for, in addition to your police report, how, if at all, were they memorialized?
On the exterior of the paper bags that they were contained in.
And when was that done? Before or after February 10th, when your report was written?
Objection. Ask me differently, Mr. Mueller.
When was the memorialization on the evidence bags done in relation to when you wrote the report?
Objection. I'll allow it.
The difference would be the notes on the outside of the bag happened at the time of collection, and then I wrote my report 11 days later.
So, as far as your memory, as you sit here and testify today and yesterday, as far as the items that you took out of the bag, are those the same items that you recovered or were recovered by the search team on January 29th?
Yes.
Now, the information from the call detail records that Mr. Jackson presented to you, there was essentially two little columns, correct?
2 rows, yes.
And was that sort of the entirety of what you reviewed as far as the call detail records in relation to generating the slides that were depicted to the jury?
No.
And, sorry, may I approach on?
Yes.
May I see the exhibit? Sorry.
These are not marked.
The mark.
Which one?
Whatever the last one was, Mr. Yes, thank you. May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Knowing you now, it's been marked as exhibit 577 with reference to what Mr. Jackson had given you earlier. Lieutenant, from what's depicted on there, what, if any, issues do you have with the depiction on that exhibit?
Like I mentioned, it's difficult to get a good sense of what we're looking at because the roads don't really appear on here. If they do, they're light and faint. The large black line kind of intersects with a lot of them, with the words of them. At the bottom, it looks like it's written map scale next to a scale, but I can't attest to the veracity of that. Those would be a couple problems I see.
Now, with reference to the slides that you created with the different time frames, not just the one single time frame. Again, the times that you observed for the location of the handset, of the cell phone of the defendants that you observed from the call detail records, were they consistent with other pieces of evidence that you had, whether it be video and or witness statements?
Yes.
And that would be consistent with the location of the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about speed and distance traveled. And you indicated that you did not agree with the premise of Mr. Jackson's question, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what it was about the premise or what it was that you did not agree with?
So while I agree it would be impossible for the phone to travel at that distance, I disagree with the premise that the procedure that was being captured here and the distances may not be at the same time. So there may be the distance could have preceded the procedure, and the end distance could have been after the procedure. There are other ways to capture that information. Again, all I'm doing, and I'm at the mercy of the records, is illustrating them. I then take the next step in order to corroborate that information, ideally through video and other location-based information.
Now, in relation to speed, is that something that you've done in other cases with call detail records?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you weren't able to do it here or didn't do it here. Can you explain why not?
By speed, do you mean route of travel or?
Yes.
So if I have a more robust set of records, so again, we're at the mercy of Verizon here. We only got a limited number of records from the ranging data. With other cases, if the phone is much more chatty with the antenna, if there's more lines of communication, I've seen lines of communication as frequent as every couple of seconds or less than a couple of seconds. As I map those out, I can make more of a determination of maybe the route of travel of the cell phone. So as I put the first arc, I'll then place the second arc on a map and say to myself, how could a handset get from the first arc to the second arc? And I'll have a number of possibilities. I will then lay out the third arc. Okay, how could a phone get from the second arc to the third arc, and repeat that process, narrowing down the different possibilities. And oftentimes I'm able to determine the route of travel, send investigators down to that route, and we find corroborating information.
And again, why was it that you weren't able to do that with this information that you received from Verizon in this case?
We received a limited number of entries in this record.
And what, if any, relationship does that have to sort of the area or the geographic location as far as the town of Canton is concerned and the number of antennas there?
Well, as respective to the number of records, it's a larger area the cell phone could potentially be.
So in no way in your testimony, in your slides or anything else, are you suggesting that the device or the handset or the defendant's cell phone was traveling at that speed, correct?
Correct.
So could you explain to the jury again exactly what those arcs mean and what you are explaining with reference to?
Those records have a start distance and an end distance. I take those distances, place them on map, starting where the antenna, there's also in that record, states it is. Draw a distance from that antenna, draw an arc at that distance with the radius being the distance that's on the record, and have an arc that's in excess of 120 degrees.
You also asked some questions about whether causing some sort of interference or something in relation to the recording with regard to antennas or which antenna a device might connect to. You indicated that was not your experience with these types of records. Can you respond upon that?
The greatest predictor of what antenna a cell phone is going to use is distance, because like I said, the farther the handset is away from an antenna, the more degraded the signal is going to get. So that's the best predictor. But like I mentioned earlier, there are things that can disrupt a cell phone signal, which would cause a handset not to connect to the closest antenna. And that can be physical obstruction, precipitation, elevation, an antenna goes down for whatever period, or for whatever reason, causing it to connect to another antenna that is technically further away.
And so from your review of the call detail records and from your mapping from those various timeframes contained within the slides presented to the jury, what, if anything, can you say from that material in reference to the other evidence collected as to the location of the defendant's cell phone during those relevant times?
Well, relevant, I'll zero in at 518. I would suggest that the defendant, her vehicle, and the cell phone were on Washington Street outside of Temple Beth Abraham at that time. That's one thing that I would be comfortable suggesting.
May I have a moment, John?
Yes.
Thanks, sir. Nothing further on.
Jackson?
Very briefly, Lieutenant Tully, do you still have, I think it's 578, is it 578?
I have 577.
Is 578 is not marked yet. What's up? Where's the RTT record? Is that 577?
I have RTT records that are not marked in front of me.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's your minute?
So,
Objection.
So let's mark it for identification also.
Just have the witness identify it.
Understand. I'm sorry, then that was letters.
triple K.
Thank you. You're looking at triple Kilo, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you created the arcs on your map, you also put on the map 5:18 a.m., correct?
Yes,
Where'd you get that number?
from the procedure start and end time.
So you did use the procedure start time and end time, correct?
To denote the time, but not, to denote the time on the slide, yes.
Not the event, correct?
Yes.
All right, so the 5:18-19, I'm sorry, 5:18 and 19 seconds, and then I don't have it in front of me, but 0.154, I think. Is that right?
Yes,
That was the time that you used to establish that the device was on the first arc, correct?
no, I didn't use it to establish the arc. I used the distance to establish the arc, and I placed the time on the slide,
What time? You didn't tell me.
5:18.
The time that Verizon gave you as the start time, correct?
Yes, they're both 5:18.
So there's a start time and a start distance from the tower. In other words, the event took place at this distance at this time starting, correct?
No, you're using the wrong words. It says first distance.
I'm not using the wrong words.
Yes, sir. You said start distance. It's first distance.
Okay, fine. Okay, pick the words. First distance, start time, and first distance, correct?
Yes, those are on the record.
Right. Then Verizon gives you an end time, correct?
Yes,
And last distance, correct? And you created your arc based on the start time and first distance versus the end time and last distance, correct?
no, the time weren't associated.
If you're saying no, is because that would require the device to travel at 135,000 miles an hour.
Objection. If the witness could please answer the question.
So let him finish,
Okay, sure.
and then the objection to that is sustained. You can ask it differently.
Go ahead.
The times were not part of the depiction of the range. While I will suggest to you that it is probably unbelievable that those are actually start and end times. What I'm saying is we don't know for certainty that that is the exact time, the first distance and the last distance. I'd have to look back at the records, but I also say that we have corroborating evidence to say that that is accurate.
So you have to look back at the records, correct?
Yes,
That is your record.
No,
That's what you looked at, isn't it?
the record's key.
And where's the records key?
They were provided by Verizon.
Where are they, sir?
I don't have them in front of me.
Right. That's all.
Okay,
May we approach this briefly?
okay. Don't leave yet, Detective.
Sorry, I had to skedaddle away. So tell us why that's important, Commonwealth. Yeah, honestly. Yeah. They're having a lot. Okay, what's going on?
Your Honor, I believe this defense counsel as well.
Did he just call it art?
All right, your next
It's
witness,
so
Mr. Valley.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Sergeant Brian Gallerani to the stand.
All right, we're moving on. Look, the defense is like, me too. For the most part, I think he's doing a fantastic job. I do have a little confusion
The court during the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
as to why Mr. I isn't active today.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Valley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
You are unmuted.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name? Sure.
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham?
I have a little worry that something might have happened behind the court scenes as to why Mr. I maybe not be active for the rest of this. But I don't know. I'll do some look into it. Maybe it was just how they split up the witnesses. And it just so happened that Mr. Jackson had witness after witness after witness to cross-examine. But it seems a little odd that they're not swapping, like knowing that these witnesses would be back to back. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I am loving Mr. Jackson today. All right.
I graduated the academy January of 2006.
And
Will
how
do.
long have you held
Will
the rank
do.
of sergeant?
Just under a year.
Now, prior to you holding the rank of sergeant, what was it that you did within the Needham Police Department?
I was a detective from September of 2014 to June of 2023.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective and sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what, if any, training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
As part of the sexual assault class I took in January of 2015, I was certified in DNA collection by the Mass State Police.
And can you explain a little bit to the jury about sort of what that certification process entailed or what it was that you did to become certified?
So I was specifically certified in buccal swabs, which is the process of collecting cells suitable for DNA comparison by swabbing inside of a person's cheek.
And that certification, is that up to date at this point?
Yes.
Now, at some points on January 16th, 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And fair to say, as far as your work with the Needham Police Department, you had no familiarity or work with the investigation on a Canton Police Department case?
Correct.
Or on a state police case involving incidents that occurred in the town?
Correct.
You didn't know any of the parties involved in the case?
I did not.
And so on January 16th, 2024, where did you go on that day?
I went to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you meet with, or who, if anyone, did you collect samples from on that day?
I collected samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor.
And can you explain to the jury just briefly as far as the process of your collection, as far as what physically did you do?
So I physically swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab and collected the evidence, sealed it up in a buccal swab kit, photographed it, and brought it back to the Needham Police Department.
And when you brought it back to the police department, what did you do with it then?
I entered into the evidence.
And did you do that in conformity, well, the collection and the securing of the item, did you do that in conformity with your training and certification on buccal swab collection?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transported to a voting technology lab in Norfolk, Virginia?
I was.
And were there specific instructions as far as shipping was concerned that were provided by the voting technology lab?
Yes.
And the shipping that occurred in this case, was that in conformity with what VOTIA provided as far as the policies and protocols for shipping those types of materials?
It was.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Anything?
We have no questions.
All right, you're all set, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Very
Have a
much.
good day.
That's all he did. He was not involved in the case.
Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Mr. Nicholas Bradford to the stand.
Lots of Nicholases out here. Nicholas Bradford. Will we ever finish the Commonwealth's case? At this point, I don't know.
Step right up. Watch the step on
Ms. Officer, the evidence of the court during the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
may I have just one moment?
Sure.
Just a fun fact, Mr. Jackson prosecuted Phil Spector. I went in this as a juror,
Could you please state your name and spell your
not
last
fully
name?
researched.
Yep, it's Nicholas Bradford, Bradford.
And sir, that microphone before you is adjustable. You can place it anywhere that's comfortable for yourself, okay? What is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm a DNA analyst for Bodie Technology in Lorton, Virginia.
Okay, you're definitely going to have to keep your voice up, sir, okay?
Sorry about that.
Now, sir, if I could,
Sorry. It's Bodie Technology in Lorton, Virginia.
and for the record, Bodie is just spelled as far as B-O-D-E, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could just ask you some questions about your educational background, starting with your undergraduates. Where did you go for your undergraduate, and what, if any, degree did you receive from there?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Biology from Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania.
And then following your graduation with that degree, where did you go?
I have a Master of Forensic Science in Forensic Molecular Biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And when about was it that you received that master's?
It was around about 2011.
And with relation to your graduate
Science
work
boy.
and your work at
Sorry,
Bodie, when did your work
man.
at Bodie begin with relation to your graduate?
I started at Bodie at about 2009.
So during the course of your graduate school?
Yes.
And when you started with the Bodie lab, what was the sort of position or what did you start doing when you began?
I was a DNA technician. We assisted the analysts with their case files, and we primarily operated the different robotics and the different processes in the lab.
And at some point over the course of your work there, you then became an analyst, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed or how much time did you spend as a, excuse me, as a technician prior to coming in?
I was a technician for about a year, maybe two. And then I was in the data banking section as an analyst. And since then, I've worked in the high throughput casework group and the customized casework group.
Now, as far as your work within this particular field, have you had occasion to work at any other sort of labs or facilities?
Yes, for about 3 years, I worked at the Pennsylvania State Police DNA lab.
Now, Bodie Technology, as far as that lab is concerned, can you describe for the jury sort of what kind of lab that is? And let me ask you first by just about how many analysts work at Bodie Technology?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 100 analysts, give or take. We're a small private lab in Lorton, Virginia, and we do DNA work contracted through different police agencies throughout the country.
Now, in addition to police agencies, are there other types of entities that would that you would accept or that would send submissions for DNA casework?
Yes, we do some international work with human identification and that sort of thing as well.
Now, as far as the lab at Bodie Technologies, is that lab accredited?
Yes, we are accredited through the National Standards Institute.
And can you speak a little bit about that sort of accreditation process and what it means to be an accredited lab?
Yes, so that the National Standards Institute has a set of criteria for DNA labs doing forensic work, and we are audited against those criteria every year, sometimes internal audits and sometimes external audits.
Is that accreditation at the lab, is that up to, is it, the accreditation, is it current as of now?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your work as a DNA analyst, can you describe just in general terms to the jury what it is that you do in reference, what is it that you do in reference to your work as a DNA analyst?
Yes, so we take in evidence that's submitted to us. We process it through the DNA processing. So there are 4 basic steps to DNA. There's extraction, so that's where we separate out the DNA. And then there's quantification, and that is basically just us determining how much DNA we have to work with. The next step is amplification. So depending on the case and the different processes that we're going to use, we're targeting a number of different locations in the genome, and we're going to make millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a little fluorescent tag that we can then detect in the detection step, and that's the 4th step. And then that from there, we have the DNA profile for that sample.
Now, with reference to the lab, as far as training is concerned, you mentioned that you spent at least a year or 2 as a technician prior to becoming an analyst. What is some of the training, specialized training in this area that you want to go as an employee at this lab?
Yes, so the training program involves a lot of scientific literature reading. There's a practical aspect to it where we're given known samples that we're to treat as if they were casework samples. So we process those as if they were casework. We have written and verbal exams, and we have a moot court exam at the end.
And you successfully completed each of those training sort of portions of, over the course of work with the lab?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a term known as a proficiency test?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it relates to your work as a DNA analyst at Bodie Technology?
Yes. So part of our accreditation is we have to do proficiency testing twice a year. And that is when an outside company sends us known samples and we process them again as if they were casework. And then those results are sent to that outside company and then we get the results back to see if we are proficient in those technologies or not.
And with respect to yourself, as far as the proficiency testing that you've undergone, what, if any, issues have you had with proficiency testing that you've undertaken?
I've passed all my proficiency tests.
Now, what is DNA?
So DNA is essentially the blueprint for a living thing. It's in most of our cells, and it's unique to an individual with the exception of identical twins.
Now, at some point in January of 2024, did you receive a particular assignment in regard to DNA analysis from a number of items that you received from Massachusetts?
Yes.
And specifically, can you describe the process as far as like when that item comes into the lab at Bodie Technology, how it's sort of processed or how from the time of receipt to the time that the item gets to you? Can you explain a little bit about that process?
Yes. So the item is generally sent via UPS or FedEx. It arrives in our secure evidence room. That room has limited access to only certain individuals. And from that point on, when it's received, a chain of custody is started for that shipment. And anytime anyone touches or uses that item, we need to check it out from the secure evidence room. And then that's all logged on the chain of custody.
Now, when something comes in, is it assigned a sample name or a case number or an ID number in some way, shape, or form?
Yes.
And is it also identified by sort of the corresponding numbers from the external vendor where it came?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Bodie case number CCA 2416-0023, did you perform work in relation to that case?
Yes.
And there was a corresponding agency case number of 22-02184, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would have been from the outside vendor, or at least one of them, as far as the Massachusetts State Police crime lab, correct?
Correct.
So there were a number of items that you received. If you could identify them for the jury, what you received and specifically sort of what you looked at.
Yes. So we received an apparent hair. We received an extract from a tail light from a vehicle, and we received 2 reference samples from 2 troopers from the Massachusetts State Police.
And in addition, was there a sample ID as far as a known standard?
Yes. So Bodie gives it our own our own item number. So in this case, the 2 reference samples were CCA 2416-0023 R03 and the same number R04 for the 2 reference samples.
Now, if I could just ask you to further respond upon as far as the CCA 2416-023, which is E01. There was an agency sample ID, is that correct, that was attached to that?
Yes.
And what was that?
So that was 3-6.1.
Is there a description that comes from the external vendor as well as to sort of what that item is?
Yes. In this case, the sample was a shaft end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
There's a specific mass registration plate that's associated with that hair as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was 3GC684, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the R03 and R04, those were vehicle samples, is that correct?
Yes.
And R03 specifically, as far as the agency description, what, if anything, was provided as far as that?
For R03, that was the buccal swab from Yuri Begetic.
And as far as R04?
That was the buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
Now, with reference to the extract portion, that was E02, was that correct?
Yes.
And if you know when you say extract, can you explain to the jury sort of what you understand that term to me, or what is an extract as far as what you looked at?
Yes. So when I described the 4-step process earlier, so the extraction was already done prior to us receiving the item. So essentially the extract comes to us in a tube and it's a liquid, and provided with that would be the negative control that was associated with it. So from that point, we have the quantification information from the lab that did the extraction. So then we would amplify and then detect the profile from there.
And just to be clear, as far as the EO2 that you were talking about, as far as the extract that you had received, what was the agency description on that extract?
So that was the sample from passenger side taillight.
I am listening and in it, but I'm also doing some a little bit of research. I feel like at this point I can kind of dive in and do a little bit of trying to get a few answers of my questions from people who are actively watching the case as well. Just from maybe things that I've missed or something like that. So I am here. I'm not. I didn't fall asleep because you can probably just see my head down.
Like, well,
I
with
just
the
don't want to
same
hold my phone in
registration
front of
number, and that was labeled as an extract.
Now, in addition to that, there was a known blood standard, which you indicated was item or agency sample ID 8-1.1.1.
Yes,
And what was the agency description on the known blood standard?
that would be from. Excuse me. Sorry, that was the sample from John O'Keefe, the profile, I should say.
And so when you say the profile as what do you mean by that?
Yes, so the profile was generated by the Massachusetts State Police Lab, and then that profile was given to us to do a comparison.
Now, as far as the profile that was provided, as far as your observations of that, what, if any, issues did you observe in your observations of the profile that was provided by the State Police Crime Lab in Massachusetts?
It looked like a standard single source profile.
Now, starting with, as far as there was a SDR processing that was conducted, correct?
Yes.
What does SDR stand for?
It stands for short tandem repeats. And essentially what we're doing with that is it's the DNA process that we use in forensic testing, where the areas that we're amplifying are short repeats of the genetic sequence that repeat multiple times. And we're just measuring the number of times that sequence repeats. And those numbers together are the profile.
Now, as far as the profile from the the extract that you received as far as EO2, from the passenger side tail light of the vehicle, what, if anything, were you able to determine based on your analysis and SDR processing of that?
Yes, so we determined that it was consistent with a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male contributor.
And so if you could just walk the jury through as far as the process, as far as the testing, what is it that you're actually doing in the lab? What are you looking at, and how are you making a comparison?
So once we have the DNA profile, like I said, we're measuring the number of times the sequence repeats at a given location. So we have a series of those. And then we compare that to the reference profile that we were provided, or that we generated for the 2 reference samples that we actually processed. And then we determine if it's possible that the individual whose reference profile it is could be a possible contributor to that mixture profile that we got from the evidence. And then we need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of that possibility of an inclusion.
Let me ask you a little bit about, as far as that statistical calculation, how is that done, or where does that come from?
So in this case, we did what's called a likelihood ratio. Essentially, what we're doing is comparing 2 explanations for the DNA profile that we observed. So if we have, say, person A, one explanation would be that the DNA profile is a mixture of person A and 2 unknown individuals. And then the other explanation would be that it's simply 3 unknown individuals and it's not person A. So then we compare those 2 explanations of the profile and determine which one is more likely.
Now, as far as the sort of reference samples that you had the DNA profile of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry. Or sorry, man, you had the extract with the DNA profile with multiple contributors from the tail light.
Yes.
So then you have the known blood standards with DNA profile from John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And then you have the buccal samples from Yuri Buchanan and Michael Brock, correct?
Yes.
And so with reference to those specifically, as far as the reference samples, is that what you're generating the DNA profiles from?
So we're comparing those references to the mixture that we obtained from the taillight. Yeah.
And so in your comparison, let me start with the known one as far as John O'Keefe. What, if anything, did you find from your comparison of the John O'Keefe DNA profile to the DNA profile from the taillight?
Yeah, so in this case, when comparing the John O'Keefe profile, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, it is at least 749 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown unrelated individuals than if from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. And we provide a sort of verbal qualifier to that because most people probably don't have a lot of experience with non-alien. So in this case, that would be very strong support for inclusion.
If you know non-alien, how many zeros are we talking?
So that would be the number with 30 zeros.
And so that would be a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Yes.
Now, With regard to your comparison, with regard to your work as a DNA analyst, is there any kind of software that you use in the course of your analysis with regard to an SDR mix?
Yes, when there's a mixture profile, we often use what's called StarMix, and it's essentially a computer program that we input the DNA profile, and it allows us to use a series of mathematical equations to help us interpret that mixture.
Was that done in this case as well?
Yes, and then we use that same program to run the statistics.
Now, with regard to the sample, the buccal sample attributed from Yuri Buchanan, did you run that for a comparison as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation to your analysis of that?
So in that case, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, the DNA profile obtained is at least 46 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals than if from Yuri Begenik and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. So that sounds confusing given what I just said. So the verbal qualifier for that would be very strong support for exclusion.
I'm sorry, very strong support for exclusion, is that correct?
Correct.
And then similarly, as you were testifying, what, if anything, did you find from your analysis comparison of the buccal sample or DNA profile of Michael Proctor?
Yeah, so in that case, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, it is at least 76,000 times more likely to be observed from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals than if from Michael Proctor and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. So that would be strong support for exclusion.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but your findings with regard to the 3 samples is strong inclusion or strong support for inclusion of John O'Keefe, is that correct?
It would be very strong support for inclusion.
And strong support for exclusion of both Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, in addition to that, you had mentioned that there was an E01 sample that was a shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same vehicle with the same Massachusetts license plate, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to DNA as it pertains to hair samples, can you describe for the jury sort of that process and so what is it that you're looking when you receive a hair sample as far as an extraction is concerned? What is how does that process work, or what are you getting that extraction from?
Yes, so when we have a hair, generally we'll take a look at it, and a forensic biologist will give their opinion on if it's likely that we'll obtain a profile from that hair, because hairs can be a little tricky. So in this case, the forensic biologist determined that the hair would likely not provide a great profile from STR testing, but we went ahead with it anyway, just because sometimes it does work. But in this case, we extract it, and that involves dissolving the hair and forming an extract like the other samples. And then we quantified the hair in this case, and the quantification that I used targets what is called autosomal DNA or nuclear DNA. And in that case, the results were below the limit of detection. So we did not process that sample forward for STRs because we would not have obtained a useful DNA profile from it.
Sir, if I could just take back a little bit in that. Earlier in your statement right there, you just indicated that hair samples or DNA from hair can be a little tricky. Can you expound upon that and explain to the jury sort of what you mean by that?
Yes. A lot of times,
he's like, yeah, but I don't want
hairs
to.
are, unless they have a root attached, they're not a great sample for nuclear STR testing. They can be, but it's sometimes hit or miss.
As far as what's actually being tested as far as STR when it comes to hair, it's not the actual hair, is that correct?
I'm not sure I follow. Can you?
Let me ask you, if you're familiar with the term follicular tissue,
Yes.
can you explain to the jury what that means in relation to a hair sample and DNA testing?
Yes. So when there's a follicle attached, that's generally where you will get the nuclear DNA from, not the hair itself.
And follicle would necessarily be attached to the root end and not to the shaft, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as autosomal DNA, can you explain what is autosomal DNA and sort of where does that come from within DNA testing?
Yeah, so you can think about that more as nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA that's in the nucleus of the cell. So that's what most people think of when they think of DNA. But there are there's other forms of DNA. So like, for example, mitochondrial DNA that exists outside the nucleus.
And as far as the testing that you performed in regard to this hair sample, that was STR testing, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what were the findings again with relation to the STR?
Yes, so like I said, we quantified the hair and it was below the limit of detection. So we did not process that hair forward for STR.
Now, as far as that terminology, below the limit of detection, can you explain a little bit to the jury sort of what that means as it applies to the testing that you?
Yes. So the instrumentation has a limit of detection. So there could be potentially small amounts of DNA there, but it's below the limit that we are confident to say that there is DNA present. So we would normally not process those samples forward.
Now, that hair sample, as far as the one that you tested, you mentioned that it was not initially advisable, I guess, for SDR testing, and just went ahead and did it anyway, because sometimes it works. Is that correct?
Yes, it's usually worth a try.
And then beyond that, that hair sample within your lab, as far as Bodhi technology, was that given to a different analyst for a different type of testing?
Yes, we decided it was worth a try to do mitochondrial DNA testing on the hair.
And is that a type of testing that you yourself perform?
No, that would not be me.
And why would it not?
I was not trained in mitochondrial testing.
That's sort of a specialized subset as far as different training and different type of testing that occurs?
Yes.
Just in general terms, if you know, could you explain to the jury sort of the difference between what you've termed as nuclear or autosomal DNA versus mitochondrial DNA?
Yes, so very basically, the nuclear DNA is the DNA that exists in the nucleus. The mitochondrial DNA is the DNA that exists outside the nucleus in the mitochondria. And the mitochondrial DNA is inherited directly from the mother. So if you were to test maternally related individuals, they would have the same mitochondrial profile.
And that other analyst that conducted the mitochondrial DNA, are you familiar with who that person is?
Yes, that was test chart.
Okay. One moment, Sean.
Sure.
No.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay,
We have no questions.
great.
Oh.
So you are all set, Mr. Bradford.
Thank you.
You very much. Okay, so jurors, we will take our luncheon break and we'll have more witnesses here for this afternoon. So let's say 40 minutes.
All rise to the court, please.
Your Honor, may we approach this?
Sure.
Okay, the jury is left. They are having a sidebar before they go take their lunchy break. Come on. Oh my goodness. All right, let's see if there's anything here before I skip right through their break.
All rise, footsteps.
Yep,
No.
well, Mass Tort Alliance.
No, hush up. Okay, so we are starting at 5 hours and 8 minutes in, and the stream ends at 6 hours and 27 minutes. So not that much more to go to finish off day 24. Very cool, very cool.
Thank you.
Court is back in session.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Tess Chart to the stand.
Okay.
More science. More science, more science.
Step right up here.
Why is the podium, please?
You stand and face the flag. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the honesty of the court during the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. My name is Tess Chart, C-H-A-R-T.
And Ms. Chart, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic DNA analyst at Bodhi Technology.
And where is Bodhi Technology located?
It's in Lorton, Virginia.
And ask you some questions, just a little bit about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate work. Where did you go to school, and what, if any, degree did you receive in relation to your undergraduate?
Sure. I have my bachelor's in science in molecular biology from Miller's.
Okay, I'm going to put it on 1.5 speed just to get through the background a little faster. There's rarely ever an objection about someone's background when they're considered an expert.
University in Pennsylvania. And then I have my master's of science in forensic science from Towson University in Maryland.
So, Ms. Chart, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay? Thank you.
If it is too fast, let me know. I'm more than happy to put it back down.
Now,
We just want to move
with
just a
reference to
little
your,
quick.
master's in forensic science, when about was that you received?
So I got my degree at the end of 2019.
And following grad school, where did you go from there?
I was hired directly by Bodhi Technology.
And when was that?
That was in July of 2019.
Now,
Wow.
when you started in July
Go to school
2019
and
with
hired
Bodie
right away.
Technology,
That's
what
awesome.
was your position at that time, and sort of what were your duties and responsibilities when you initially began work?
So I started as a technologist. So that's someone that will do all of the lab portion of the work in a laboratory. And I helped out with our humanitarian team, so helping identify human remains. From there, I also helped with our criminal cases as well.
And when you started your work there, what, if any, sort of training did you undergo in relation to your work there?
So when you first start at Bodie Technology, you actually go through a series of lectures and you have a series of readings to go through all of the science that you're going to learn and the background of all of the technologies you're going to use. From there, you will observe a qualified analyst or a qualified person in the lab, go through everything that you're going to be trained in. And from there, you'll get a series of sets. So there'll be mock samples that you will take through the lab and do all of the testing on that you're going to be trained in. And it starts out with having that qualified analyst there with you, and you're able to ask questions and troubleshoot as you go. From there, you'll get a second set that'll be no analyst with you, but you're still allowed to ask questions at that point. And then your final set is something that we call a competency set. So you take it through the lab and treat it just like you would any other case, and you're not allowed to ask questions, and then you're graded at the end. If you pass that test, you can go through a written exam and then a verbal exam, and then you take your results from your testing and you defend it in a mock court sample. If you pass all of those qualifications, you can become an analyst or become qualified in whatever lab technique you're being trained in.
Very cool.
And as far as that sort of training process went, so how long was it from the time that you joined Bodie Technology to the time that you started doing the work that you do now?
It's been a rolling process of all the different trainings that I've had to go through. I'd say it took me about 9 months from when I started to be qualified in everything that I do for mitochondrial DNA testing. And then for analysis training, I think it was another 6 months or so.
Now, as far as the lab at Bodie Technology, is that an accredited lab?
Yes, it is.
And do you know from whom the lab receives its accreditation?
Yes, we receive a international accreditation from an association called ANAB, which is just a national standards organization. We're also accredited by the FBI at their quality standards as well. Would you like me to repeat that? Okay.
Ms. Charlie, as far as your lab being accredited, can you explain to the jury sort of what that means, or what the process is for a lab to be accredited?
Sure. So all of our testing, all of the things that we report are basically guidelined by an outside body. So everything we do is established and gone through before or as we go through the testing procedures. So we're able to make sure that everything that we do is standardized for the country, all the testing that we perform.
And the lab that you work at Bodie Technology, is that accreditation up to grade at this point?
It is.
Now, with reference to your own work within the lab, is there sort of standards of procedure or protocols that you follow in conformity with that accreditation?
There are. We're under the same standards as all other DNA testing at Bodie for mitochondrial DNA testing.
Now, with regard to your specific work, you're familiar with what's called a proficiency test?
Yes, I am.
Explain to the jury what that is and what your experience has been with proficiency testing as far as how often and what it consists of.
So a proficiency test is how we stay qualified in what we do in the laboratory. So we get an outside test that we treat just like a regular criminal case. We take it all the way through the laboratory and have it reviewed, report our findings, and then it's sent out and we're graded on that performance.
And with reference to yourself, what, if any, issues have you had with regard to proficiency testing over the course of your years of work with Bodie Technology?
I've had none.
Now, as far as, am I correct in that Bodie Technology, as far as the lab is concerned, essentially deals with being contracted for work from external vendors?
Yes.
By that, I mean as far as you get your work or samples that are submitted from outside of your lab, correct?
We do.
And what are some of the types of organizations that, as far as casework that you deal with, like where does it typically come from? What type of agents?
It can come from anywhere across the United States, and we also have international clients as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to a specific case that you worked on. When items come into Bodie Technology as far as the lab, they go through sort of a check-in process and chain of custody process. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with that, is there sort of a number or something that's assigned to a specific sample that follows it throughout the time that it's at your lab?
Yes, we'll call that the evidence item number, or E-whatever number it's assigned.
Is there also a case number that's assigned as far as different cases or different case submissions?
Yes, there is.
And turning your attention to a specific case that was submitted in January, or partially submitted in January and then partially submitted in March of 2024. That came from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And Bodie case number on that was CCA 2416-0023. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, with reference to your work on this specific case number, what were the items that you received, and sort of what were the items that you received that you eventually did some testing or analysis on?
So I continued testing for one of the hair samples.
And specifically, again, that's given a specific name as far as in the hair sample in this case was EO1, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then for comparison purposes, what, if anything, did you receive in regard to comparison if you were able to generate a profile from EO1?
We received a reference profile from the victim, John O'Keefe.
Now, your specialty within the lab is in mitochondrial DNA testing, is that correct?
Yes.
And could you explain to the jury, as far as the mitochondrial DNA, let me ask you this first. Are you also familiar with the term known as autosomal DNA?
I am, yes.
If you could, Ms. Chart, explain to the jury first what autosomal DNA is, and then what mitochondrial DNA is, and then I'll have another question.
Of course. So what many people are familiar with is what we call autosomal DNA. So that's the DNA that's actually stored in the nucleus of your cell. You get half from your mother and half from your father, and it's what makes you unique. And it's what people call the blueprint of a person. But what might be a new concept is that there's actually a second form of DNA that is stored within the mitochondria of a DNA, of a cell. So if you can remember maybe back to any science classes that you had, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of that cell. And because of that, you can have upwards of hundreds to thousands of mitochondria within just one single cell. And within each of those mitochondria, you may have thousands of copies of that mitochondrial DNA. So in cases just like this one, where there may not be enough nuclear or autosomal DNA to find, you can go back and try to test for that mitochondrial DNA.
And so if you could explain to the jury some, I think you've alluded to it already, but sort of the difference between autosomal DNA versus mitochondria.
So mitochondrial DNA, in contrast, is inherited directly from your mother. So you will have the same mitochondrial DNA profile as your mother, and then you will also have the same mitochondrial DNA profile as any of your siblings. And it has that maternal inheritance that we call it. That makes it actually a great source for helping identify people, but it can also be used for criminal cases as well.
First, with respect to the autosomal DNA,
He has a great
can you explain to the jury sort of the process as far as just in general terms?
Flow.
What is the process as far as the testing goes or generation of profile?
Sure. So we share similar processing methods. So we will start out by taking a small portion of whatever is sent to the lab, and we'll call that sampling. We'll take notes on that and how much that we take forward through testing, and that will go into a small tube. From there, we will extract the DNA or take apart all of the cells by adding chemicals. And what we're left with is what we call a DNA extract. So that's actually where I came in this case. From there, the difference is we will go through what is still called amplification using the PCR method. That will make a bunch of copies of that DNA to be used later on. But for mitochondrial DNA, what we're targeting is specifically just the mitochondrial DNA in that extract. From there, we actually go to something that is completely different from autosomal testing, which is DNA sequencing. So DNA sequencing is really just a way that we're able to take those small strands of DNA that we've amplified, and we're able to read them almost like letters in a sentence.
And the PCR is in reference to the autosomal DNA, is that correct?
It's for both methods.
What does PCR stand for?
It's a polymerase chain reaction.
And when you say as far as the sort of quantification, I'm sorry, is it quantification or quantitation?
Quantification works.
As far as the quantification step is concerned, how is that sort of physically done? What kind of instrumentality are you using to accomplish?
So for mitochondrial DNA, we will actually run the DNA after amplification on a gel, so a long, really what it sounds like, slab of gel, where we're able to visualize if we obtained any mitochondrial DNA as a band that shows up under a camera.
So with reference to this sample, this EO1, the hair sample, you received it at what stage again, or what step?
I received it as a DNA extract, so it was a amount of liquid in a tube at that point.
And as
Just
far
so
as,
cool.
in general terms, again, if you could explain to the jury, sort of what are the steps that go into the processing or analysis prior to that step where you received it on the quantification?
So it went through sampling, it was received, it was inventoried by the person that opened up the evidence, and a small portion of the hair was put into a tube, and then it went through that DNA extraction. So the hair was dissolved, and all of the DNA inside of that hair was released and isolated to just be then that DNA extract.
So from that point where you pick up as sort of the extract, what is it that you're doing with that as far as your analysis goes from there, and what type of instrumentality are you using to perform that analysis?
So from there, I am targeting and just trying to find if there is any mitochondrial DNA in that sample. So we'll use the PCR method to amplify to see if there is any mitochondrial DNA we can target. And then I will take it through and visualize it on that gel to make sure to see if we got anything. That is our quantification step. And then after that, I will take it through our sequencing step. And we do load that on an instrument called the 3130 genetic analyzer.
And the 3130 genetic analyzer, how does that work?
So it actually runs and separates each of the fragments of DNA that we have amplified and visualizes it through a program. So we're able to read each letter of your DNA sequence.
Like, to take you back just a step, are you familiar with a term within your field called the
It's crazy.
Yes.
Explain to the jury what a D-loop is and how that factors into your analysis of testing for mitochondria.
So the D-loop is actually the region of the mitochondrial genome that we target. It is targeted because it does not contain any useful areas for the actual function of a mitochondria. So it can change over time, and those changes are what actually are recorded as your mitochondrial DNA profile.
Now, as far as the D-loop, what if any relationship does that have with respect to certain variables within the human population?
Would you be able to word that?
Very poorly. Let me do this. The D-loop, as far as the region is concerned, what, if anything, does that have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
Oh, yes. So because there is this variability in that region, it can change over time. And from that, there are different mitochondrial DNA profiles that are developed across the world.
Now, in addition to the extract from the hair sample E01, what, if any, other items did you receive in regard to comparison?
So we also received that reference sample from the victim, and that was taken forward for mitochondrial DNA testing as well.
And just for clarity purposes, when you say reference sample from the victim, you're referring to John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
And the reference sample that you received in regards to John O'Keefe, was that already an extract as well, or what, if anything, did you have to do with that in order to obtain a mitochondrial DNA profile?
So that sample was received, if I can refer to my notes. I did not. So I was not the person to actually do the sampling for this sample. It was received as a small cutting of a swab.
And so, as far as the small cutting from the swab, what is sort of, as far as creating a profile from that, creating a profile from the extract from the hair sample as well, was there any difference in sort of how those two mitochondrial DNA profiles were created?
No, they were tested the same way.
And well, let me ask this: as far as with regard to the hair sample E01, were you able to obtain mitochondrial DNA profile for the hair?
We were.
And with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's sample, were you also able to obtain a mitochondrial DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe's sample?
Yes, we were.
Now, as far as for comparison purposes, what, if anything, did you look at it, and what, if any, comparison or opinions or conclusions did you draw from that comparative analysis?
Sure, I can state directly from my report if that's all right.
Okay.
So the mitochondrial DNA profile that was obtained from the sample, the hair sample, was consistent with the mitochondrial DNA profile obtained from John O'Keefe. So therefore, John O'Keefe cannot be excluded as a possible contributor of that hair.
Now, Ms. Chart, are you also familiar with something called an MPOP, and for the record, that's EMPOP?
I am.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and how that's used as far as any sort of statistical analysis in reference to comparative comparison?
So it's a international populations database that houses different mitochondrial DNA profiles.
And how is it sort of used within your field, and how did you use it in this specific instance in relation to the consistency opinion between the hair sample and Mr. O'Keefe's?
So we were able to upload the profile from the hair and see if it was found at all within the population database. We test populations that are popular within the United States to narrow it down. And within the African American, US Caucasian, and US Hispanic databases that they have, it was not seen.
And what, if any, conclusions or opinions are you then able to formulate with reference to the consistency of the hair sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample with relation to that MPOP data?
Sure. So by not seeing it in the database, this means that we're able to exclude at least 99.895% of the population from being a source of that evidence.
And is there a certain level or percentage of confidence statistically that comes along with that exclusion of 99.895% of the U.S. population?
Yes, we use what is called the 95% confidence interval. It's actually a rule that is used for making statistical statements about populations. It's because there are always outliers that we don't include. We take the 95% majority of a population when we run those statistics.
And so, again, as far as your opinion or conclusions based on the comparison, is that the mitochondrial DNA profile from the hair sample was consistent with mitochondrial DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe's sample, correct?
Correct.
And that's with 95% confidence, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's the exclusion of at least 99.895% of the population of the United States, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing further.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Chatty, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well done. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Mr. Andre Porto to the stand.
All right.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
First, let me just say that, just for clarification, that microphone in front of you is adjustable. You can move it up and
Okay,
down. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto, last name spelled Porto.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic scientist too at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And sir, if I could ask you just a few questions about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate
More
work. Where
science.
did you go to school and what, if any, degrees did you receive from that?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. And then,
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Boston University School of Medicine and I got a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences.
And about what year was that you received that master's?
I graduated 2019.
And then following receipt of your master's, where did you go from there?
I went to the DNA unit in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And when you joined the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab initially, what was your title and sort of what was your duties and responsibilities with relation to that?
So I joined as a Forensic Scientist 1, and that's a training position where I underwent a training program that consisted of a bibliography with multiple journal articles and textbooks, as well as conducting the lab processing on training samples.
And that sort of initial work that you did as referred to as an FS1, is that correct?
Yes.
And that initial work that you did as an FS1, how long did you do that before you became a forensic scientist?
Approximately, the training itself was approximately 6 to 8 months, and then within a year, I was promoted to an FS2.
And when you were promoted to work as an FS2, what, if any, specific unit were you assigned to within the lab?
The DNA unit.
And have you essentially been with the DNA unit since that assignment initially occurred?
Yes.
Now, so a few questions about the lab at the State Police Crime Laboratory. Is that lab accredited by anybody?
Yes, we are accredited by ANAB, and that stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board, and the ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
We've already been
with
over that,
reference
but
to
it's like
accreditation,
an acronym within
can
an
you talk to us
acronym.
A little bit about generally in terms of what goes into an accreditation of a lab from ANAB.
Yeah, so this organization, ANAB, they came into our lab and they reviewed all of our protocols, ranging from facility security to the protocols that we do in the lab to staff education and training, and to make sure that we're meeting all the standards that we are being accredited to.
And the lab at MSBCL, its accreditation, is it up to date at this point?
Yes.
With reference to yourself personally, sir, in regard to your casework, in regard to your training, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of how often and what consists of the proficiency testing that you run?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is given on a semi-annual basis, so twice a year, by an outside agency, and we don't know what the results are, and we treat it as a regular case. So we take it through the regular DNA processing, and we have to pass that proficiency test to show that we maintain our competency in whatever work that we are doing in casework.
And sir, as far as the proficiency testing that you've undergone, what have been the results of your proficiency testing?
I passed all of mine.
Sir, it may be a term that's pretty well understood, but if you could explain to the jury, at least based on your training experience, what your understanding is of a couple of different terms. And first one, I'm going to start with DNA itself. What is DNA?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and that is basically the genetic blueprint that makes us who we are. And we each have 2 copies of it. We inherited one from our mom and one from our dad, and that combination makes us unique. And with the exception of identical twins, everybody has a different DNA.
And is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, barring any rare mutations, DNA is the same. So if you take a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, the DNA should be the same.
And what I'm going to ask you now is just a little bit about the process of DNA and how it's tested within your lab. Am I correct in saying that there's essentially 4 steps? Is that correct?
Correct.
And approaching sort of chronologically, one of the steps is called extraction, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how it is specifically that DNA is extracted by yourself in general terms when you're testing it?
Yes, so for this extraction step, so I receive the samples, they're in the small tubes, they're closed. I will add a set of reagents to it, apply heat to that sample, and that will actually burst open the cells to make the DNA available for use.
When you are extracting from a sample, do you know, is there a way to sort of measure how much DNA you're extracting from a sample?
Yes.
And can you explain sort of how it is that you know that?
Yeah, so that's the second step that we call quantitation. And we take a small portion of that DNA that we extracted, and we'll apply a different set of reagents and run it through an instrument that heats and cools down the sample, goes through a cycle, and allows us to estimate how much DNA is extracted.
Now, so what is PCR?
PCR is stands for polymerase chain reaction, and it's basically known as molecular xeroxing, where it's making millions of copies of specific areas that you can target of the DNA.
Molecular xeroxing.
Is that essentially the third step that you want to go?
Correct.
Now, what is a SDR?
It stands for short tandem repeat, and these are locations in the DNA that
change each person. So it's comprised of small little repeats, and each person, however repeats you have at that location, is sort of what will show up in your DNA profile.
How is it with your work in the lab that you identify DNA fragments?
It's the fourth step, what we call detection, where after we amplified the specific areas that we are looking at in the DNA, we'll run it through an instrument that will separate them out and generate the DNA profile.
Now, within your work in the lab, are you familiar with terminology as far as a known item versus a questioned item?
Yes.
And can you explain what each of those mean in reference to your field and your work, and sort of what is the difference between the two?
Yes, so a known item is an item that's collected directly from an individual and is to be used for comparison purposes, whereas a questioned item is collected from, let's say, like a crime scene where we don't know the source.
Now, as far as your lab or your unit within the lab, are there the DNA unit itself, does it follow sort of standardized policies and protocols?
Yes, we do.
And who approves of those particular policies, protocols, and procedures?
Our technical leader.
Now, could you explain the process used to analyze the evidence in this case?
Yeah, so the evidence in this case underwent that four-step process I just described, and which was extraction to quantitation to amplification, detection, and then interpretation of the profile that was generated.
Now, what are some of the controls, or what do you use when you're during the course of your assessment?
Yeah, so there are two types of controls, positive and negative controls. So a positive control is a sample with a known DNA profile that we use to show that each step in the process worked as expected. And a negative control is a sample that has no DNA in it and that only receives the reagents that we are using. And that is to show that there's no inherent contamination of the reagents that we use.
Let me ask you, sir, if you know, what are some of the ways to prevent sort of DNA transfer from yourself or from someone else working on the case or from other samples that you may be working on about the case?
Yeah, so there are many ways. One way is to clean the workspace before we start working and after, just to make sure that it's constantly being cleaned. Another way is to wear lab PPE, so personal protective equipment like lab coats, face masks, and hairnets. And another one is to make sure that we only have one tube open at a time so that we don't have any cross-contamination between samples.
Now, your work specifically, sir, does it undergo some sort of review process?
It does.
And specifically your work in this case, did it undergo that same sort of general review process pursuant to the policies and procedures you're speaking about?
Yes, it did.
Now, when a case comes into the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, it's assigned a specific case number, correct?
Correct.
And in this instance, I'm referring to a case number entitled 22-02184. Familiar with that case?
I am.
And you did tested a number of different items within that case, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the items are concerned, similar to how the items from a specific investigation or case are assigned a case number, are those different items assigned different item numbers as well?
Yes, they are.
And if there is something that is taken, swabbed, or cut or something from a specific item, how is that labeled in relation to the item that it was taken from?
So basically, let's say we have a parent item that's number 2-1. And then if we take a cutting of that item, it would be called, if it's the first cutting, it would be called 2-1.1.
Now, in this case, sir, was a known standard process?
Yes, it was.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that process occurs in regard to processing a known standard?
Yeah, so the lab processing is the same, where it undergoes the same four-step process. And a qualified analyst then looked at the DNA profile that was generated to make sure that it was a single source profile, meaning at each location that we looked at, there were only one or two peaks. And after that, it underwent a technical and administrative review process before it was closed out and ready for use for comparison.
Do you know whose known DNA standard was processed in this case?
Yes.
And who was it?
Known blood standard from John O'Keefe.
Now, as far as your involvement in this case, what was your involvement in this case?
I performed the testing of the questioned items.
And did you have occasion to perform DNA analysis on certain items submitted to your lab in connection with this case?
Yes, I did.
And let me ask you about some specific items. Were you asked to perform some analysis on a item labeled 3-1.1?
Yes, I was.
And if you know, what was that sample from?
Would I be able to refer to my notes? Thank you.
He's like, I have so many things
memorized.
memorized.
Sample from passenger side tail light.
And with respect to that, there was a sample that was, or DNA profile that was generated from that swab from the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, were the findings, or what kind of, what was the conclusion of the analysis of the profile from these
Come
swab
on,
from the
Lally.
taillight of
Let's
the
make some
The
questions.
DNA profile was interpreted as a 3-person mixture, including male DNA.
And to be more specific, when an item comes in, it's assigned an item number. There's also a description that's provided along with sort of where the item came from.
Correct.
And so specifically, item 3-1.1 is a sample from passenger side taillight, and it gives a specific Massachusetts registration plate of 3GC684, correct?
Correct.
And so from the analysis of the swab or the profile that was obtained from the swab from the taillight. What, if anything, was that compared to?
John O'Keefe, standard.
For the sample from Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
And with regard to that, was that a comparative analysis that you conducted yourself?
Yes.
And what, if any, opinions or conclusions did you come from as far as the comparative analysis between the swab from the taillight from that vehicle and the profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And now, sir, with reference to that item, that comparative analysis, you said 510 non-alien times, is that correct?
Correct.
And non-alien, just for clarification purposes, do you know how many zeros that is?
It's a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And with regard to that item coming from
27 zeros.
or the profile containing the comparative analysis consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe, there are also 2 unknown contributors, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that, are you familiar with that item or the profile from that item being submitted along with some other samples to an outside vendor called Bodhi Technology?
Correct.
Now, with reference to another item contained within that, are you familiar with an item 3-6?
Yes.
And what is item 3-6?
That is the root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
Now, sir, as far as hair is concerned, try for the jury a little bit about sort of DNA and how that works between. Well, let me ask you this. There's essentially, when it comes to a hair sample, there's typically going to be a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And where from the DNA, as your lab is concerned, where is that? Where are you able to sort of test from, or where would you be looking to extract a sample from in order to perform testing?
Yes. So our testing for hairs, the DNA will be coming from any tissue that might be attached to the root end of the hair.
And so you're looking for specifically sort of follicular tissue, is that correct?
Tissues attached to the hair, yes.
Now, as far as you familiar with the terms sort of autosomal DNA versus mitochondrial DNA?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain for the jury briefly just sort of what your understanding is of each of those 2 terms and what, if any, differences there are between them?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is present in the nucleus of the cell. That is, we inherited that from 1 copy from our dad, 1 copy from our mom. As mitochondrial DNA is present within the mitochondria, and that is inherited via the mother.
Now, your lab at the
It's
Massachusetts
just reiterating the
Laboratory,
things that we just heard.
Is the lab equipped or does your lab do mitochondrial DNA testing?
We're not equipped to do mitochondrial testing.
And so when you say that the lab is not equipped to do the testing, what exactly does that mean?
So we don't have the instruments or the facilities to do that testing, and we don't get that testing requested very often. So it makes more sense to send it out to an approved vendor to do that testing.
And one of those approved vendors would be the Bodhi Technology Lab in Lowton, Virginia, that you were discussing previously.
Correct.
And as far as your understanding is that Bodhi Technology is equipped and does do mitochondrial DNA testing, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to your testing, you did some testing with regard to item 3-6 of the hair, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that testing was and what, if any, opinions or conclusions you were able to draw from the testing that you were able to do in the lab?
Yes, so that testing began the same way as the 4-step process. I extracted the hair and then went to quantitation. After quantitation, I determined that there was no human DNA detected. So then testing was halted at that step.
And so what, if anything, was the results of that testing that you conducted with regard to that?
That no human DNA was detected, so STR analysis was not performed.
Now, that phraseology there as far as no human DNA detected, what does that mean?
So quantitation is looking specifically for human DNA, and we couldn't detect that with our instruments. It's not speaking to the hair itself. It's just that we could not detect any human DNA.
That's not so much to say that there is no DNA on the hair, it's just that it is below the level of detection that you're qualified to report. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to the taillight sample, if I could step back to that for a second. The 510 non-alien times, what, if any, relationship does that have to sort of the overall world human population?
So the world population, I think, currently is about 8 billion, which is an 8 followed by 9 zeros. And 510 non-alien has 30 zeros in it. So it's larger.
Significantly more.
Significantly larger, sir, yes.
Like, must I?
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to some other items that you tested in relation to this case.
See you next week. Have a good weekend. Be good. Be good out there.
Well, just to be clear, sir, you conducted or issued about 6 different DNA reports in regard to the testing that you conducted in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if I could direct your attention now to the 6 reported DNA testing report number 6, that involved an item called 3-3.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the description of that item?
Wait, I'm sorry. Got the wrong report. That is a sample from apparent glass on rear bumper.
With the same mass registration plate as the taillight, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, conclusions or opinions were you able to draw from your analysis of testing on that particular item?
So at the quantitation step for this item, insufficient human DNA was detected and STR analysis was not performed.
And again, just as far as that statement is concerned, can you explain a little bit to the jury what that means as far as what's your opinions or what you're seeing in regard to insufficient human DNA detected and STR analysis not performed?
Yes, so we do at the quantitation step, we do have a cutoff, a certain value where if we detect human DNA that's below this cutoff, we validated that it's not going to, most likely not going to provide a profile that can be used. So we halt testing at that step.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the fifth report that you issued in this case, DNA testing report number 5. And does that sort of contain the totality of the items that you analyzed in this particular case?
It does.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to an item labeled as number 3-2.1.1. And what is the description for that particular item, sir?
That is a sample from exterior of broken drinking glass.
And with reference, were you able to generate a DNA profile from the swab and sampling from that item?
Yes.
And what, if any, comparison were you able to do in regard to the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, so the sample was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, and the DNA profile for this item is at least 530 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And so the sample from the exterior of the broken drinking glass is at least 530 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-1.2.1. And what is the description associated with that item?
That is a sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from the sample from what was labeled as stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And what, if any, comparison were you able to do with relation to that profile from that sample to Mr. O'Keefe's DNA profile?
Yes, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 was suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 were not suitable for comparisons. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
And so when you say, as far as due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison, what does that mean?
So that just means that those contributors are very low and that any comparisons that would be done to them could not be reliable based on our protocols and validations.
And so from your comparative analysis, you came to the opinion or conclusion that the sample from the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes was 570 non-alien times more likely than it originated from Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
With respect to your comparative analysis of the profile from the sample from stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes, your opinion is that it was at least 570 non-alien times more likely that it originated from John O'Keefe, correct?
From Ben.
Sorry.
What was your conclusion as it came to item 7-1.2.1?
So the DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Sure. Let me break from this for a second, and I just want to ask you a little bit about transfer DNA. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term?
So transfer DNA just means DNA that sort of transfers based on just some activity that can happen. Like if somebody touches a water bottle, they might transfer some DNA onto that water bottle.
Now, from the fact that DNA is on something or on an item and it matches a profile from an individual, is there anything from that that you can opine or conclude as to how that DNA was deposited or when?
No, I cannot.
Now, with reference to
That's not his job.
factors that may cause a degradation of a DNA sample or a touch DNA sample that's left, what, if any, are some of the factors that may affect that as far as causing degradation of a sample or you're causing an inability for you to be able to generate a DNA profile from another?
Some factors include being exposed to heat for a prolonged time and ultraviolet rays from the sun, as well as just time. It might eventually lead to sun degradation.
Now, as far as items that are outside, because you indicated that being hot or warm temperatures might have some effect on it. What, if any, impact with cold temperatures?
So we store our DNA extracts in a cold room. So cold temperatures could be very good to help preserve any DNA that's on there.
Okay.
Now, if I could turn your attention back to your report number 5 and ask you with reference to item 7-1.3.1. And can you, what is the description for that item, sir?
That is a sample from stain B on upper right leg of jeans.
And again, those would be the jeans of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Correct.
And you were able to generate a DNA profile from that sample as well?
Correct.
And what, if any, comparison were you able to do between the profile from that DNA on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans and Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 660 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
Next, I'd like to turn your attention to item 7-1.4.1. And what is that sample, or what is that item or sample from?
That is a sample from stain C on upper right leg of jeans.
And those jeans would be Mr. O'Keefe's jeans as well?
Correct.
And were you able to then generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And what, if any, comparison or what, if any, conclusions or opinions did you draw from a comparative analysis of the DNA profile from that sample from the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans and Mr. O'Keefe's DNA profile?
So the DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, and the DNA profile of this item is at least 830 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Okay.
Now, sir, if I could turn
They
your
were
attention
the
to
name of
item
that down.
7-1.5.1.
2 separate DNA.
And what was where did that come from?
That is sample from stain D on upper right leg of jeans.
And again, were you able to generate a DNA profile for that sample?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation to comparative analysis between that and that DNA profile from that sample and the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to item 7-1.6.1. And what is the description for that item?
That is sample from stain E on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to also generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And did you then conduct a comparative analysis between the DNA profile from that sample and the DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions or opinions or findings did you have in regards to that comparative analysis?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Now, as far as that decillion, again, similar to the non-alien, how many zeros are we talking about?
That's a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
33
Now, if I can turn your attention to item 7-1.7.1, familiar with that item, sir?
Yes.
And what is the description for that item?
That is sample from unstained areas of exterior of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And similarly, were you able to then do a comparative analysis between the DNA profile from that sample and the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in regards to that comparative analysis?
Yeah, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 553 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And similarly, sir, with regard to that number septillion, how many zeros is that?
That is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
I'm going to ask some questions about a number of different items from 7-17. These are samples taken from an orange t-shirts as well as a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could, essentially you did testing on those items as well as some fingernail clippings along with Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
Or samples from the fingernail clippings?
Yes.
Now, with regard to those items, swabbings taken from the stains from various areas of the orange t-shirt, and just in general, where were those areas on the t-shirts, the orange t-shirt to start with, that the swabbings were taken from?
The top, front left of orange shirt, and front bottom right of the shirt as well, and just the back left shoulder of the orange shirt.
Now, with regard to the gray long sleeve shirt, where are the areas on the shirt where those swabbings were taken from?
The right sleeve, the center front, the back left, the back right, and the back bottom of right.
And were you able to generate DNA profiles from each of those items?
I was.
And were you then able to do a comparative analysis between the DNA profile from each of those items with relation to the DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that comparative analysis?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
As far as that number is concerned, octillion, how many zeros is in an octillion?
That's a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And with regard to each of those items, from the orange T-shirt, the gray long sleeve T-shirt, and the fingernail clippings of, they were taken from both right and left hands of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
So that's 490 followed by 27 zeros. That would be from a single contributor, correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to item 7-18.4.1, you're familiar with that item?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain C on top front gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to that?
Yes.
And were you able to then do a comparative analysis between that DNA profile from that item and the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to with regard to that?
The male DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 58 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And with regard to that, stain from the gray long sleeve T-shirt, again, that was determined by you through your testing to be DNA from a single contributor matched to John O'Keefe, correct?
It was determined to be from a single contributor, yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to item 7-18.14.1, you're familiar with that item?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that, sample from that item as well?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to then do a comparative analysis between the sample and the profile from that sample versus the profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And sir, I'm going to ask you, or draw your attention to item 7-18.17.1. Familiar with that item?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with the sample from that item?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to also generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And what, if any, were you able to then do a comparative analysis between the sample profile from that sample and the profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to that comparative analysis?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, there are some other items from which you conducted testing, but were not able to generate a profile, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, I'm going to ask about item 7-3.1. That's a sample from the right instep of Mr. O'Keefe's speaker, is that correct?
Could you repeat that number again, please?
Sir, if I could direct your attention within your DNA report number 5, I'm talking about item number 9.
Yep.
And so, sir, with reference to that, what, if any,
Yep, continue. Got it.
is an indication as far as the
Got it.
mixture not being suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile, correct?
Correct. It was a mixture of at least 5 contributors.
And so from that, as far as not suitable for comparison, can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yes. So during our validations, we've only validated mixtures up to 4 contributors because we've determined that once you get more than 4, like at least 5 contributors into a mixture, it becomes too complex to be able to make any reliable comparisons to that mixture.
Sir, if I could direct you to item number 11 or item number 7-18.3.1 within your report.
Right. Yep.
And that's a stain from the gray long sleeve T-shirt top front, is that correct?
Yes.
Now that is indicated as not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile, correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that means as far as not being suitable due to the quality of the profile?
Yes. So during our bringing it back to our third step of amplification, where we're making millions of copies of specific locations, sometimes there might not be a lot of DNA there, and that amplification step might not amplify all the information that could be present, and the profile that's generated won't have all the information to be able to reliably make a comparison. So the information that we are able to look at is very limited, so we just do not do any comparisons because they would not be reliable.
And with that same as far as not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile, was that the same for 2 other areas that you tested in regard to the front of, or sample from the front of the gray long sleeve shirt and a sample from the back left sleeve of the gray long sleeve shirt?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I have a moment?
Yes.
No.
SDR mix.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how that is involved or how it's implicated within your testimony?
Yeah, so StarMix is a tool that we use to basically break down complex mixtures into its individual contributors and into like a way that it would best describe that mixture. And once it does that, it'll then do comparisons and calculate a likelihood ratio, which is a statistical weight to that comparison.
And how does that relate to the testing that you did?
I use StarMix on all the samples that had comparisons done to them.
Thanks. Thanks, sir. I have no further questions. Your Honor.
Ms. Little? No questions, thank you. All right, Mr. Porto, you are all set.
Thank you.
Could I see counsel regarding scheduling, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're gonna go talk about scheduling, and other than that, that is it. So let me just see. Let me just scoop on through.
Case,
Oh, here we go.
They're on schedule. So we're actually going to send you home today because we're on schedule. It's beautiful out. And rather than start with the witness that we'll start with tomorrow morning, it makes sense. I'm going to talk to the lawyers for a few minutes. So we'll send you home. Do not discuss this case with anyone. And just so that I'm clear, that means each other. That means any aspect of this case, any observations, anything at all. Do not do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. We expect a full day tomorrow.
All rise to the floor, please.
Okay, the jury is leaving. Okay, they are approaching again. Talking about some things. Let me just, I just want to make sure I don't miss anything at the end here. Come on. I just want to make sure.
So I totally blew off the exhibits.
Okay. The judge just made a note about, or was talking to Tori, I believe her name is, about the exhibits. I think she was just having an issue keeping up with them. So that is it. Let me get this out of my ear, so I don't go crazy. Okay, 2 days. So we are all done. That is 2 days. So we are not caught up, unfortunately. I know, I'm so sorry. We are not caught up. There was a full day of court today. So when are we gonna watch it? I don't know. Maybe Sunday? Is that crazy to just do a little court on Sunday? I think I have Sunday off. I have to go look up the schedule. But so I think I'll do that. Maybe just a little court on Sunday. It won't be 2 days, it won't be this long. It'll just be it'll just call it a few hours of court on a Sunday. Maybe we'll see. If not, we'll just add it to the stream on next week, whenever that happens. I don't know my schedule. I need my schedule. So other than that, we are all caught up. We had a wild ride with Proctor. And I have been seeing a lot of action. Good night, Crystal. Have a great weekend. I hope you have a good weekend. You deserve it. You deserve a good weekend. We had a craziness with Proctor. And I would not be surprised to see some articles come through. Maybe your alerts, if you're kind of following this case, like Google is kind of keeping track that you're interested in this case. I would not be surprised to see some alerts about any cases that Proctor has worked on that might be coming back up, and questions are asked about the outcome of those cases that he has worked on in the past due to his actions and answers in this trial. I would not be surprised at lawyers, victims, criminals, alleged criminals, stepping forward and saying, something just isn't right about how Proctor handled that. And I'm pretty sure the same way he handled Karen is the same way he handled me. So can we kind of get a second look? So I think that's going to happen. I think Proctor is in a world of hurt after this. After this, I think he is going to have a lot of meetings. I think he is going to have a lot of phone calls. I think he's going to have a lot of emails and a lot of inquisitive minds into his previous actions for what he's been at the 10 years at least, right? Don't be Proctor. Don't be him. Don't be him. IRL. It's not cute. It's not cool. You need to, every single human being deserves fair treatment, even if they're presumed to be like guilty, like the guilty party, even if they need to be treated fair. The way, I don't know why, but the way Proctor was speaking on Karen very much reminded me of the moment that a female, a woman, I want to say, I don't want to call her a female prisoner, a woman who was taken to jail. She was in jail for, I believe, 3 days without any pants and without feminine products. And she came to court for her hearing without any pants because she was not given pants. There is no excuse for those that have chosen the jobs that they have chosen. There is no excuse for someone like Proctor to treat or talk about or like treat their witness, their subjects that way. There's no excuse. Absolutely no excuse. And I think it was laughable how he sat on stand and called his texts and his words and his actions regrettable. Because I didn't believe him. I don't think he actually believes that his actions are regrettable or inappropriate. They aren't, because he is surrounded by people who support it. He is surrounded by people who just agree with it and applaud it and continue it and make it bigger and funnier and add on to it. He doesn't think it's regrettable. He's in my opinion, he was probably more mad that other people thought it was inappropriate. Because to him, it's just a text message. But for Karen, it's possibly the rest of her life. For John's family, it's the loss of John. For John's niece and nephew, it's losing another guardian. So I just think it's way more than inappropriate. It's just disgusting. It's gross. And people need to look into it. People need to look into him. So that's what I got. That's my thoughts. That's my thoughts. I will either see you on Sunday or sometime next week, and we will just keep streaming. We'll just keep getting through this trial. Golly, that was day 24, 24 days of this, 24 days, and we're not even halfway done. Well, I would say we're like probably halfway done, but we're not done with the Commonwealth's case. All right, I'll see you guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. See you next time. Bye. Oh my God.